Yo. Hang on a sec. I still got coffee I need to make and everything. How's everybody doing? Good. Hey, how's it going, Tin Can? Just trying to make sure all my volume and everything is doing okay. And it says I'm multi-streaming, but Twitch is not showing any kind of a feed, so I don't know that that's actually working out. What's going on, Tristan? Track, how you doing? So let me know if the mic volume gets to be a little too loud or if it clips or anything like that. Ever since the reset, it's been interesting. Hey Spencer, the I am finally through the woods on this sick, nasty virus that is plaguing the world. You all probably still hear like like me hacking up some crap every once in a while, but I'm doing good. I spent basically 72 hours in bed. My voice is still a little bit raspy, but it's not sore anymore. That's the big thing, right? I'm feeling good. I'm feeling like great energy. I think I'm ready to go back to school tomorrow, and get back on a regular teaching schedule. And yeah, stream at a time you're not supposed to be asleep, right? Back on a regular sleeping schedule, back on a regular teaching schedule, and just kind of get back into the loop of things, you know. Hey, Delivine, thank you so much for the $2.99. Can't stay but hope Jesus stat block with you. Praise be to you as well. And Nikolai asked, here we go, on a scale of 0 to 1,000, how much do you have to work on the Runekeeper? Okay. Well, to get it to a point of where I'm happy with it being in people's hands. Oh, by the way, my coffee cup is from Modern Arcana. Go check them out. Cool Revivify mug. I've got their Spare the Dying mug as well. So yeah, I want to get their Awaken mug whenever I can. To get the Runekeeper done, what needs to happen? It needs probably a good solid another 20 hours plus worth of work. And that is dedicated to sitting down, grinding out each and every single, whatever. Each of the runic languages, I think I'm going to be happy if they get 20 runes apiece. The 20 runes apiece across, 8 different runic languages is going to be about 160 runes, right? It's quite a lot. I'm going to have to limit the scope to get the class even out there, and into people's hands to even playtest, because, if I just don't get it out there, then, yeah. So 2 streams. I like what you're thinking. Hey, Thomas Jimenez, hey, welcome. So yeah, like Macaroni Ninja said, or Macaroni? Macaronawi, I can never figure out what that first word is. Yeah, 1,000,000% focus, right? I've had weird technical issues go on this morning that, yeah, my goal is, the real goal here is I want to step away from D&D stuff after I'm done with the Runekeeper for a while. Reason being, I need to focus on schoolwork for this semester. And honestly, I need to take a break from just constantly spending so much free time doing and talking about D&D stuff, right? It's healthy for us to take these, mental breaks from any hobby, right? After I release the Runekeeper, I plan on probably taking a little hiatus from D&D for about a month or two. It needs playtesting, sure, and I'll be active in the Discord and whatnot about that. But as far as content goes, I'm trying to time it to where I release the Runekeeper before Elden Ring comes out. Because, as you guys saw in the Discord, I want to start streaming, instead of doing design streams for a little while, unless I just completely decide, like, bam, wild hair, whatever, right? I want to start doing live streams of Elden Ring because I've had a lot of fun doing these live streams, and Elden Ring is like the first game I've been super stoked for in a very long time. The Runekeeper has, just like, wow, oh god, Axiom Delver, thank you for the, I think that's, is it Polish? The 50 PLN, thank you so much. Hey, dropping by to say happy fine. Thank you. Hey, Axiom, thank you so much for the donation. Thank you for the kind words. I'm doing good. Okay, yeah. Wow, thank you so much for the donation, man. Yeah, I'm doing good. It started out on, like, Thursday. I felt a little bit like, Wednesday night. I started feeling a little sick, but not, like, too terrible. And, like, suddenly, like, I don't know, it got to be about midnight, and I just felt, like, chills all over my body. But they weren't just, like, chills, like, oh, man, like, flu-like chills. They were, like, painful, I cannot get warm, what is wrong? I got into, like, a hot bath, and, like, I couldn't feel a temperature change whenever I went from, like, the bathroom air into, like, the hot water in the bathtub. And I was like, nope, I need to not get in that because I don't know how hot that is, and that scares me. That tells me, like, something's not right. So I took a quick, what I knew was, like, a lukewarm shower, got out, and by the time I got out and got into bed, I could feel the rest of my body was just, like, aching sore, like aching terribly sore. And I went on ahead and sent my work an email, and I was like, guys, I really should not come in on Thursday. I can already tell I'm gonna be super sick. And then, like, an hour later it just, like, started piling on, cough, fatigue, all this other crap, right? I'm sure you guys are as sick of hearing about COVID as I am of having it. So, anyways, I spent the last, like, basically 72 hours laid up in bed. I didn't have, like, a really bad cough or anything like that. My symptoms were mostly fairly mild, but I'm double vaccinated, so, it hit me, but if that was mild, I can tell why this is killing people. Like, I mean, whew, that sucked. I do not want to do that again. So yeah, get your shots. Take care, everybody, please. Okay, what is Elden Ring? Elden Ring is the, new From Software game. Or From Software, right? So, oh, how appropriate that Firelink Shrine starts playing right now. I'm a huge Dark Souls fan. I say that and I'm like, From Software? I thought it was FromSoft for some reason. Is it really From Software? It is From Software, huh? Anyway, so Elden Ring is like, imagine someone took Dark Souls. From what I've been able to tell, it's like Dark Souls Breath of the Wild. And it's the kind of game that I'm like, if I need a break from D&D, I think, like, I think that's going to be my good break, right? Of, like, let me get super into a video game for a hot second, you know? Me getting as obsessed into a video game as I got into, like, Breath of the Wild would definitely be, like, okay, a good retreat and mental reset from D&D. Plus, like, Amanda's gonna get a little bit more busy working more weekends, so rather than go out and do the COVID thing, and possibly get sick out in public, I just figured, you know what, it'd be fun to hang out, live stream some Elden Ring, hang out with you guys, try to get streaming over on Twitch as well, and like, so there's a buddy of mine, Claudia, who was also streaming Dark Souls over on Twitch, and she's a great personality, super super funny, and we had talked about live streaming together in the past, and even playing D&D together in the past, but it just never really quite happened. So I'm trying to set that up with her to see, like, all right, are you pre-ordering Elden Ring? Do you think we can set this up to where we're live streaming on Twitch and YouTube together? Like, let's make this work out, like. So I'm gonna see if we can do that. Problem is, because I don't sleep, or I sleep very little. That's probably true. Whenever I get in on a project like something like this, it is pretty bad that I tend to sacrifice. Like, my brain gets pretty obsessive, right, about working on a project, and that's another reason why I know I need to take a break from D&D shit. Not just because I need to focus on a lot of other stuff in my life, but also because it's not good for me to get, like, that super crazy into a thing for a hot second. Fit content to frame. Why is this fitting weird? Why are you not... I don't know, I'm not going to screw with it. I can just transform it, but still, I don't want to mess with that. It's, like, I'm not super worried about my health overall. I'm actually in really good shape. The problem is more so that, like, I mean, I don't sleep well, right? I'm okay. I do catch up on sleep. I'll say that much. But it would be nice to not have a thing that I know is due, right? Or that I'm trying to meet a deadline on. You know what I mean? I need a summer break, really, because it's felt like, I basically spent my entire Christmas break working on this thing. The tragedies of my computer freezing up, shutting down, resetting, losing this thing, having to rebuild my, go through COVID. Me and the Runekeeper have been through a lot of shit together. All right, so yeah. Francesco, yes, it will be on the DMs Guild. This is going to be probably my last DMs Guild thing, unless, and I haven't really gotten super into this because I don't know whether or not it could or will happen, and I haven't even really gotten into the planning phases of it yet, but I would really, really like to do a, I'd like to do a, like, maybe hardcover print, I don't know, probably softcover print of the Runekeeper, the Dancer, and the Merchant all in one, like, book, kind of like what they're doing with UAH, right? Why do I obsess so much on things? I am... Would I call it obsess? Some people might call it obsess. I'm really, really driven to get shit done. I want to get shit done kind of guy, I work my ass off because I want the success. I struggled a lot growing up. Like, my family, like, okay, so little weird backstory on me, right? My dad was actually part of the company. Like, my dad was partially an inventor, partially a oil and gas guy. My dad was part of the company that developed the computer systems for pay at the pump. So whenever I was young, my family was pretty damn well off, right? that was until like he went and worked for another company um, that started. They brought him on because they were like, we have this new chemical that we're, or this new compound or whatever it is, this new fuel that we're talking about, um, possibly injecting in the fuel to help with emissions and to possibly serve as a new fuel source. And it's called ethanol. Are you interested in coming on board? Literally, my dad was brought on board with this group that helped to develop ethanol, right? My dad was pretty much told one day, pack up your shit and go, right after they were like going global with the release of ethanol or whatever the I don't I was young when this happened. I don't remember the entire story correctly. Long story short, my family went from like pretty damn well off to oh shit, where's the money coming from? In the course of like one night. Yeah. So that all happened whenever I was like, I don't know, 10, 11, something like that. And basically I went from pretty well off to scraping bottom of the barrel, like, you know, poverty line, right? Parents got divorced, wound up living with my mom, and just doing that for basically my entire life. Well, up until I was 18. First in my family to go to college. And, there we go. First in my family to go to college. Last to graduate. And, yeah, here I am now. You know, I kind of failed my way up. I failed. That sounds terrible. Saying I failed my way up. I failed my first semester of college and had to learn, like, you really got to work to be successful in this world, or else you're not going to get the things that you want, right? I had to learn by being broke in college and not being in college anymore, and like starving for a little while, not having a car. Like, oh crap. Oh, I could very easily be homeless with very little effort, and there's not a whole lot that's gonna be my safety net, right? Holy moly. Okay, I need to get the full story from my dad sometime. I should probably have him on because he's a fucking fascinating human being. I'd love to have him on and just talking about his time in the oil and gas industry. Because yeah, he was an inventor, and basically just like an overall like he was an expert in oil and gas, and they still, after they let him go, multiple people from like ConocoPhillips and everything were hiring him on to for consulting work and everything, right? Where am I going to publish my things from now on? Probably on my own website. So, I mean, my dad, I just think my dad would be a fascinating guy to talk to about that kind of stuff. Yeah, but why do I obsess on things, right? I've experienced, like, lower end poverty. And seeing my dad go through that, one of the things that my dad really instilled in me was work ethic. Like, I am firmly of the belief, like, sure, luck plays a lot into your success in this world, right? But I'm determined to have the kind of success that I want to have, to be able to live the kind of life I want to live, right? And I really hope that, at least, I could say I tried to, you know, I tried with all my might to get the kind of life that I wanted, and nobody's going to be able to say that, like, I'm a mooch or I'm worthless or whatever, right? Yeah, I want to be productive and I want to make cool shit happen. That's a huge deal for me. You want my opinion on a monstrosity typing for a race? You have a few races that were transformed from normal animals into weird mutant creatures. Inflatable bird or frog that spits explosive goo. Inflatable bird. It's not a fetishy thing, right? Oh, poverty scarred you from childhood. Yeah, no, I mean, there were several nights where it was like, hey, what are we gonna eat? Peas in a can. Oh, we're that bad off, huh? Like, yeah. And I guess like thinking back on it, there were several financial choices that I guess if I would have been in my parents' shoes, I would have recognized as things that could be changed, right? I love my mom to death, but I will say that like her inability to quit smoking definitely took a massive financial toll. But despite all that, I mean, she was still able to go get a job managing. And she's another story of why I have a lot of sympathy for like women trying to get ahead in the business world. I mean, my mom was a manager of so there's a company called Mill Creek here in Tulsa that sells, I guess they're kind of nationwide or something. They sell building supplies, right? Building supplies, fireplaces, all this other kind of stuff. And whenever they bring something to a job site and it gets broken, they'll take it to this place that they had that was like an outlet store, right? I think they called it like BMFO. Is that still around? Tulsa BMFO. Building Material Factory Outlet. Factory Outlet. Yeah, is it still a thing? No, they got... Oh. 41st... No, that was the old address. Okay, so it looks like it is gone. Okay. So anyways, it was like an experimental like factory outlet, right? So if there was something that was damaged in shipping or whatever, got hurt on a work site, they would go and sell it at this store that they expected my mom to start up and run. And it became super successful, right? People were able to go, if you're redoing a house and you're like, well, I could go to Home Depot, or I could go get some of the really nice stuff from Mill Creek, which is probably going to cost me like $2,000 more than I was thinking. Or I could go get something that like maybe got scratched on a job site and they marked it off like 75% over at BMFO. I'm probably going to go to BMFO, right? So she gets this place up off the ground, and this was around 2000 and... God, when was this that she... I think it was like 2010. 2010, 2011 maybe. Her boss comes to her, and this is why I've got a lot of sympathy for women in the industry. Her boss comes to her and tells her, we have multiple customers that are uncomfortable in dealing with you. And she was like, okay, is it my attitude? No. Alright. Are they having a problem dealing with the guys that are working with me, like underneath me over there? No, they're not. Okay. So this is a woman thing, not a personality thing or whatever. Like, the guys that... If you want to say, video game industry, like... whenever people say that sexism doesn't exist in these industries, like... I don't know, maybe they just haven't seen, like, the real world experiences of it. But seeing my mom get fired because she was a woman working in, like, building supply, like the building supply industry, yeah, that I can't really get behind the idea of people that are like, yeah, like chicks don't need like a helping hand in the industry or something. What the fuck is this? We definitely need to be pushing back against people that if someone is getting put into a like if someone's getting put into a position where like they're able to make hiring and firing decisions, and you hear them say things like, I'm not comfortable dealing with women, they probably shouldn't be in the position to hire and fire people. Like, yeah. Or if they're even saying that, like, I will fire a woman if it will make a customer comfortable. Like, yeah. Why would you feel uncomfortable to work with a lady? So, this is something that I also asked my mom, and she was saying that there were guys that would come in. Now, we live in Oklahoma, right? Oklahoma's a pretty conservative, pretty hyper-Christian place. There are some of these guys that would come in that would say that they weren't comfortable being in a room alone without their wife. Alone with another woman without their wife. If this sounds crazy, Mike Pence was famous for saying this. Mike Pence would not be alone in a room with another woman, even if they were a congresswoman or what the hell ever, if his wife was not present, like if there wasn't anybody else present, right? But specifically his wife. This is a really weird, like, I don't know. Some of these guys say it's like a defense against like adultery or some shit, and it's what, really, honestly, it's just a mask for like, are you really not going to be able to control yourself long enough to talk to a woman like a human being that, you know, yeah, it is friggin' terrifying. So yeah, my mom got this place off the ground, made it a super successful store for them. Mill Creek took it, and they were like, hey, so, people have been telling us they're not comfortable with talking to a lady, and let her go. And I think they gave the store over to some, like one of their, like, shipping dudes or something like that, and the guy ran the place into the ground. Like, yeah. So, I've got a lot of sympathy for women trying to get ahead in the industry like that. It is sexist. There's no getting around it, right? Had it not been so expensive back in the day, and probably so much more difficult to prove that it happened, my mom was looking at suing them back then. Now, this has been 10, 15 years. So, well, no, I guess 2010, this has been 12 years? Yeah. So, like, you know, whenever people say that, like, sexism doesn't exist, or whatever, like, I'm like, I've got real world examples that, like, give me a different view on it, I guess, but, like, if you want to say that, like, dude, that's on you, man. I don't know why there's people that are so, like, vehemently defending that idea. That, like, no, sexism doesn't exist in the work. What the fuck? How fast did it die? Like, I think it was, like, within 2 years. I think... are they even... Is that main company even still around? Mill Creek Carpet and Tile. Are they still around? I guess they are. Yeah, so the main store, well, the parent branch is still around. But yeah, the company that she started, the BMFO, is no longer around. That place got shut down pretty quick after she left. Yeah, the only thing of aggressive or violent sexism, right? This idea that, like, I can't handle speaking to a woman alone or whatever, like, that's still sexist. I think it's actually much higher than 60%. I thought it was like of the world's population. Wow, 49.6%? Wait, really? There's more? Oh, I forget. China actually plays a kind of big role into why men actually do kind of outnumber women in the world. I mean, this is, at least according to Google, 49.6%. Probably they're from a workplace or country where things aren't as bad. I think that there are certain countries where, like, isn't Sweden pretty well known for, like, pretty progressive policies regarding, like, gender equality or gender equity in the workplace? But I mean, that's also, like, my experience, honestly, like, working. I have been, hey Rich, how you doing? I've experienced actually kind of a weird flop of, I'm not even saying it's sexism or anything like that. I just think it's pretty funny the perspective that students have, because I talked about this a little bit in my, like, last live stream, where, you know, they'll call female teachers teachers, but they have a weird habit of, like, even if you're not an actual coach, if you're a male teacher, they will, like, by habit call you coach. Especially if they're in sports, they seem to only recognize male teachers as also being coaches. It's pretty bizarre. But Sweden is known for crazy high taxes, but those taxes actually go towards services that, you know, the people want instead of just defense contractors and bullshit. Mm. You've seen plenty of graphs that policy does not equal actual results. Oh yeah, above 50%. And I'm not sure what that was in reference to. Thaumatarge. Yeah, I've got a buddy that's actually talking about. Actually, I don't know if he's gone there yet. Did Jeremy move? The guy that made my channel avatar. Yeah, the artwork you see on the top banner is talking about moving to Norway. And I don't know if he has yet or not. You're still in Tulsa, right, man? Yeah. By the way, I think it's been a hot second since, I know I put his name in all the, like, descriptions and everything here. I just want to push you guys' attention over towards my buddy Jeremy that did the channel artwork, the artwork for the merchant. Yeah, this is Jeremy's work. Jeremy is an actual, yeah, here's the merchant artwork he did for me. I wish I could get Jeremy on more often. He's extremely busy. I wish I could be able to just get Jeremy on every single one of my projects. I did have to reach out to some other people to get some of the other artwork done in time, but, like, see, I love his style so much, and it's what made, like, you can see so much of the influence up there in my channel artwork, you know what I mean? I adore Jeremy's art style. But yeah. Ugh, he just killed it so hard with the artwork for the merchant. I think I would need to, like, what I would love to do is be able to lock down Jeremy to do every single subclass, every single base class for the Runekeeper, the Merchant, and the Dancer. The problem with that is that's probably going to be about $30,000 worth of artwork. Jeremy's an industry pro that works for, like he's done actual commercial work for, like, McDonald's and Starbucks. Like, he's a industry pro. So he definitely, you know, he charges pro rates, but he I mean, he deserves it. Like, holy hell, his artwork is amazing, right? Yeah, I adore the artwork that went into the merchant. But yeah, that was... I think the merchant just... hasn't made up for it yet. I spent a little bit on the merchant. I spent a little bit on the merchant. I think after Ted, it finally made back. After Ted did his review, it finally made back kind of what I put into it. There's a few guys I'd like to work with in the future. Beto, who just did the artwork on Home Field Advantage. I've talked with Beto. Yeah. I have talked with Beto about doing a cover. Beto's actually very, very affordable. It just needs to hit at the right time where I have a check that comes in and I don't immediately need to have like money going towards a whole bunch of different bills and crap. Yeah, here's Beto's work. So, as you can tell, Beto's got a very cool, like, kind of a, like a League of Legends-esque kind of a feel to his artwork, you know? It's that right kind of, like, blend of cartoony and realistic to make it feel like, boom, kind of like right for a cover. Yeah, like, oh man, I love Beto's work. There's Beto and then Nate are twos. Nate is the guy that did the Legends of Frozen Far cover. I think, actually, Nate might have some NSFW stuff on his. Yeah, art of Nate. Oh, yeah, I'm very lucky I pulled this up over here. But let me find, like, oh man, this is sick. Like, this is sick. I love that. Let me pull up, like, because I thought about doing one for, if I went with the Sovereign. I still think that's, and that might be before final render, or maybe this isn't like, let me see. Oh, see, like, look, if this could just be, if I could possibly license it to where I could get like this artwork for the blacksmith on the merchant. Oh, dude, Nate's work is just gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Joe Lane, how you doing, man? So good to see you, dude. Thanks for coming to hang out. It's funny, I was just talking about Tahlequah days a little bit ago, about me screwing up out there and partying too hard with people like you, and having to work like crazy to repair my GPA and get back in school and yada yada yada. Oh, Draconic Wolf sent an update on the Hun Draconic Rune, or Druidic Rune to you on Discord. Oh, thank you. And thank you so much for the $5. Yes, so Nate is awesome. You're still DMing and watching my vids. Hey, I know, we still need to get together and play, like, I am so ready for this goddamn pandemic to be over. Always partying too hard. Man, oh my god. By the way, wait, have you seen Dan in, like, forever? You know who I'm talking about, right? I don't know if it's offensive to say what we used to call him back in the day, but and it was friendly. He preferred to be called Big Gay Dan, because he was big, he was gay, and his name was Dan. I used to, you know what? Like, Dan Vivian. Yes! Oh my god! Oh my god, he's still around! Is he... Okay, still... Okay. Man! Wow. There was... Oh, man. That house was so fun to party at. So, my college days, before I got into, like, fraternities and everything, you know, I'm a musician, right? So I started hanging out with a lot of theater people because, I mean, art department and all the arts departments kind of blended together, but specifically jazz and theater were really, really tight. And a lot of programs that do musical theater, because you'll get the rhythm section and other jazz band players will go and play for musical theater gigs, and we tend to get paid to go do that stuff. So we're like, okay, yeah, cool. Yeah, theater department parties were, hey, guys, I've been to a lot of fraternity parties, okay? Theater people know how to fucking party. I mean, the best parties I ever went to in my life were not like rush parties or pledgeship parties or anything like that. They were theater parties. My dude. Oh my god. They were, oh man. Yeah, no, Joe, it's so good to have you. Yeah, theater people are super fun. Yeah, and oh, guys, here's a really fun thing, alright? If you're a musician and you go and hang out with the theater department, hey, guess what? A lot of the guys that are at those parties, I mean, hey, you know what? If you're into dudes, hey, there you go. Probably one of the best places on campus for you to find one, you know, new, yeah. But a lot of the girls that go to those parties are, well, since a lot of the guys that go to the parties are, you know, in theater department, a lot of the girls are usually single, so those theater parties are so fun. Oh, man. 100 times focus. Yeah. Joe's in here. I'm saying hey to my buddy. We do actually have choreographed dance number. Oh, man. Yeah. Some of those Tahlequah. Oh, man. I'm actually really shocked. A lot of people made it through the Tahlequah stuff alive. Okay, as for R, I need to figure out the Elvish subclass stuff. The best wingmen for Eustace, straight guys. Dude, no joke. Oh man, wow, yeah, God, yep, I'll 100% attest to that. Oh my god. Hey, all these streams are all over the place, alright? Yes, we're going to focus and get this. I'm going to be here all day. But I want to make sure I say hey to my buddy. Anyways, hang on one sec. Let me clear my nose. Have I gotten a hold of Tal'Darai Reborn? I don't really have a huge reason to get it. I'm not personally gonna run a game in Tal'Darai at any point. I'm kind of, I don't really trust the editing and balance decisions of a lot of the Critical Role options. Yeah, I'm not paid by the hour for these streams. That's right. I'm here to have fun. I'm here to entertain. So if something seems like it's going to be entertaining, you're damn right I'm going to take that derail. That tangent. There we go. I haven't gotten around Untitled Reborn. I am kind of curious if Matt made changes to the Cobalt Soul because of there was some really bizarre pushback about that being like, I think that it was, I mean, okay, I know it was all unintentional, right? But the fact that it was like it's about a blue-based monk that literally beats information out of people, it made it sound like you were like kind of a cop that was beating people to interrogate them and like get a confession out of them. So some people were like drawing that parallel, and I don't 100% agree with it. I'm curious if Matt made changes to Cobalt Soul based off of that feedback, or if he made changes just based off of Marisha's like playing it and whatnot. Because I think that they made changes mid-campaign, right? I should look at it for the Rune Child. No, I shouldn't. Yeah, people were comparing it to police brutality, right? Yeah, so, and I think that the comparison was ridiculous. I mean, people are trying to do anything they can to make Matt Mercer out to sound like a fucking Nazi, I swear. He's probably one of the most, like, nice human beings you'll ever meet, and yet, like, people are just dying to find him, like, a video of him saying the N-word or something, you know? Like, maybe you'll check it out to see. I mean, I'd be happy if, like, someone wanted to buy me a copy. I'll check it out, but, like, I don't really have a big incentive to pick it up. I don't really think... I've seen Matt Mercer's design sensibilities, and I like the narrative of what's going on, but he really, really needs to hire some pros to come in and go over his stuff with a fine-tooth comb. You know, I mean, Chronergy Wizard broke the damn game. Chronergy Wizard, that is ridiculous. Echo Knight, like, it should be said that it says a lot that consistently every one of Matt Mercer's subclasses for D&D have something inside of them that will intrinsically break down the fundamental rules of the game. Yeah, Wintry Wyvern's been putting out some good videos. Wintry Wyvern always has really great production quality and everything, but he's been pretty heavily going at it with the Tal'Darai stuff. Oh, you like the masterclass? Good. Yes, I need to, for me to have done all that, like, as a scripted kind of a thing, would have been just a little too, I think, arduous of a task. So I think getting all that information out there in that kind of a format and answering questions as they came up was really nice. And chat catching me on fucking up the dodge rules was pretty funny, not gonna lie. Yeah, I've talked about Echo Knight several times on the channel. Echo Knight's what happens whenever you design centrally around combat, not really thinking about what a thing can do in the interaction or exploration pillars of play. Oh, shit. Okay. Okay. I need to scroll down to the runes real quick. Crazy good. Yeah, the narrative is great. Matt Mercer's narrative is usually pretty cool. Which, I mean, yes, he's a great storyteller. And I have always said that. I will always give Mercer that. Matt Mercer is an amazing storyteller, but his design chops are not... He is so incredibly close to being a really great designer. He should really, like... It would pay for him to talk to some of the other people that are professional designers, like, on the DMs Guild, and get away from Wizards of the Coast. Because the WotC design team doesn't really have a great handle on the system right now. So maybe being a new DM, I'm not seeing the extent of the OP. You mean in terms of Echo Knight? Where can you find a rough with this class? Yeah, it's in the Discord. The Discord, you should see there's an app. There's a little widget that pops up down here. The link should be in my channel banner as well. But if you follow the Discord link, go over to my Discord. Yeah, that's where I've been posting this PDF. Oh, it's also on my Patreon. I'm trying to remember when the latest update of it was. I can actually do a pre-stream. Let me do that. Let me do a pre-stream export of the PDF. This will be 0.4. Okay, this is going to be over on my Patreon. It'll be available for free. You guys can go check it out. This is a big boy PDF, alright? Now y'all can see why I'm thinking about charging $15, $20, I don't know, dollars for this thing. So, this is going to be on my Patreon. Cancel. Want to make sure the links work. Cool. I am really goddamn happy with my layout work. Let me just kind of blow smoke up my own ass here for a second. This looks fucking good. This looks really goddamn good. Yeah. Oh man, I am so happy with this. You'd pay $40 for this? God damn, I wish I could justify charging $40. No, I want it to be because time is fake. Now, you're way early in the stream. I'm planning on streaming all day today because I want to work pretty hard on this one today. I think if somebody saw it and saw that it was, 60, I think it'll wind up probably in the end being about 100 pages. I charge $15 for this. It is the thing I've liked, and the thing that I think Ted from Nerd Immersion kind of sold me on, is the idea that a lot of the classes that I make for really great NPCs, right? If you want to roll up a character as a DM, and you're like, well, what class should this character be that isn't going to overshadow my players? Try out my merchant, try out my dancer, right? The cool thing about the dancer, you can give the players extra turns in combat. Are you feeling pretty, scared about throwing a higher level creature in front of them? Throw that dancer on there and give them another turn during the fight, right? Oh, yes, yes. By the way, yes, Draconic Wolf just reminded me. If you were lost in the stream of things, I'm gonna do another check, but the PDF was, I think, dated back. The PDF I've been pulling from was a live stream or two behind. So please, let me know if you contributed a thing that you do not see a credit for you in here. Let me know. I don't want to leave anybody uncredited if you helped to make this thing happen. It has been... you wanted just Draconic Wolf, right? Or did you want... Because you hit me up as something else over on Discord, right? Oh, and I think Tristan helped out, right? No, you... Okay. Yeah, you added some of the runes. Oh man, Rich. Yes. So this is going to be a big year where I step out from just doing D&D content. Um, One of the things I want to talk about. Do you want Gamma Wolf or do you want Draconic Wolf? Uh, I do want to step out from just talking about D&D content, get more into music. I had a lot of fun talking about cartoons and stuff on live stream, so I want to talk about why Smiling Friends is such an important thing. Smiling Friends is probably my favorite cartoon to come out, probably since Adventure Time. Like, I'm trying to think back on something that I enjoyed as much and I thought was as important as Smiling Friends, right? Smiling Friends is just a cartoon, you know. It's what you go by on Discord and other places. Okay, I can do that. It is such a good cartoon at just doing cartoony shit, you know. And I think it's so cool that it's like you're finally seeing the ultimate realization of what it means to be an online content creator for people that got famous on Newgrounds to go over and now have what will probably be the most successful show on Cartoon Network probably for the next unless something else comes along that just completely like changes the landscape. I think that Smiling Friends is probably going to be the best. Like, I think it could very easily dethrone Rick and Morty as like the new culture sweeping, you know, adult cartoon. It is so good. The use of mixed media is incredible. The voice acting is my thought, and this is probably going to go into a video. I think that what Smiling Friends is doing is like how many like legendary voice actors have there really been in the last like 30 years working in cartoons that you can point to a character that has a truly unique voice that you can pinpoint and say, oh, that is that voice, right? SpongeBob, right? The SpongeBob voice, absolutely. Patrick, sure. Squidward, yeah. Like, SpongeBob did a really good job with coming up with the unique voices for all their characters, right? But, like, is there another show that had really iconic voices for characters? You could say, like, you know, The Simpsons, maybe Peter Griffin. Like, Stewie just sounds like an imitation of another character. Lois is just kind of a nasally, like, northeastern mom, right? But like, I'm talking about like a character like SpongeBob SquarePants or like Mickey Mouse, right? Like those kinds of voices. Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck, those kinds of voices. Probably not since Mel Lewis have we had someone that's like that impactful, right? I guess Charles Martinet, you know. Joe is literally just Patrick Warburton, right? Patrick Warburton does one thing really goddamn well, and it's be a dude that sounds like he weighs 200 pounds of muscle, right? I could not get into Big Mouth's like art aesthetic. Mark Hamill is Joker, okay, yes. Mark Hamill is Joker, legendary performance. What I think Smiling Friends is doing though, is like all the characters, have like, I think Zach Hadel is so close to being another Mel Lewis. The things he's doing with his voice are incredibly unique. I think some people might hear that and like think that I'm fucking nuts because Zach has a pretty kind of signature voice, you know, because he's got something going on with his septum. He sounds like the characters that they draw, you know, like he sounds like the kind of character that has a massive nose. But the things that he does, I think, are going to have people trying to imitate the Zach Hadel sound in future cartoon characters. He's a scary good. Not only is he fucking hilarious as a writer, he's actually scary good at coming up with extremely unique voices. I when I get hit by, and honestly, some of the humor is just so ridiculous and funny and over the top that like it feels great to have in a cartoon like this. It reminds me of early internet humor. Oh yeah, getting David Firth. Okay, David Firth has one of the most unique voices. Like, oh yeah, I mean David Tennant being on there is pretty insane. Being on the Vox Machina thing. Oh my god, this joke is so funny. Alright, I'm trying to think of one that's just like... Some people might not think that this show is funny at all. I get that, like, there is a certain demographic that for some reason this show just will not click with. But holy shit, I have cried laughing at this show countless times. God, what is... Okay, Charlie's grandma. No matter what you think is about to happen, I promise you it will not be what you expected, all right? Oh my god, hang on. Let me pause Spotify real quick. This show is so good. I love... Yeah. Jesus Christ. If you've seen this, you already know what's coming up. But, like, this is the kind of humor I'm talking about. And this show hits so hard for me.
Oh, my beautiful grandson.
Grandma,
This is Zach
what are
Hadel.
you doing here?
Oh, I cursed and said, damn, in 1958 when I saw your grandfather being shot in the head by that rotten burglar.
That seems a little bit unreasonable. I don't think you should be in hell for that. Grandma, you wouldn't happen to know where I could find Satan, would you?
Oh, of course. Just go down that scary hole right there. You'll find him at the bottom circle of hell.
Oh, sweet. Thanks, Grandma.
Oh, you should have a scrumptious piece of hard candy for the journey, Charlie. Here you go.
Oh, no, thank you, Grandma. I'm fine. Thank you, though.
More for me.
Oh my god! That is... like, that is... It is such... it is an incredibly over-the-top... that show will... that show will do things that, like, you... They're gonna claim the live stream. Yes, it is cursed. The entire thing is, like, cursed humor. Let me make sure. Okay, there we go. Because they're all old Newgrounds guys, right? David Firth, right? Yes, you're welcome. That's Smiling Friends. It is an amazing cartoon. Yeah, Zach Hadel's voice is extremely unique. And from what I know, or from what I understand, I don't think that they are claiming... I don't think they're claiming clips that they've hosted online. I've already bought the entire season because it was just that good. I wanted to binge watch it. Amanda thought... Yeah, it is class. If you just want, like... If you want a show that is just going to be, like, great old internet humor... Jesus Christ, dude. Smiling Friends is so goddamn good. What's cursed about it? The, Glep. I want a plushie of Glep so bad. Shrimp. The blackface demon. Holy hell, this is so funny. There's a forest demon that, like, and this is kind of the big punchline of this entire episode, and I don't want to, like, play the because this is really damn funny. I don't want to play that clip in particular. The creature on TV is really good. Desmond's house. I honestly think that they probably should have let off with a different episode other than Desmond's house. Desmond's house is like, it made, I know that it made Amanda pretty uncomfortable with the series because it deals with like, they're trying to convince a guy not to commit suicide. Like, I think that the Enchanted Forest one was probably a stronger one to run off with. Because they do the... Okay, so first up, they're using this, like, Don Bluth-looking Hobbit. Whenever I talk about the mixed media, they're using this, like, Don Bluth-looking, like, Hobbit character called Mip. And...
Sorry about all that silly business back there, Mip.
Mip hopes he didn't cause that.
No, you're awesome, man. We couldn't have gotten this far without you.
Charlie, I think I found a hero worthy of delivering my gift.
Who?
It's you, Charlie.
Mip, I'd be honored.
No, I'm the one who's honored to be in the presence of such a hero.
Well, maybe it was your song that helped me become a hero.
Well, maybe I like that. Mip is getting pretty sleepy. Maybe we should get some rest.
Yeah. Yeah. Good idea. Good night, Mip.
It is such a damn funny show. Yeah, so like the use of mixed media, right? So they've got this character, Mip. Yeah, Mip's hand animations, right? Like, it's really clear they put a lot of time and effort into like animating some of these characters that are using like this mixed media style. I mean, shooting in, I think everybody else might be about like 30,
Couldn't have gotten this far without you.
maybe 30, maybe 24 frames per second. But like Mip looks like
It's you, Charlie.
Mip looks a little bit higher frame rate. I'm not sure if Mip is 30. Maybe 60? I don't think Mip is 60.
Mip.
But
It's you, Charlie.
Mip.
there's something about that is so funny to me. The rotoscope guy. Yeah.
So another great thing about life is making new friends. Anyone can be your friend, even that guy. Hello there, I'm Pim. Would you like to be our friend?
Whoa! What the dude? Don't touch me!
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
This guy's like randomly rotoscoped.
What the Why are you here, man? You're so old. Where's your wife? Go home to your family, dude.
Well, I mean, I'm not that old.
No idea why. 3D shell. What was his name? The guy that not Guru Larry, Harry Partridge plays Squelton.
Look, Pim, I get what's
He's
going on
in,
here.
like,
They're the bizarro versions of us.
Chris
That's fine.
O'Neill's,
But what's their
like,
endgame? What's the point of
3D
this? It's just
sculpting
pissing me
style.
off now.
Let's try one more, Charlie. What about that guy?
Boo-hoo! Boo-hoo-hoo!
Hey there, little guy. What's got you upset?
Oh, boo-hoo! It's just that the world is so damn rotten. There's so much hate and evil. 3D Squelton just doesn't see a point in living anymore.
All the characters are so upsetting looking, and it's so funny to me. Shrimp. So this is voiced by David Firth, the guy that made Salad Fingers. If you've seen that one, like, you guys all grew up on the internet, right? You know, yeah, in Pleasant there's a 2D Squelton. If you guys grew up on the internet and you know about Newgrounds, you know about Salad Fingers, right? You don't think it's a good idea, to play these? They haven't, Adult Swim has not claimed any, from what I've understood, they haven't claimed any clips that have like shown or talked about Smiling Friends. Yeah, he was made in Blender. So, oh yeah, and by the way, I'm not streaming on Twitch. I'm streaming on YouTube. So I'm pretty sure you don't get why it's so funny. Because usually for me, it's like it's shocking and unexpected. And that kind of hits at like subversion, right? And I understand that like not a lot of people are going to get this sense of humor. I super get that. For me, it's hilarious. I don't know why. It's so funny. Like the way that David Firth voices this character is so bizarre and unique.
All right, first off, just number one, ditch the mouse shit, dude. Just get rid of it.
I do hope that Shrimpina likes my cool new attire.
Look, I told you, man, you need to get over her, okay? There's plenty more fish in the sea.
How do I look, yellow man?
Like... Oh man, yes, like a voice can make a character, you know, like yeah, so just the weird uniqueness of it, that like upsetting looking hyper realistic version of him. SpongeBob was doing this thing, you know. You prefer the OG Looney Tunes? That's fine, you know. It's not gonna click for everybody, right? It super clicks for me. I think it's the damn funniest video, or the damn funniest cartoon I've seen in such a long time. That grandma going hard on the candy, Jesus Christ, I was crying laughing the first time I saw that. Oh man, shrimp drip, yeah. Let me get that. Oh wait, no, I need to turn that down over here. Turn this down over here. Boop. Oh yeah, Simon S. Salty and his clearly awkward takes are great. I mean, I don't want to play too much more of it on here, but yeah, it is such a damn funny cartoon. If you haven't watched it yet, you can. It's like 11 minutes per cartoon. Wow, 11 minutes per episode, and you can pretty easily binge the whole thing in an afternoon, like in an hour even, right? It is a fantastic show. I am so looking forward to what they wind up doing with that. And what they're doing with, like, the voice acting in it is... They're trying to come up with, like, what feels like the new school of, like, cartoon voice acting in a way. I love Smiling Friends. I cannot recommend that one enough. So... what we need to do today, get down here. Oh, I needed to post this over on my Discord. Oh, by the way, if you have pledged to me over on Patreon and you wanted to pick up any of your, you want to pick up any of the rewards and all that good stuff, please hit me up over there. Message me with your DM's Guild account and I will send you all your rewards. Yes. As soon as I get this posted on Patreon, I'm going to post it back up over here. There we go. There's the PDF. Public. Now. Huge shout out also to my Patreon sponsors for making all this possible, because you all make it way easier to justify being able to do some of the stuff for free. And give out these updates, and it's been really cool to hear so many people think that it was really, like, it's been educational for them to follow these streams. So you guys can see the biggest update right here. That is of the current document right now. If you want to follow along, you can go check that one out. If you have a comment or something, please let me know. Or if you contributed runes to it and you don't see them in there, please let me know. There are some of the Druidic runes that I think, was it Tristan, sent me that I need to kind of take a look at and possibly tweak. Because the identity for Druidic has changed. I think since our last stream. No, since the last stream. Or no, during the last stream. You don't think the midline as I described it makes sense? It seems to be an exclusively worse version of being a backline with no additional benefit. Wait. Okay, let me see this. Alright, Silas said, during my last highlight, you went over your zones and roles video, and there's something I strongly disagree with. I don't think the midline you described makes sense. It seems to exclusively be a worse version of being backline with no additional benefit, especially in the case of rogues, monks, and dex melee fighters, who you mainly use as examples. Those builds do the same, if not worse, damage than dedicated ranged builds in exchange for less safety. So you're saying it's not an optimal play style, so therein midline doesn't make sense? Or are you just saying the position itself doesn't make sense because it's like, your argument seems to be that midline doesn't make sense because it's just worse than backline, which I disagree with, because I mean, rogue and monk have specific things that they're trying to do. If you're saying that they're less safe, well, they're taking the trade-off of safer positioning for a little bit higher armor class and a disengagement tool. Like, I mean, that playstyle exists. Damage isn't the midline shot, exactly. Well, and it can be, like, if you look at, like, Warlock could be damage focused and hang out in the midline. Cleric could be damage focused and hang out in the midline. In optimal play, it doesn't seem to have any benefit than a more polarizing backline. Like, I have a pretty hard time trying to make any defense for anything being optimal, because that definition seems to change from person to person. Like, I don't really design for optimal, I design for, like, viable. So, like, yeah, I don't really, like, it's one of the things that people that see, like, Treant Monk's videos and then see my videos, like, by the way, and I've been making sure we're clear, oh, Josh, hey, thank you so much for the $9.99. Had a great time when you DM'd my cousin's bachelor. Oh, man! The turtle campaign with the big boob goblin. Oh, man. Hey, thank you so much for the $10, man. I appreciate it. Keeping the great. Aw. Well, thank you. I hope you guys are doing well. Yeah, that was a super fun night. Yeah, it was fun getting to DM for a bachelor party. That was a blast. Okay, so in optimal play, it doesn't seem to have any benefit in a more polarizing backline. You can have the same AC, damage, and defense by being a ranged rogue, or as a striker rogue. Right, you could use a bow and do all that stuff. The only reason that the midline striker rogue is closer to danger and needs to use their BA to disengage. Okay, so now we're talking about character expression rather than what would you prefer to do optimally, right? Like, some people, it doesn't sound exactly super fun for their character to be the bow ranger. Some people want to do the optimal thing and oh, okay, well, I'm going to go into the back and I'm just going to be a sniper rogue because the numbers are worse for me to use a dagger. Like, whatever. I mean, some people, like, that's the thing that they want to do in D&D, like, you know. I think it's... To say that, like, Dagger is less optimal, so therein, like, we shouldn't consider it, or whatever, that's not a line of thinking that really works for me. What works for me is the idea of, I would rather allow you to do that than cut off the potential because it's just not viable. What are things that I don't, like, this is the reason why, like, I try to figure out ways to design around poison damage being made viable, and I don't consider viable options or a feature that is required for viability being a, oh, what just happened to Australian viewers? Wait, what? What happened in Australia? What happened? What happened? Now you got me freaked out. So, if you want to stay in the back and you want to just take pot shots and everything, that's all, you know, whatever. Now, your party composition, okay, also, if it's nothing but backliners, where you're all focused on doing damage and things like that, no one's really safe. Because that means that the enemies can just charge all these people that were built for the backline. Yeah, if you don't have anybody tanking, then, like, there's a reason why the overall party meta is a thing. Oh, it's just 2 a.m. and you're sleeping. Okay, man, you made me think, like, uh-oh, what the hell just happened to Australia? Yeah, man, us here in the U.S. are just waking up. Get in the right time zone, yo. In that video, I tried to separate zones and character themes in different groups, because they are. With you making zones seem like a purely mechanical discussion for class design. It is. I'm not trying to seem snarky or anything. I'm trying to understand your... I'm trying to understand the pushback. Or like the... well, hang on. I understand the pushback. I'm trying to understand the purpose for the pushback. That only justifies having a front line and back line with no midline. Back line needs to stay out of reach of... Okay, so... Hang on. What's a good way for me to illustrate this? What's a good way for me to illustrate this? I don't want to get too far off on this. Oh yeah, now you guys see that. I think I already mentioned it a little bit on here, but I will be switching over. Instead of just doing D&D stuff this next month, I'm going to be live streaming Elden Ring. Grid. Okay, cool. Alright. My zone discussion was based on how you're justifying hit dice for class homebrew. Yes. Yes? I mean... Yes? Yes? I don't know. It feels like an oddly... I'm really trying to figure out what the hang up is. Okay. So let's say this. Alright. Oh wait. Let me get red. Boom. Felipe Costa got it. Clerics and Cure Wounds are midliners because they need to be able to heal frontliners and access the backline as well if they need to. You want to be in the midline because that is the best possible... That is the... If we want to get to optimization here, that is the optimal position for you to be in order to heal all of your buddies. If we're talking optimal play, yes, that is the best way for it. That is the best place for you to be as a cleric, unless you have unless you have a better way to heal other than Cure Wounds, which is like the defining cure spell. Some people might try and say Healing Word. Healing Word is 1d4, and that is usually not enough to keep up with the damage that your frontliners are going to take. Maybe if you have a paladin and they're focused on healing themselves, possibly, right? 1, 2, 3, that's 15 feet. 1, 2, 3, boom. So 1, 2, 3, 15, 1, 2, 3. Let's do this. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, boom. You need the yellow. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. This is with an enemy that has like a mobility of like 30 feet, right? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Mobility of 13 feet, or sorry, 30 feet, a reach of 5 feet. Okay, so a standard medium-sized enemy. That is not an ooze. Okay, so the reason why I'm counting it out to here is because that is usually about as far as they're going to be able to move during a turn. You want to try and stay out of that. You could make an argument that the midline is actually probably closer to like here because their range is 5 feet. I need to probably test that a little bit more, but I'm just going to move on now for the sake of trying to clarify this point, I guess. And then your backline is going to be just boom, right? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 1, 2. Because, like, another way I'm looking at this is I want to make sure that my point gets across pretty clear. And if this is a, is it a prescriptive issue with the thesis, or is it a, if a backline rogue and a midline rogue have the same AC, defenses, features, and damage, what is the benefit to a midline rogue? It depends on what your features are built to do. Like, and if we're talking in the specific instance of rogue, like, midline doesn't get op attack. Wait, what? Okay, hang on. I missed a few while I was trying to do this. Okay, yes, my zone discussion was based on how you're justifying hit dice for class homebrew. For classes, period. Period. For classes, period. If you're in the front line, yes, you need a bigger hit dice. Yeah, probably at least a D10. If you're going to be up here in the yellow and red, yeah, you need a D10. Or you need a D8 and heavy armor proficiency. And I'll say this, you need at least a D10 and medium armor proficiency, or a D12 and light armor proficiency. That could have probably been clarified a little bit more, but, you know, I was in the middle of a live stream. So Felipe got it right. Or is it Philippe? Sorry. About clerics and cure wounds, right? Clerics, I think, are the most defining of, like, why a midline support needs to be in the midline. I use rogue because the rogue playstyle is typical of I step in, stab the thing, I get out, right? The fact of them getting cunning movement or cunning action at second level is what tells me disengage as a bonus action. They're giving you that so that you can get up here, pop in, do the thing, and get out, right? Otherwise, if it was to be used as a defensive tool, you would have been able to disengage and move up to half your speed as a reaction if you were just meant to get into the back line, right? Like, to get into the back line and stay there, unless you want to make the argument that, well, they didn't want you to be too safe or something. I think the thing that makes a lot more sense is the reason why you get finesse weapon proficiency is to be able to stay into the midline, use daggers, short swords, and all that stuff, and get up there, right? Okay, so now you're just making the argument that, like, the optimal thing invalidates the idea that a zone exists, which I will fundamentally disagree with. Like, if you're trying to make the argument from optimization that, like, this isn't a thing, then, like, I can't respect that viewpoint, because this is a thing. This is what we literally design around. Well, right, right, and this is and I'm not trying to. This is something that I am saying. White Room. This is how we're thinking about the battlefield. This is what I mean by the zones in combat. This is the enemy. Everything else is just an abstract area, right? Terrain, all that other crap. If you want to get all, like, particular about it, then I don't know that that's really helpful or productive towards the discussion. How come range rogues deal more damage than midline light crossbows deal d6? And if you guys want to have the discussion about rogue in particular, that's a rogue thing, all right? Monk proves the fact that that is a class that was meant for the midline. And if Silas seems to be rather having the argument that, wait, I can respect it, but acknowledge that it's an important wait, what do you mean? I'm really trying to understand the point, because it seems like there's people that are disagreeing with me, but it's like I'm not seeing I'm not seeing the disagreement getting typed out. Short swords are d6. LC is making a dagger. Loxodon rogue time. Better feat choice. Are we getting stun locked? Is that what's going on? Because, like, I mean, I'm trying to figure out what's happening, because it seems like this was like, I'd like to make my point clear. You know, I'd like to make sure that, like, what's important to me is that the educational material of it got across. Ask me any question you'd like elaborated on. What was your question? You were trying to say, you originally told me that you don't think that the midline did you say that the midline doesn't exist, or did you say that the midline doesn't serve a because you said that the midline isn't a thing or something like that, or it seems like a worse version of the backline because of rogue. And that felt like a weird point to me. And Silas is still here. I'm just, like, people are trying to ask about what in that stream, people were trying to ask about how I'm thinking of the game whenever I'm designing for it, and that's what I was elaborating on. And these were the points in combat that, I mean, you know, I made this point, but, like, oh, where is it? Yeah. There's another guy that's also studying the meta of D&D, of this combat simulator, alright? If you don't agree with me, I recommend you go check out Live to Tell the Tale. This is by Keith Amon. Alright? You can go pick this up at Barnes & Noble. I've talked with Keith Amon before over on Twitter. The guy has a really, really firm grasp on combat overall in D&D. His book, The Monsters Know What They're Doing, is a great sort of philosophy in running monsters in D&D 5e if you would like to improve your skills as a DM, and that further emphasizes the fact of we do have these zones in combat. Like, this is a thing that exists. Okay, so how do I justify the existence of the midline for design purposes? It seems to have no benefits over the backline. You stay in the midline so that you have access to your friends that are in the front line, or to the enemy that's in the front line, and you want the safety of being here in the midline and out of the front line's reach. Or you want to be able to reach your buddies that are in the back line, but also be able to pop up here if your buddies that are in the front line need you. This is usually a healer thing. This is why you want to know the fact that the midline exists for a very specific reason. It's because we know for sure... Oh, where did this go? Healers in D&D are most likely going to be midliners because of this spell right here. This is the basic, like, meta-defining healing spell for D&D 5e, and it requires a range of touch. So you have to be able to get up and touch the person that you need to heal. This means, most often, you need to be in this area in combat. If you have a buddy that's up here engaged with the enemy that takes damage that you need to heal, bam, I'm going to pop up into here and then help that out, right? If you have someone in the back that takes damage, you want to get back to them, heal them, and then come back up here to make sure that you're playing this constant game of I'm going back and forth and back and forth. The optimization community doesn't really see eye to eye with most design gurus, and the popular perception, I find their arguments more convincing. Okay. Like, I mean, I don't know how to put, what? No, okay, but you said, okay, you said midline. Yeah, I made it up. A ton of people would disagree with the viability of cure wounds. Okay. I don't know. I guess I just don't care to have that discussion with them. Like, okay. I'm getting frustrated because you made the statement, the existence of midline for design purposes. And now you said you were talking in reference to strikers. Okay, so Monk would do this. Monk is a midline striker and controller, okay? So their main core of their playstyle is to be able to pop in, do the thing, pop out. Are they good at it? I'm not saying that they're very good at it, but that's what they are intrinsically designed to do. I'm not making this from a standpoint of optimization, and if you're only going to accept that the build needs to be optimal in doing so for it to be valid, then that is not a stance that I will respect. What I'm saying is that this is a thing that is viable and that these things are designed to do. It is losing any purpose it started out as having. This is a like, I'm trying to clarify this point to make sure that, like, it seems like it's educational. I want to make sure that the people that come to my channel that are trying to, like, understand how to design for the game, because they get a lot out of designing for the game, I want to make sure that, those people are getting the material they want. But if optimizers are, like, if people are trying to come and start some beef between me and optimizers, then I'm not here for that. Like, that's not going to happen. Also, if you're trying to make the argument that because a thing isn't optimal, then it's not valid or, like, viable, then, like, that's also an opinion I just don't respect, because, like, I'm designing for fun, and, like, not everybody requires optimization to have fun in the game. So, okay. So it sounds like, from what I can tell, Silas will at least concede the fact that a midline would exist for the purposes of a support, so therein a midline exists. Silas is just referring to their own desired method of play, and it seems like they're missing the whole point of the teaching. Like, I guess? Like, I designed a midline support with the dancer, right? And I knew that I had to give them a disengagement tool. Or I had to give them some form of, like, unarmored defense so that they could get up into the front line and pop out if they needed to. That's why whenever you perform a flare, you're allowed to... There we go. You're allowed to use that movement as a part of performing the flare, and while you're performing the flare, attacks have disadvantage against you. So that means opportunity attacks have disadvantage against you. And the fun thing with that is that if you're performing a flare and someone misses you with an attack roll, you can follow that up with another reaction flare, and, like, you know, so it builds into this whole idea. So midline exists. How about, okay. How about this phrasing? I think there are a few existing reasons in 5e for a midline. A midline playstyle could exist, but you don't think it does? Similarly to how, when last video, when you were talking about tanking and holding aggro, you didn't use existing 5e classes as an example. You used the Warden, who does justify that role. I did use existing 5e classes as an example. I called out Compelled Duel, and I called out Ancestral Guardian. They do hold aggro. They do hold aggro. Like, again, I'm like, it is a fit. Okay. I showed this off. I know that in the video. This is hard drawing aggro. The thing is, here's the thing that's not great, alright? This is not a super fantastic hard peel, like what I think some people might be expecting, but this is about as hard as it gets for 5e. Peeling and holding aggro, right? I think that they are very similar things. The Warden is just, okay, yes, Blastic Pox got it right. I referred to a piece of homebrew that I think does the thing very, very well. I conceded that those are really soft aggro holders, not incredible at that role. Right. Like, I'm right. Like, this is usually about as hard as we really get for aggro, other than, like, spells that are saying that creature can only, like Gayish, right? Gayish is saying that, like, this creature is going to hard combat someone else, or hard whatever. It won't follow any suicidal commands or something like that, right? Compelled Duel. This is a spell that Phil and I were like, this could be so cool only if, and we designed our own spell to try and make this thing function the way that we wanted this to function, right? This is something that could be really cool at drawing that hard kind of taunt aggro, and it just quite doesn't, right? There could be another way of possibly drawing a bit harder aggro, but I think that would have to be turned into, like, or that would have to be tied into something like the charm condition or something else, just because of the way that, like, 5e narrative works. Gaish, yes, it's Gaelic. Anyways, okay, I don't know. This is totally gotten away from whatever. Look, your first argument that a midline doesn't exist, it does. So I don't know how else more to refute that. Like we've been designing around this. People were asking what I think whenever I'm designing. That's what I go for. And then if the argument just goes to, well, I just prefer to side with optimizers, I'm pretty sure Treant Monk even said midline in the past, so like yeah, disadvantage on attacks. And honestly, if you look at so like I just referred to Keith the Mons, the monsters know what they're doing. If you decide as a DM that that's how you want to run your monsters in your games, like you want to take his little AI from that book and kind of plug it into your like DM style, then that actually becomes a really scary, almost hard taunt. The title did say 100% or 100 times focus. Yes, it did. And this Silas broke it. You feel like I've just said midline exists because midline exists. I've given supporting examples for it. I've given features in the game that are built around a midline playstyle. I've tried to support my argument, and I feel like I could even... You know what? Hang on. Pack Tactics, Treant Monk, you guys up right now? Can I hit you up on Discord? Let me talk to an optimizer. Who's around right now? I mean, I don't want to bring on a designer because this person doesn't want to agree with the designer. Or they don't think that design gurus or whatever are going to be helpful here. Yeah, Thoma, I saw I got a spam bot in chat. Midline. Midline is the orange area right here. Yeah, it does say 100 times focus. Gotcha. Man, Treant Monk, you up right now? I just hit up Chris over on, I just hit up Treant Monk over on Twitter. We'll see if he's able to get on. Trekeros is on, but this person has been saying that they don't, you'll defer to Pack Tactics if I, oh, Pack, hey, you bagpiping motherfucker, get on my stream. Are you awake right now, Pack? He's... I think he's taking a hiatus from streaming because of exams. Or not from online stuff because of exams. I'll hit him up. I would be happy to have Pack on. I'd be happy to have Pack on here. Okay. If you're trying to say that this midline doesn't exist, there are literally character playstyles that are built around this being a thing. For you staying within about this range, and doing this thing. Like, like, I don't know. I'm reaching out to the people that I know that are optimizers that I've had conversations with, and I'll see, but like this seems like a pretty just well understood and agreed upon thing. You're trying to say that like you're trying to say that this. I don't really understand why this became a kind of sticking point on this, because yeah, full movement is enough to reach a target, the space where full casters in long range, yeah, generally want to avoid. Yes, correct. Like this, the stream gets inappropriate. My streams are always inappropriate, all right? Boob. Boob. We've talked about battle boob. Boob. So this is settled until the Kobold shows up? I don't know. I don't know if Pack Tactics is going to be able to get on or not. Last I talked to Pack, he had exams that he was going to have to focus on for the rest of the month. So I don't know if Tria Monk wants to come on. I'd be more than happy. Oh wait, what about Colby? Hey, Seabab, what are you doing? Zip? Would Zip be able to get on? Oh my god. Hey, Pack. Alright, I got Pack Tactics to respond. They're saying... Yeah, he's saying midline isn't a thing. Reach out to tabletop builds. I've got other shit I want to do with my stream, but like I kind of want to resolve this because it's just gotten to that point. Yeah, the topic is just whether or not the midline exists. Like frontliner, midliner, and backliner, these are all positions in like classic war games that have always existed. Would you be able to come on? He said, in general, in my vocabulary, you are either a frontline or a backliner in D&D. Would you be willing to come on to talk about that? Well, backline to me wants to stay out of the enemy's potential reach. Boom. Yeah, I'm not sure I understand. Wouldn't opportunity attacks as a mechanic inherently create a midline that isn't risk-free, but costs resources to navigate from the front line? I think that's correct. The name of the book with the monster strategy is called The Monsters Know What They're Doing. It's by Keith Amon. And like I said, Keith Amon has argued about as much. And let me see here. If Pack is willing to come on, because Pack is typing, I don't know if he can get on voice chat right now. But I'm like, this is okay. Playing your position. Wizard specialty in spellcasting. Stay in the distance. Get behind cover. Sorcerers, stay in the distance. Get behind cover. So far, combat primaries. Frontline fighters and their combos for rogues are potentially doing their job. You are a skirmisher moving in and out from the midline in order to, like, okay, Keith Amon's book supports this. You can come on in a few minutes. No, I only need you for like 2 minutes, Pack. Oh my god. Yes, the Runekeeper has its own magic system. If it's going to imitate anything, it's going to be close to like a half caster in terms of the general power scaling, because it's going to function a bit more like a Gish. I say a bit more. It's going to function a lot much more. Yes. Pack, am I going to be able to get you on? Let me see here. Sorry guys, just 1 second. Is this guy still staying in chat? Reach out to Tabletop Builds. Nah man, I got Pack Tactics. I got the one that you wanted me to get a hold of. Hey, what's going on? Oh, hang on 1 sec. Sorry, let me turn you up a little bit more. Okay, I know I can barely hear you. Can you try again? I can barely hear you. I'm trying to see if... Oh, that might explain it. Hang on, you're not coming through my desktop audio. User volume. There we go. Okay, now... I think person to person, right? Yeah. Let me see here. Okay, can you try now? Maybe try now?
Uh-oh.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Hey, how you doing, Pac?
Good. I mean, busy weekend, busy week.
Yeah. How's you're still catching up with exams and stuff, right?
Yeah, it's really like here and there. Just it's so much, and it's all up in the air. Like what I'm supposed to study, it's difficult.
Right.
And it's also in a foreign language I barely understand.
Oh my God. What are you studying?
I'm becoming a basic electrician.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I already failed the exam one time, which was in December. And now I'm taking it again in February. So, but anyways, I hope you've had a good week and played D&D yourself.
Well, I actually just got over COVID. That's why I haven't.
Oh,
Yeah. I was good. I didn't get hit incredibly hard, but it definitely took me out for 3 days, and I wasn't able to go teach. So, I got 2 days off work. I basically slept through 2 days of work, and now I'm just on here for the weekend and trying to do a bit more Runekeeper design. But I had someone come into my chat that brought up, they questioned basically the way that I think about, like whenever I'm designing a class, I'm thinking about like your general play style, and your play style for me is defined by three things: your zone, your role in combat, and then there's like your dynamic, which is like how you role play and stuff. And I try to design options that define these three things. And whenever I'm talking
like,
about, sorry,
so like the pillars.
yeah, kind of. I mean, it plays into that idea, right? The combat, interaction, and exploration.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, in combat, your zone, I define it as either you're going to be a midliner, or sorry, a frontliner, a midliner, or a backliner. If you're a frontliner, usually you've got a bigger hit die, or you get heavy armor, or at least medium armor and like a D10 hit die, or light armor and a D12 hit die, so that you're going to stay right up on the enemy, hitting them with melee weapon attacks, etc., etc. A midliner is going to do like the rogue or monk thing, where they're trying to stay away from the enemy, but like up in the mobility to be able to go in, maybe hit them and pop out with like disengage as a bonus action, or do the cleric thing of I want to use cure wounds and be able to get up and like heal my allies, or get into the back line and heal allies. I don't really have a reason to be in the front line, right? My tanks need to be doing that thing right up there. Or
Yes.
there.
So,
One last one, and then or you're a backliner, which is you want to stay completely out of the enemy's movement or potential reach, which is like 30 plus feet away from the enemy. So that's my thesis right there.
So, that's a very standard look at, like, because I applied that to like World of Warcraft kind of thing.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. So, and I just told you, like, that's the midliner, for example, it's technically not in my definition.
Sure.
Because there's a conflict of ideas where, this game we're playing, Dungeons and Dragons, is not it's not World of Warcraft. It's not a MOBA or anything like that.
Right.
So, really, anything can be a frontliner. Anything can be a backliner. Now, I get what you mean with midliner, with like a skirmisher class, right?
Right.
Which is a monk and rogue and stuff like that. But technically, like a tank roll, like there's no real aggro mechanic in the game currently.
Right.
I mean, there is here and there, but I mean, they're not good enough.
not that draws it as hard as it does in a lot of video games, but as hard as we get it in like Ancestral Guardian, right? Or like Compelled Duel for Paladin. I'm not saying that they're great, but they exist, right?
They exist, yeah.
And that was like kind of my argument. And you know, that at least in chat, the thing I was seeing was this guy was saying midline isn't a thing. And I'm like, it is a thing. And then the reason why I made the call over to you was because they were like, oh, well, then I'll defer over to Pack Tactics if you can get him on. So I'm like, okay, sure.
I kind of agree with them because you're either in the front or you're in the back.
Well,
so it doesn't really matter too much in the middle.
You're saying it doesn't matter, but you agree that there's a skirmisher role.
Yeah, but I would say the skirmisher role is also in the back.
But back is in
like for example, I'll give you an example.
Okay.
Like, let's say the whole party has horses, right? Or donkeys, and they're riding them around. There's nobody in the front lines. There's no one in the mid lines. Everybody's in the back line. They're all shooting bows, and then they're fighting like Mongolians.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's a game mechanic, and you don't see that in World of Warcraft. You don't see that in MOBAs or anything like that. That's just a standard playstyle in D&D. That's actually happening. People actually play like that.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about the way in which most character options are designed. Like, I mean, sure, you can say that, like, yeah, mounted combat is where, but for most character options with, Barbarian doing rage, getting up into the front and doing the rage thing, like, for most combat, we're understanding it as there's a grid, and some people are trying to get close to the enemy, some people are trying to stay away from it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I think that the people that want to stay in what is the midline are the people who get things like disengage as a bonus action, because that to me tells me you want to go up and hit the thing and then get away from it because you want to retreat to safety. So you're usually going to use about half your movement to get up to the thing and then half your movement to get away from it.
Yeah.
So,
but so how do I describe this? Like we would really need to jump on Roll20 to actually like analyze this. So like you have the forward, right? Like imagine a dungeon and you enter a room and there's a doorway.
Right.
Let's say a double doorway.
I'm actually in Photoshop right now. I can do a little illustration. Okay, so
let me mute your video.
Okay.
We might disagree, by the way.
Yeah, and I mean that's fine. Like, I'm fine with disagreeing. It was like, my core philosophy is like, this is a thing that I design around, and this is, come on.
Yeah, I absolutely get that, right? I mean, it's healthy to mingle with minds,
Yeah. And I'm not the kind of person that, like, I'm not going to get mad at someone for disagreeing or anything like that, because I don't think that that's productive. I
usually do.
Well,
but
like, okay, so if we're talking about this, right? Let's say, okay, here's a doorway. Let me make my character. Just give me a red dot, sure. Boop, cool. Okay.
Yeah, so we got 2 rooms here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the party, I don't know where the party comes from, the south or whatever,
Sure. Yeah.
right? And inside there are bandits, right? Let's say there's 4 bandits in there or something. This is a level 1 party or 2 party. I don't know.
Okay.
So you have the frontliner.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't really matter what class he is, especially in this scenario, because he has a doorway, right?
Well, I mean,
So
yeah,
as
that's
soon
he's
as-
got cover, so yeah.
Yeah, and not only that, you know, the people in the back behind that, because the guy opening the door can be a wizard, right?
Right.
And the guys in the back, you know, they're automatically now considered a backline.
Well, no, they're in those positions. I'm not saying that. What I mean is, their class features are trying to tell them that you should be in a certain position in combat. Not a matter of this is where you are in combat, so therein you are a backliner. Like more.
Well, I mean, I find that such a. So, I mean, people complain to me who think I'm very video gamey. And I honestly think this is very video gamey.
And that's
like,
fine. I mean, it is a game after all. I don't
Yeah,
really have
yeah,
a problem with people saying that it sounds video gamey.
Yeah. But bear with me, right?
Mhm.
You're put in a very good scenario where you have the advantage at that doorway, right?
Mm-hmm.
So all you have to do as a frontliner is protect that doorway by dodging or, you know, standing your ground or whatever. Do whatever it takes. While your front backliners, whoever they are, they can be a rogue, they can be a monk, they can be anything, right? Just
Mhm.
throw things or throw spells, shoot bows, anything really. So then they're all considered backline. And that's usually how a dungeon crawl is built. It's like things are happening forward rather than all around.
Right.
At an open space where you're completely surrounded, there might be a backline. But rarely in our vocabulary is that a conversation, really. That's how I see it. It's either you're in the front line or you're in the back line.
Like, I mean, for me, the way that I'm looking at it is whenever I'm designing a class or I'm designing a feature, I'm thinking that you have a position in combat where you are more comfortable, or where your features are trying to tell you that you want to be. And, like, that your position in combat can change, or it can be that you are out of position, right? Like, should the evocation wizard be standing up there hugging a grizzly bear at level 1? Probably not, right? Because their class features don't really communicate to them that they should be doing that, right? Like their their hit points. I mean, they can take mage armor, maybe that could help them out, sure, but like, is it really the point for the wizard to usually try and get up there? Usually not, right?
No, I would argue there's zero reason.
Right.
Zero.
So that's what I mean, right? The class features are trying to communicate that there is an area which you are more comfortable being in. By default, like, unless your class gives you some reason to get up into the front, you really shouldn't be up there in the front. So there are class features that allow you to pop into the front and get out, right?
Yeah.
That's what I mean by the midline thing. Is like,
yeah, I absolutely understand what you mean.
Okay.
But I don't know. I would just call it a backline anyways.
yeah,
There's no reason to make more, you know, like roles. Like this is really simple. That's how I view it. It's either frontline or backline. There's no such thing as a tank really, because we don't have proper aggro mechanics. And what else is a famous World of Warcraft or MOBA language we use in D&D for some reason? We have quite a lot of them.
I've seen people say DPR instead of DPS because...
Oh, yeah.
Or carry.
So DPS, damage per second. I mean, I get that there's usually people going into D&D and they haven't properly adapted to the language.
Right.
So it takes them a while to get to the word DPR, which is damage per round. Which is a real thing, you know?
Yeah.
Like swinging your sword.
Right.
There's a few others. I just can't think of them on top of my head.
The really like gamified language that people adapt to, and like I'm also like not really of the belief of like we can't talk about this game like it's a game. You know, I know that there's people that like try to defend it like it's a sacred art form that like we should only be talking about D&D with its own terms, or role-playing games with their own terms, because to talk about them like they're a game means that we're gamifying it. And I
mean, there's nothing wrong with gamifying it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, I don't think we should encourage language like that, because, you know, these are vastly different games with vastly different mechanics.
Well, right, but we still understand games as games. You know, like, games have mechanics. Mechanics can be understood. Like, you know, I mean, there's game designers that are working on D&D that were also working in the industry on, like, you know, one of the guys that's working, I think Tamor worked at Nintendo. You know, I mean, I don't have a problem with, like, talking about this game. And sorry, I forget, I'm keeping you on way longer than we said.
I think we got our points across.
Yeah, but anyways, I get, this is my, like, kind of thought, you know, like, there's really no reason for you to be adjacent to an enemy, and that's what I think the front line is. The mid line is, like, you want to get in and hit the enemy in melee, but you don't want to stay there, so you can pop in, pop out, or you want to access his buddies and then pop out, or you want to be in the back line, which is, I have no reason to be adjacent to an enemy. But yeah, that's kind of my thought on that.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, but I am just so you understand my standpoints. Right now in the game, like with the current classes and stuff like that, like I'm not. How do I phrase this very nicely? I would have to ponder on that for a while. Never mind.
Okay. It sounded like a hot take was coming in for a second, but
yeah, and I mean, it's really easy to, like, you know, make a lot of people angry and the whole community catch on fire.
Like, people get really passionate. And
oh yeah, people, you know, people love this game, and I love this game too. You know,
I'm fine with people being passionate. It's like it's the treatment of it like it's a sacred, like it's this sacred thing that can't be questioned is what bothers me, because like I don't care if we call it a game. I really care if people start to worship D&D. That gets to be pretty troublesome in my mind.
I mean, I basically worship D&D. Every day I talk about D&D. D&D's around my room right now.
I got D&D around my room, but like I try to make sure that, you know, I watch how much I engage with the hobby, because like
but let me just put my two piece.
Yeah, go for it.
Basically, I wish there was more encouragement to go into melee in itself. Like there would be a benefit, but due to the creatures, I wouldn't say it's. Maybe it is the class's fault as well, but I would say that mostly the creatures. You know, like 60. We know that more than 65%. No, it's around 65% of creatures in all of the books combined just walk forward and attack, and that is a big flaw in the game. And also there's monsters where, well, if you hit them in melee, you know, with a melee sword or something, you take auto damage. Then there's
Right.
the parry thing, right? And when you look at mechanics like that, from an analytics point of view, you start to realize, like, is there really a reason to go into melee? What is the benefit to go into melee? I don't see it. But with an aggro mechanic, there would be an actual argument. But aggro is not really a thing. There's just these small specific things, and they're not good enough.
Yeah, I do wonder what the hard taunt would have to be for people to be like, yeah, no, now we have aggro, right? And whether or not that needs its whole own system.
I was listening to Critical Role a while ago.
Mm-hmm.
Because what's his name? Dungeon Coach?
Yeah.
He was talking about the barbarian in that group being broken or something like that.
The current?
Yeah, the season 3. And they had a barbarian where when he rages, everything gets pulled to him at a 15 feet radius.
You do like a gravity barbarian.
Yeah, and I thought, oh, that's actually kind of a good aggro mechanic.
That's a very good thing for a barbarian to get.
Yeah, and I thought, oh, that should definitely be in the game. And I would say they should also be stuck there. But I'm not sure if they get stuck there. You know, it's just fans writing like what they see on the show. But it looks like it was 15 feet radius, so that was super cool.
That's very good. Where is that? Is it on? Wow, is it available somewhere? I want to see this subclass.
No, it's not available anywhere. It's just on the show, and people are just guessing what the features are really doing. And Dungeon Coach was like, "Oh, this is broken."
Okay. Huh. I'll look into that because I had no idea. But okay, I will.
I would love aggro mechanics for marshals, and I would love like a swipe, you know, like an AoE swipe. That's the only things I can think on top of my mind what I want. But like right now, and I don't know how to fix something like that because I'm not a game designer or, you know, anything like that. I'm just a guy who plays the game. Like currently in the game, there's no encouragement to go into melee. The only thing I can think of is just dodging in front of a doorway or casting Blade Ward in front of the doorway. Like small things like that. Other than that, like it's preferred everybody is in the back line.
You think?
Yeah, that's how I view the game right now.
Man.
But anyways, I have to get going.
Okay, yeah. I'll let you go. I'm gonna take a look at this and see if I can't hunt this down. But anyways, thanks for coming on. I appreciate you. Good luck with the exams and everything.
Yeah, I need it. I'm not very good at with this trade apparently.
Well, if it was anything other than a foreign language, I'd love to help you out. But
oh, you could do electric stuff?
Oh, I mean, like if it was something I could tutor you in.
Yeah.
Actually, wait, electric stuff. Who is there? Someone in my server who maybe Daryl? I don't know. Reach out. See,
Norway has some funny rules, but you
yeah.
know. America also has some funny rules when it comes to that electric stuff.
Yeah.
But anyways, I gotta go.
All right,
Bye-bye.
Pac. We'll see you.
Bye bye.
Okay. So, we still have a... It seemed like we were getting to a point where we were kind of misunderstanding what the other was talking about. And it seemed like he was talking about where you're standing in combat, and that meaning that you are now a frontliner or a backliner rather than your class features doing the thing that tells you should be in the front line, the midline, or the back line. Which I feel like we got to a point in the conversation where I think he and I both recognized that we were like, oh, wait, we disagree on the fundamental understanding of like what we're even trying to have the discussion about here. And we both were like, I think you could tell whenever I drew that room, we were both like, oh, crap. So, I also need to blow my nose. Hang on one sec. I'll put music back on. So let's stop trying to imply malicious intent here. I'm not doing that. Okay? I'm not condescending him. And you're trying to insinuate that you're trying to take the worst out of everything I'm trying to say. And I'm about to ban your ass, alright? No. Pack Tactics and I, alright, we're on good friendly terms, okay? I think that what we had was a misunderstanding. And it got pretty clear to basically everyone in chat except for you. I saw Vigilant Games was calling it out earlier, where it seems like, wow, we seem to have a big misunderstanding as to what the two of you all mean, alright? I'm about to ban your ass because you were being extremely confrontational. I don't mind disagreeing with people at all. At all, at all. But yes, this is getting extremely non-constructive, and you are trying to make me sound like an absolute asshole, and I'm not going to put up with that, man. Yeah. Like, everybody in chat is calling you super arrogant and antagonistic, and I don't have to put up with that, man. Like, I don't really get why you would show up to somebody's stream and just start trying to fuck with them. Because, like, I've tried explaining my point. We can disagree on this point. I can explain my point further, but whenever you can't even explain your own damn point, whenever I go so far as to bring another person over here to have a discussion about it, and it's pretty clear that we both don't really understand what was happening with the other's, like, point. He's got other shit he has to do today. Alright? Like... man, whenever I'm talking for a while, oh man, my backed up. Hey Tahu, how you doing? Is going the Silvery Barb's way? Like, look, it's fine for people to disagree. I have no problem with disagreeing with people, but it's whenever people try to, like, imply that I'm being malicious like that, just because we disagree, that's whenever I'm like, no, get fucked. Now you're trying to be an asshole to me, alright? I don't have to deal with that. Yeah, sorry, but that, like, Hey, Vigilant, thanks for being around, man. So, and I got completely off track. Okay, we were on the Runekeeper. I'm gonna try to move on from that. Okay. So what needs to be done right now with the Runekeeper? I'm trying to figure out how many runes need to be designed for each of the different languages in order to like get this thing out the door, you know. Which is weird to me because people seem to be pretty happy with like the Rune Knight only getting 7 runes. Which, like, are people really happy with that? C-Beb, I can't really get on topic because I got other stuff I gotta get on. You win a superhero game and one of your players is a super druid, just accepted the role of Gaia, and now I'm trying to give her a villain. Put the pollutant, right? Silas, okay. You asked me a question about a video I put front and center on my homepage. You disagreed, so you wanted to vet your opinion with a trusted person. After he disagreed with me as well, he disagreed with... Okay, it became pretty clear. Silas, it became pretty clear. I'm not trying to throw him under the bus. I'm trying to explain that we had a misunderstanding about what the other meant. And it's recorded right here on my YouTube stream. It's recorded here. Anybody can reverse it and back it up, alright? I'm not trying to throw Pack Tactics under the bus. To anybody that was listening to that, it became pretty clear that he was arguing from where you are standing in combat, making you a frontliner or a backliner, compared to me saying your class features, determining whether you are comfortable in the front line or the back line, okay? That's what I said. We had a fundamental misunderstanding of that. You trying to insinuate that I am trying to take him out, or trying to reinterpret it or whatever as something what the fuck ever? Like, oh. He had to leave. He had to leave. And that they misunderstood me after they is a terrible look. Dude, I don't, like, what was I supposed to say? Oh, well, I don't think we agreed on what this meant. I don't, whatever. I think that, whatever, could I phrase it in a different way to have pleased you better? Maybe, I don't know. Like, I don't really fucking care at this point, honestly. Like, I don't really care. It's pretty clear that you are trying to make me out to be like some kind of a malicious person here. This is the 3rd or 4th time now I've seen you try to insinuate that, like... is there any point to this argument? I've got to move on. Alright, I have shit to do today. Let me do... That's the thing, alright? I think most people that were in the chat were able... I wasn't even calling it out It was other people, all right? Yes, I'm going to say this right now. I put Silas on timeout, all right? I don't know, because I'm still figuring out YouTube commands, all right? Silas, you're on timeout, all right? So, yeah, I'm going to chill. I'm drinking coffee, all right? I'm going to chill. I didn't say... first off, let me just say this. I saw that there were people that were in the chat that were already saying there is a fundamental misunderstanding between what me and Cobalt Tactics, Pack Tactics were talking about, all right? Where was it? I'm just trying to... Ashton's Class. Okay, so it was pretty close to here. Yes, Vigilant Games saw what I was talking about. Okay, Felipe Costa. Yes, Vigilant Games said there is a real... I'm even going to pull it over here so you guys can see. Boom. There is a real disconnect going on here, all right? I know I don't have to prove anything to a lot of you guys that have been viewers here, okay? There was a disconnect that was going on, all right? So, it became pretty clear, and I've explained the reason why we had the disagreement on that, all right? Why it seemed that we were miscommunicating. Pack Tactics had other crap that he had to do today, all right? We had talked about his exams and all that other stuff, so he had to peace out. I explained the reason why we had the disconnect, okay? And then Silas starts calling me malicious or what the hell ever because I was explaining the miscommunication, all right? I have been mistreated by the TTRPG community in the past, calling me all kinds of bullshit because I had a disagreement with somebody, all right? I am not about to deal with anybody. Like, I am 100% fine with people calling me out whenever I do something, like, wrong or whatever, right? But whenever it's real clear, whenever it's real goddamn clear that someone is just, I don't know, being a bitchy bully like that, yeah, no, dude, I don't put up with that shit. I don't care what was going on. You can go and flame me over on Twitter, do whatever the hell you want to do now. I'm not going to allow that crap in my comment section, okay? I'm not going to allow you to try and insinuate that I was being malicious to Pack Tactics, because I'm already sick of people trying to stir up drama between my community and the Optimizer community, all right? I appreciate you guys, okay? I have a really good, positive relationship between Chris Hanalka and Pack Tactics, okay? I don't have any beef with anybody in the Optimizer community, and I'm real sick and tired of people that are in the Optimizer community coming over here and trying to start shit with me, okay? So I'm not the punching bag for the fucking Optimizer community, all right? So I try to do stuff that's productive here. People that want to get into homebrewing, who like my work, or like the work of Ross Leiser, Benjamin Huffman, Heavy Arms, some of the people I try to feature here on the channel, right? I try to teach people how to do game design here, all right? So, if that's a fucking problem, and you don't like what I'm doing for whatever reason, go bitch somewhere else, all right? Don't bring that shit onto my channel. I have so many other things I could be doing other than entertaining a real stupid discussion about someone questioning why, like, someone trying to start shit because they don't agree with the way that I look at the game. You don't have to agree with the way I look at the game, okay? I even said as much. Like, to imply that I'm being... that's whatever. But to imply that I'm being malicious to somebody else in the community? I'm not here for that, man. I am not here for that. That shit'll get you banned. If I do some bad shit, Someone please call me out for that, all right? Someone please let me know whenever I do something that seems malicious like that, okay? But what that person was doing was basically fucking cry-bullying, all right? That shit's not acceptable. That is manipulation, all right? And I'm not going to deal with that. So anyways, I'm going to take Spencer's advice, all right? I know that Amanda's alarm just went off, so she's up now. I'm going to make sure that she doesn't accidentally walk in here topless while I'm live streaming, and I'm going to go get some coffee. I'm going to let my dogs out. I'm going to chill out for like 5 to 10 minutes, and I'm going to be back. We're going to have a really nice, fucking productive stream. Anyways. Yeah. No, I got you. And I appreciate you guys. I want to let you know, I appreciate you all. A lot of my community has been extremely supportive. Very, very cool. And yeah, C-Bev, I know Benjamin told me a few months back. I should make a silence room because of what just happened. A lot of my community has been extremely supportive. And like, yeah, I'm definitely getting coffee and all that stuff. It's been basically 3 hours anyways. So, yes, I'm going to get coffee, probably order breakfast. I'm going to see Amanda for a second, and then I'll be back. I'm not leaving stream, like, I'm not going to turn stream off, but I'm going to take a break for a second. So I'll be back in like 10 minutes. Mads, you have no idea how happy I am to see you in chat after the bullshit I just went through. Hey, everyone. Turn that down. Oh, man. So I'm chilling out. So we will move on. So thank you guys for sticking with me through all that. Sigma grind set sick. Just big derailment happened. Basically, like, so dogs are great. They're passed out. They don't want to go out in the cold right now. Amanda, all of them are just curled up in bed right now. So, so what just happened was, basically, I don't mind a disagreement that happens, but it's whenever people try to attack my character that I start to take it personally, and that became pretty hard for me to, like, get away from that. So that's my bad for not recognizing that that person was clearly just trying to insult my character for whatever reason, and not just banning them, right? So sorry for letting that get heated in chat, and even letting that escalate to the point of what it did. That was pretty uncool of me, but I'm sure not many of you guys are going to blame me for letting that, get to where it did, but I don't like the fact that it got where it did. Thank you guys for recognizing also that, hey, Pack Tactics and I just aren't communicating clearly in that, and then saying that in chat, because that also supports my point that I was making to Silas, and see, whatever the fuck your name was. Anyways, so yeah, I appreciate you all. So, thank you very much. Anyways, where you can share art. You can share art in the, Mads, it means so much that you're here now, because, goddamn, everybody was saying that some of your shit in the last, live stream was so funny. It was. If you want to put it and look at my junk, or self-promotions, if you are, self-promos, if you're selling it, the only thing I ask is no, not safe for work stuff put over there. Yeah, not safe for, yeah. Keep it clean, not because we're prudish, but because I just don't need that stuff in my, yeah, I don't know, you go find your jollies elsewhere. What else? Before we get back in on the Runekeeper, what's some good stuff? Let me refresh my brain here, right? Let me help get that knocked out. Good stuff that happened, right? I got, okay, cool new deck of cards, Orbits, right? These are, I love this company, all right? They make some of the coolest playing cards out there. I wish, can I do cool card tricks? These, number one, they smell amazing. There's something so like about like a new deck of cards. But these Orbits, like, the really cool thing about them, I don't know if I can show you on stream, because they might not. I don't know if I can. Oh, come on. Are they gonna? Oh, you can see the meteors. They kind of orbit around the black hole in the center. Yeah. So these are pretty sick. I've been trying to figure out cool ways to make the cool little tricks to do to make the meteors actually spin around, but I haven't been able to really figure much of anything out. Animate the standing stones into earth elementals. That could very easily be a thing. I did a thing where it was like it one of your jollies are evocative homebrew. It might be, but that also for some reason rubs up against Moon Druid in a way. Yeah, I love those. I love those Orbits. Orbit actually did a kind of vaporwave look in another pack, which, I mean, it's pretty consistent, right? Their look is like, we're going to do the O and then have the spin around it. But, I mean, come on, they just look good. For some reason, Orbits smell really good. But they just feel great to actually play with, yeah. Other good stuff, right? I get to go back and teach this week. Trying to refresh my mind. I just announced all the Elden Ring stuff. So, I'm going to be live streaming Elden Ring after we get done with the Runekeeper. What's some other good stuff that's gone on? I think what we can do today... Oh, what's my elevator pitch for the Runekeeper? Oh, hello. My elevator pitch for the Runekeeper. It is a... This is expanding out what the Rune Knight wanted to do into an entire masterclass. Expanding the entire magic system of what rune magic is into basically what I think it should be for 5e, rather than the simple subclass option that we saw in Tasha's. It has multiple different subclasses in here, 4 alternate subclasses, 3 new subclasses for base classes, and an alternate Rune Knight that actually works with this system, as compared to the Rune Knight that's in Tasha's, because the one that's over there, the whole prep system is basically stronger than any other prep of any character option. Have I will Draconic. I'm actually looking at throwing some more runes in here today. I need to take a look over at Complete Armorer's Handbook, because heavy... I need to implement some more of those over into here. I really need to come up with some more invoked effects for some of the passives. Like, the passive effects are the things that really appeal to me, but the invoked effects are the things that people are going to be looking at for, like, what's the big power, right? There's been some really fun implementation of what the invoked effects do, and I'm looking forward to building on that and seeing what the community wants to do with them. There was a question: is there a single regen feature on any barbarian as into like regenerate hit points? I don't think officially, no. So okay. Yeah, and the spell slot regen thing for Wild Magic Barb, I'm like, oh god, make it a D4, please. I think, like, you could be able to say that maybe a, like... The first hit is free. Maybe, like, some kind of a troll blood. I don't know, like, you regenerate... Like, what's the thematic there? Like... Would it just be, like... Could you say the troll... Something barbarian? Trolls seem to be the default. Hey, Phil, what's going on, man? Trolls seem to be, like, the default for regen mechanics, like, right? If we want to go with that thematic. Which, like, I wonder if there's another way to go with that, you know? My one hang up right now is... My one big hang up right now with creating more of these runes is, like, on as far as, like, armor and warding goes, armor to me was, like, the armor runes all need to have... Let me show you guys real quick. The armor runes, if it carries the armor tag, it's always going to have this additional runes effect. This rune provides additional benefits if you have additional inscribed runes from this rune's language or that share its translations. It grants a +1 bonus to AC with 3 of these runes, increasing to a +2 bonus with 5, and a +3 bonus with 7. My problem now, this one does require attunement, but this would mean that this would stack with others, which, like, if you had, like, 7 different objects that you inscribed with shield runes that all now get a +3, I guess the earliest that you could do that is... It's probably going to be too early for me to be comfortable with it. Like 11th level, right? And I don't really like the fact that you can... Well, I guess if it's other runes, it's 13th level. And I'm still not super happy with that. I think that's still a little bit early for you to just be able to create just bam, 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 right? +3 on all of these. I think that the scaling needs to get reeled back even further. And it's weird that the narrative is like, if I just inscribe nothing but this one particular rune, then I can make 10 +3 shields. I'm kind of worried about what that means for it, right? Hopefully you guys understand that, you know, like the idea that if I only dedicate myself to this one rune, then I can make that, you know. But practically, what does that mean for a party? You're missing out on a bunch of +3 weapons or other things, right? Your armor class might be insane, which, like, I think that tends to be a bigger problematic, you know? Yeah, it is a huge spike if everything gets the bonus. It is massive, but practically, what does it help? Like, everybody in the party gets a +3. Yeah, is kept to tier 4, exactly. I think that that's the kind of thing that I need to say, like, it would only grant the +3. Like, my thinking is, it can't stack with the same rune. You can't just say that same armor. Equip undead minions. God. It can't just be, they have to be different armor, or they have to be different runes, right? Once you say that, it's pretty okay. I think if it was a +3 bonus with 9, it gives us a flat... It gives us a more smooth gradient. But I've even heard people say they're kind of reluctant to even give you a +3 at any point tied into a character option. Except, you can already do that. Wait, what did... Okay, hang on. I'm just going to defer to Benjamin because... Hang on one sec. Benjamin was building some architecture around something like this. Is that right? Oh, wait. Why does that open up over there? Get over here. Okay. Benjamin Hoffman. Why can I never find... I need to really sort through all of my homebrew stuff I've downloaded. Okay, what? I have his magus somewhere. I literally had this pulled up on another stream. Hang on. Where did Benjamin think that you could increase the in-spell, is what I'm curious about. Oh yeah, by the way, I mentioned this over on my, like, community tab, but I didn't really mention it specifically in a video or anything. A product that I just did with Trekeros that you guys have seen in the chat sometimes, and if you've been in the Discord community, you've seen Trek over there a lot. Trek's been super helpful in early versions of the Runekeeper by giving me really like great thorough critique. Trek and I and a bunch of other people were working on this product called Home Field Advantage. You can go check it out on the DMs Guild. It's currently, I think, the second best, or the second top whatever, like hottest product right now. We are number 2 on the DMs Guild top 10. We are just below the Monster Manual Expanded, which is like sick. It's only been like what, 24, 48 hours maybe, and we've already gone Copper Bestseller as a product that's charged $20. So like, hell yeah. This is, to me, a really, really cool idea. Whenever I had originally signed up on it, you know, I popped on and contributed a few of the different creature layers in here, but I helped out with the graphic design and the general look of the book. But it was really the rest of the group that really carried it to full completion and like knocked this thing out. This is a huge, extensive, a massive product that like I think the scale of this would have been terrifying for me to take on. This is such a cool idea. Go check out Rogue Watson's review of this. I wonder if there's other people that have reviewed it quite yet, but I think that this is such a cool idea. I was super happy to contribute to this. If you want to make some of your monsters feel like real boss monsters, this product is expanding out the idea of what layer actions could mean, giving layer actions to basically like every pretty reasonable monster that would have layer actions across the Monster Manual, Volo's Guide to Monsters, and Mordenkainen's Tome of Foes. This is a great product. I mean, and I told you guys, yes, I am benefiting from this a little bit. I'm just gonna say this is a gargantuan thing that Trek took on, and you know, I didn't get to see it all the way through completion, but I was really happy to help out with the graphic design and the layout in the capacity that I could. And yeah, please go check this one out. Again, full disclosure, I will benefit from this if you do buy it. I did help out with this product, but I think that this is super cool. Anyways, you should go check it out. I think it's worth it. Yeah. So, where are we at? Most popular. Yeah, second most popular. Yeah. Aegis is what I was looking for the Magus. Yes. Okay. So I pulled up. Wait, I downloaded it. Where'd it go? No, open it up with the system viewer. Oh my god. Show in folder. Okay. Ben, what levels did you decide to scale? I think Benjamin scaled it up where it was 2 levels behind Magic Weapon the Spell, if I'm remembering that right. Because it's like 9th and 13th, right? 8 is an in-spell improvement. Yeah, 8th, 9th, and 13th. So that would mean on the Runekeeper, if it was going to keep that same sense of scaling. But the thing is that that's only ever applying to one item. 6, so it would need to be like, it grants a +2 at 6. So yeah, but that's only the one item ever. Or wait. It's only the one item at a time. And you can only use it a number of times equal to your spellcasting ability modifier. So, it's a much more limited resource. Hey, underleveled. Cute name. Okay. You're using my Short Dreams video as a guide to run it myself. I need to update that video really bad. That is an old video. I've run it 4 or 5 times since making that video, and I need to update it. But yes, I still think that that's one of the best adventures I've ever run. Any other advice to someone DMing it for the first time? Pay attention to whenever you are disclosing certain information. God, I don't want to do any spoilers here for anybody that has run it yet, or hasn't run it yet and wants to. Why is Tifa trending on Twitter? Never mind, I should not have scrolled down. Okay. Alright. My easily distracted brain is gonna get me banned on YouTube if I'm not real careful. Okay. Any tips for running Short Dreams? Okay, so the cool thing with Short Dreams is that what it teaches you is asking for those checks before the session even starts. And the moment that you do that, the players immediately know, like, oh, something's different about this adventure. And that's a really cool tone, and something that I think that, like, JVC Perry did extremely fucking well. It's Joshua, right? Jason Perry? No. There's one of my buddies in college has a name that's really close to his, and it always confuses me. Anyways, so I actually really recommend. No, I don't want to. No, I saw like Tifa trending on Twitter, and I was like, why is Tifa trending on Twitter? And I clicked on it, and immediately, just like immediate porn. Like, oh my god, I should have known better. Anyways, so like, so for Short Dreams, right? They make the recommendation that you ask for checks before the session. I highly recommend that you do that. That should just be par for the course. And anytime that I'm thinking about, like, I might want to secretly poison the party, I'm going to ask for those constitution checks before the session, right? That is such a cool technique. Yes. Yeah. So, other tips to running it. Like, I'm trying to think of what else, really. I would say try to keep a note of... Think about who is supposed to give the party certain bits of information. Maybe write those down. And then, like, yourself as a DM, check off who has divulged that information. You know what I mean? How the Italian Senate feels? What do you... No, wait. Yeah. Of course. Mads, you know what it was. Do I have runes centered on drawing aggro? Yes, I will. I will. Hey man, haven't been feeling the best first morning off in a while? I'm sorry about that, Tyler. So like, it asks for 3 checks at the beginning, right? And you know, yeah, okay, the dwarf is rolling it with advantage. You could say, like, everybody roll me a few checks, and then if you know that, like, okay, this person's going to be making it with advantage, one of those is being rolled, you know, the players that don't have advantage on poison saves, you just ignore their higher roll, or, you take the first roll, ignore the second roll, apply whichever was higher for the dwarf, right? There's some really cool DMing techniques that you learn from running that one. If you have a specific question about it, I'm happy to answer it, but especially with mysteries like that one, you want to be sure that you're tracking, number one, for sure, who knows the information, and then who divulged what information to the party. With Short Dreams, there's like... there's one big piece of information that the party definitely doesn't need to know, because that ruins, like, the big plot twist and everything. but like it's also like, how well are you able to sell some of the main characters on the party? You know, how well are you able to sell them on the potential innocence of some of the party, or some of the main characters? Because I think that one of the only things I'll really criticize Shore of Dreams for is like it's pretty like it's a pretty no duh thing about like who the villain is, just by nature of like whenever you've run adventures like that, it's like, oh well, yes, of course, right? But like honestly, there's a few pretty shitty people in the adventure that like, and shitty, you know, anyways, shitty is in their morals and ethics, right? Who like the party should already be looking at as like, well, yeah, they're an asshole, right? Did they do all the bad stuff here? Maybe not, but like, yeah. I need to watch. I need to update that one because it's so good. There's actually another adventure after you've run Shore of Dreams. Shore of Dreams is great for like learning what it means to run a more social adventure. Let me kind of scroll through real quick, and I want to get back on the Runekeeper. There's a few I would highly recommend that you pick up and run. And if I skip over one, it doesn't mean that I've run it and therein I'm not recommending it. It just means maybe I haven't seen it, you know? If I see one that I'm like, don't run that, I'll let you know. But it's pretty rare. Call from the Deep. This is a fucking great campaign. Again, JVC Perry. Just, if you want to... We don't have a Mind Flayer adventure yet, alright? We don't have an official Mind Flayer adventure. This is one of the highest reviewed adventures on the entire DM's Guild. This is so good. Kind of the cause of, like, some of the pushback about print on demand, because this definitely deserves to be a print on demand kind of a product. But yeah, I really wish we could just get this in hardback. God, please, DM's Guild. Yeah, highly recommend Call from the Deep. Let me just skim around real quick because there's a few I can call out and I'll be like, oh yeah. I've heard good things about Eyes Unclouded. I wanted to check out She Is the Ancient because it's like a gender-bent Curse of Strahd, and that sounded pretty funny. The Pub That Crawls looks hilarious, and I'm super down to run this one. Blue Alley. I just haven't run it yet. That's what I mean. Blue Alley. This is one I have run, and this is an awesome just dungeon delver kind of an experience right here. If you want to run like a pretty puzzle-heavy kind of an adventure, Blue Alley is like one of the goats. This is so good. It's just, I ran this with people that were not super familiar with D&D as like third level adventurers. There's a fight in here that can get a little bit deadly at that level, especially if your party splits off. But yeah, great little puzzle dungeon. The ending leaves a little bit to be desired, and the party could potentially just end it without, like, they just get to an end and it's like, oh wait, really? That we're over? Like, it's done? Which I had happen, like, yeah. But everything else that goes into it, pretty damn great dungeon. I love Blue Alley. I know of the group that worked on Through the Veil, but I haven't actually run anything out of this one. I've heard of Murder on the Everon Express being pretty great. I keep seeing Lost City of Mesro come up. I haven't actually run it yet. The Uncaged series is okay. The art, like the cover work is great. Yes, I have. I actually, wait, it's not on my... I have made an adventure. How can I post that up? Wait, I think that's available over my Patreon. Shore of Dreams. You need to own this one. $3. Okay, $3 right here. I already own it, and I mean, I bought the soft cover, yeah. I want to do another giveaway. Oh, they animated this, that's so great. This is such a damn good adventure. I recommend getting the soft cover because you will definitely want to run this more than once. This is really a fantastic dungeon for running, to get your party into mysteries. If you've got a party that likes to roleplay out a bit more, and maybe isn't totally uncomfortable with like getting a little flirtatious, you know, this is a pretty awesome adventure. Run it with people you're comfortable with, you know, hey, have a good time, right? Yes, $3 is an absolute fucking steal for this. I would happily pay that multiple times over. I would have paid $10 for this PDF and been damn happy. $3 is insane. To get the soft cover for $11 is, I think this is the best deal on the entire Dungeon Masters Guild. Yeah, this is so good. And you get all the minis that come with it as well. Trash Mob minis did, as you can see, custom paper minis for the adventure. This is so good. I love the entire package on this. Yes, fantastic. All the different... Hey! I'm on here! They put your boy in the reviews, right? Wait, is this a JVC Perry adventure? Florian Emmerich? Okay. The pumpkin golem thing in this looks so fun. I haven't actually run this yet, but it looks very fun. I think that this could be a really cool, like, I just want to run a pumpkin golem at one time and just see what it does, right? Like, fun Halloween adventure, yeah, sure. There's also a Reaper Bones pumpkin golem that would give me a great excuse to actually buy. But the artwork is great. Serving the squash, sure. Alex Cliffinger, actually, Alex Cliffinger is the guy that made, no, that's Alex Tanner I'm thinking of. Didn't Cliffinger make a class that I'm having trouble thinking of? Lighthorn Lighthouse. Wait, is that the one I'm thinking? Or I'm thinking of the Lamenting Lighthouse, maybe. Or is that the same one? And I'm just gonna skim again real quick. And again, like I said, if I don't stop and point one out, don't assume it's because I have run it, because I haven't run all these. I'm just giving you guys the recommendations of one that I have seen and played at my table. I prepped this one whenever Amanda and I were going to babysit for some friends' kids. We didn't really get that. We didn't really get the chance to do it, but this is a pretty cute little adventure if you're going to play D&D with some kids. Keep of the Cobalt Queen is super fun. It's one of Benjamin's ones. Yes, I have run it before. I wanted to run it online, but it just didn't pan out. I've heard people say this is actually a really cool one, Into Wonderland, because this one got, yeah, Wyatt Troll's companion PDFs. Please go check out Wyatt Troll's work. I think I've plugged Wyatt Troll's stuff over here on the channel in the past. The Gloomies. Oh man. Tome of Adventures from Icewind Dale. The Dancing Hen of Baba Yaga. I haven't run any solo adventures yet. I've tried, and it didn't seem like it really clicked with me. But I am very, very happy to be sold on the magic of what it means to run a solo adventure, because I'd love to just figure out a way to playtest myself, you know. This Puzzle Master one is worth picking up. This one is, if you just want some more ideas for puzzles, great. This is a great pickup right here. But Celeste Conowitch, James Intercasso, and I think MC Black also helped out with this one, maybe? Yeah. this is just a fun one to pick up if you're like, crap, I need a puzzle for this dungeon I'm working on. Go snag one over here. Great little product. Pretty well put together, actually. Yeah, it feels a little like old school in a way, but like, it's a pretty great little book. Happy Jack's Funhouse, I've heard good things about, but I just always felt like I've had so many other things going on around Halloween. I've never been able to run this one. The Haunt, this one is super famous. I think it might be the most purchased horror campaign or horror adventure from what I know. But I haven't personally run it. I do own it in softcover. And then Curtain Call. I did prep this one. I got to get into it, but I didn't get to make it all the way through it. I like the idea of this one. It's a murder mystery from what I remember. And it's very like LA Noir feel, kind of pulpy kind of mystery, you know. This is based in Eberron. As you can see, it's a Sharn adventure. If you're wanting a cool intro to Eberron, this might be a pretty decent way to get into that, right? If you want to go for that kind of noir style, you know, you like the BioShock sort of feel to fantasy, this could be a pretty dope adventure to run. I'm just gonna skip real quick. As far as the Uncaged adventures go, if you want to know my opinion, I think that they are very well put together. I think that the book, like the product overall, is very well put together, but the adventures within are kind of vague. Like, some of them are as short as like 1 to 2 pages, and like that can be fine, right? Some people, that's all you want. I want to just grab one, pop it in for a one shot, and that can be great. But like, they're not all super cohesive, right? They don't all feel like there's a, you know, start, middle, and end. It just feels like, oh, well, this is the problem, and it feels like something that could have been saved for like a random roll on a D100 table, you know. I think that the Uncaged series is all right. I would have rather just probably picked them up in as PDFs rather than spent the money again on hardcovers. But you know, again, personal opinion. Call from the Deep, I feel like is a must-buy. The Lamenting Lighthouse, okay. Spin, Truck, and Bolt. Yes, I did pick this one up. There's one small little hiccup with this one, and I can't remember where it was. And I don't know if this is the one that Ite Karen is talking about. Is this gonna load? Welcome back, Underleveled. Stop. Reload. Come on now, DM's Guild. Please load up your site. Okay, so long story short, Lamenting Lighthouse, haunted lighthouse, but very cool. This is a multi-room dungeon. I want to say there's at least 10 different rooms in this dungeon. DM's Guild will not let me load this one up for some reason. The Secret of the Lighthorn Lighthouse. Okay. This is... I really dug the Lamenting Lighthouse. I'd be happy to run this one up. Probably as like a... I would recommend this not so much as like a one-shot. For some reason it feels like this would just blend in. Like, this feels like this was meant to be plugged into an adventure. And it doesn't really feel like a one-shot, right? This feels like this is meant to be a continuation of some story told for a little while, you know? Yeah. Do I think that asking your players to not use homebrew stuff from your first time to DM is fair? Absolutely. Even if you just gave them pre-gen character sheets and were like, hey guys, I mean, you know, I love to run D&D for y'all. Do you mind just letting me get my training wheels on by like, can you just use these pre-gens that came in the starter set, and then like you know, we can roll up characters later on down the line. Yes, absolutely. And if people are like, man, screw you, then you don't want to play D&D with those people, okay? The people that you're going to want to play D&D with for a very, very long time are going... Yeah, there we go. Ooh. Is this in hardback? Because Sven's written some pretty great stuff from what I recall. I'd be happy to buy this in hardback. Oh, it's just the bundle. Okay. Oh, it would still be cool though. What is this? With or without DM? What? Okay, I need to like bookmark this and check it out later. I don't know. I'll add it to cart for right now. So I recommend. No, you're fine. Ask questions away. The people that you want to play D&D with for a really, really long time are going to be the people that are okay with you saying, hey, do you guys mind if I, like, you know, oh, Dragon Relics, this is the last, oh, Dragon Relics and Everon Confidential. Yes, this is another one that JVC Perry worked on. It's only in PDF, which hurts, but this is a big module, okay? It's another one that, I mean, a big, expansive module JVC Perry wrote to take over the course of several levels, okay? Great adventure writer. Go check this one out. Sad it could not be in print, but, you know. Anyways, yes, play D&D with the people that are okay with you making mistakes as a DM and learning and growing with that, because I to this day still screw up as a DM all the time. Yeah. I should do like a top 10 adventures to run on the DM's Guild. Maybe, yeah, maybe. I don't, God, I feel like because I feel like there's a little bit of a conflict of interest because I am, I often make money on the DM's Guild. Let me find the... So this was the one that I wrote. Through the Fire and Flames, it's an adventure that... Oh, come on. This is an adventure I wrote to just... I was kind of testing myself to see if I could write and publish an adventure all within the course of, like... I think it was like a weekend. And I did. It was a fucking challenge, for sure. I'm trying to remember. Well, like, I think I posted this one up over on my website, right? I was also trying to master, like, an old school kind of RPG look for it. Yeah, I even used Dyson's guide to make this, like, the map for the dungeon in Photoshop. There's a lot of... It's an homage to a few different things. The Dodongo Caves in Legend of Zelda, like, one of my favorite dungeons. And then Minecraft, for sure. Also, the Thakwa, which is a monster that doesn't exist in 5e, I statted it up for this thing. I kind of flexed my muscles in terms of, like, writing a trap in here and what that can mean. And, you know, like, I released it on the guild, and it didn't sell. It just did not sell. Like, I had it up there, didn't sell. And then I just took it down. I was like, I don't know. It just seemed like people weren't interested in it, maybe because like my name, whatever. And I think somebody, I actually heard, I took it down after I got consult from, I think it was like MT Black, who told me that there were a few things he'd recommend that I tweak in this. Where was it? The Cave-in, the rubble. Okay. So the rubble in this one. Yeah, the traditional swords. I got too many documents open. Yeah, I was going for that old school kind of sword and sorcery vibe. Come on. There we go. The thing that MT Black told me I should probably take out because he was like, this players don't seem to respond well to this. Let me try this again. I'm happy that I got through this challenge for sure. Like, I'm happy that I got through the challenge of making this and getting it made. Yeah. But I don't know. I don't know why this just didn't really click for me. This was the thing right here that MT Black told me I should probably remove. Because he doesn't think that jump scares are really worth putting into an adventure. And I guess I was like, okay, but it's not really a jump scare as much as it's just like the characters are surprised. If they're clearing this rubble, there have been like miners that were killed in a cave-in, so their bodies are still like inside of this rubble that's blocking off a passage. If the players clear this out while they're like up there next to it, one of the bodies will like drop down and like contact one of the players or something. And yeah, I wasn't, you can hear my voice now. I think it's a bit silly sounding now, right? Or they have to succeed on a DC 10 wisdom saving throw or yell in terror, which alerts some of the things later on down in the dungeon that they're here, right? I think it's meh. Maybe I found my calling with player options. I actually made this pretty late last year. No. When did I publish this? No, I made it 2 years ago. Well, I guess it's only a year and a month ago now. Wow. Look how old this was and how long I've had Spencer Jackson, B3DRT, Bastion, Vital Sign as like Patreon sponsors, right? Man. You think it's funny? It for some reason it feels cheap. I don't know. You know, I guess not cheap. It just feels kind of like, why? Yeah. I think it's been off too long on the guild for me to. I guess I could do some reformatting and maybe put it back up if people are interested. But yeah. I don't know, Spencer, you are an MVP for sure. You've been sponsoring so many people in the freaking homebrew scene. It's ridiculous. A lot of us are eating an extra pizza a month thanks to you. Let's see. But that's also like an odd kind of conflict of interest, right? I just, to people that are asking me like, if I could review some more stuff like that, it feels odd to me to be making products on the guild and then benefiting from it. You know what I mean? Hey, Thaumatarge, yeah, we'll be back on. We'll be here for a while. So thanks for hanging out, man. We'll see you here in a little bit. But yeah. Oh, Robot, I'm so sorry, dude. I just got over it. Like. Yeah. It has a little too much novel, not enough adventure about it with the body drop. Yeah, I think that's another thing, right? It sounds more... it sounds more hokey, I think, and it like, yeah. Pizza does sound pretty damn good right now. Having just got, oh wait, oh, I just thought about this. I just got confirmation. I got something really damn cool coming in the mail that I'm gonna do a video on. Because there was someone on Twitter, I'm sorry I can't remember who this is or else I would shout you out. There was someone over on Twitter the other day that shared this. And I saw it and I was immediately like, alright, how do I make it work? I want to get it for my desk because it's going to help me out so much with dice probability. And just doing calculations and crap. Whenever I'm over here designing, I don't need to like roll dice for information. I could do it here on the computer. But like sometimes I just need the experience of having the random roll happen. As weird as that sounds, some people are like, why don't you just roll dice? I understand, but like, and then they're gonna bounce everywhere, and that sounds so like meh, first world problem, right? But I also found a pretty cool product that I want to show off to you guys real quick, because I got it coming in the mail, and I'm gonna do some kind of video on it because it was so cool. Yes. In transit? There's no way that's here already. Hang on one sec. I know, I leave you guys in suspense. There we go. Okay. So I have this coming in the mail. Not a dice tray. This is a dedicated dice roller. With an it's not LCD, LED screen, right? Simulates. It's the most nerdy looking thing in the world, and I love it. I absolutely love this thing. Oh, are you going? It's Sunday.
Yeah, I know. Aubrey's gone like this weekend, next weekend or something.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, working Sunday.
Did I show you I got this?
What is that?
It's a dice. It's an automatic dice
Oh
roller.
my god,
right?
I love it.
Yeah. So D2, D4, D6, D8, D10, D12, D20, D100. Advantage, disadvantage of things over here. Clear it. You increase the number or decrease the number of dice.
That's amazing.
I saw it on Twitter and I was like, this would be really cool. Just to like kind of have behind the screen and just roll
right?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever.
Right?
I don't have to pick up the dice or whatever. It's $60. It's $60. But number one, I got one of like 10 that they made.
Nice.
All right. I'm gonna do. This is gonna make for a great video.
Yeah, you're kidding me? This is so exciting.
And I mean, I'm just showing off the kind of weird dice that I've found and made. This is one of the ones that I'm like, fucking cool.
Yeah, no, I mean, we have to have it.
Yeah.
Critical machine. That's so great.
Yeah. So
love you. Hi everyone. Bye. Everyone.
What time do you get back?
5 to 6.
Okay. You still feeling okay?
I think so.
Not sick or anything?
Not that I know.
Okay. Even stuffed up at all? I'm just trying to make sure that, like, I mean, since you had COVID,
Yeah.
I had COVID, and then I just got sick.
I know.
So I'm like, crap, what are we passing around?
I know, I'm not sure. I mean, we have to wear masks at work.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, as long as you don't feel sick or anything. Alright, cool. Are you gonna be, what time do you get off?
5 to 6.
Okay. Alright. Love you, bye. Chat says hey. Chat says hi and have a good day. Hey guys, before we start, I gotta plug my dice in. Anyways, I'm sure I prefer analog dice, right? But this is a gimmick, and it's cute. That's the way I'm looking at it. Is this the only one they have? Yeah. But they sold out of this pretty damn quick. I thought that this was cool just for having, like, okay, I've got the totals right here, whatever, right? This has one function, and I think it's pretty cool. I could plug this in right here with my computer and just, like, mess around and, you know, figure out whatever. If I needed to run something, great, there we go. Otherwise, if I want, you know, normal dice, I've got them in my Mimic box, right? I don't know if you guys saw him in the background there, but yeah, right? So, like, yeah, I got the analog dice if I want them, but, like, this just feels like it's going to help out. Like, it's going to be clean here on the desk, organized. Sometimes I just don't need the nonsense of, like, having a bunch of dice, you know, sprawled out there. Yeah, spare batteries. But it is a USB cable, right? Yeah, USB. Can be connected. But mains, adapters, and power banks are sold separately. Yeah, so we've got all that stuff here. Anyways, I thought that this is super cool. Yeah, it's... you'd use an Excel sheet. Yeah, if you wanted to roll up a monster's hit points, then yeah, the Mimic box needs a name. It does. What's its name? There's a rune I meant to pull over here. There's some of the celestial runes that I definitely figured out that I want to pull over here. Before I go any further. Where was it? Old version of the Runekeeper. Yada da da. It was the one for sacrifice. Yes. Acrobat. Come on. I don't know why Acrobat has been so slow. It doesn't really need that. I don't remember why it needed to be inscribed on a holy symbol. I don't think it does. Dicer. Yeah, because I got that Mimic, and then there's another Mimic over there. It's a vinyl, like, Funko Pop thing. I don't think it needs to be specifically inscribed on an item. Call it Jeff. Your DM is worried about having to keep track of the constant detect magic from arcane metaphysic. What do you think? How often is that going to come into play? Like, is your DM like thinking, oh crap, I'm going to have to remind him every single time that a magic thing comes up? Or it could just be like, I'm kind of opening up my senses right now to see, like, am I getting any sense of, like, magic around me? Like, is kind of the way that I try to roleplay that out, right? Some people have brought up the concern that they think that that's probably better than what Paladin gets with Divine Sense. I haven't had a mechanical consultant come back to me with a concern about that being at will. I will say the one that I want to make sure it plays well with, I want to make sure it does not step on the Magus's esoteric eye. Oh my god, Acrobat. You're about to make me start using Google Chrome's fucking PDF viewer. Because the Magus gets an effect that's kind of similar to that. You know, each creature you can see that has a spellcasting or innate spellcasting feature or trait. Additionally, you learn each of those creatures' spellcasting ability if it has one. You can use this feature a number of times to go to 1 plus your... Okay, so it's like an alternate kind of a deal. But detect magic... let me say this. If detect magic worked on creatures, it should probably only work on objects for the Runekeeper's flavor. But only to sense... Okay, any visible creature or object in the area that bears magic. So it has to be visible. Actually, it can be creature or object. It's not going to show you any invisible creatures, so it has to be... You have to be able to see it plainly. And you learned at School of Magic is any. Wait, what? But it can penetrate barriers. So why would they say any visible if it can penetrate barriers? I don't really see a problem with it. I personally don't really see a big issue with detect magic being at will. Like, especially at second or third level. God, I've got to copy this thing over. Paste. Get that over here. Carrying. Okay. This one was before I had figured out how I was going to kind of format things. I need to give that one another look. Okay, so the basic question is about this one feature up here. Let me get up to that. Sacrificium is such a cool idea for... this is one that was had... I think... Phil, was it whenever I had you on that we were talking, and then I was like, oh my god, this makes so much sense for what, like, sacrifice could mean for Celestial, right? Like, boom. This is such a cool idea for what healing could be to the Runekeeper that I absolutely love this and wanted to move forward with, like, this as the idea for, like, alright, we can enhance hit dice healing. That can be how the Runekeeper does heals. Pretty sick. Now, the feature that's being called into question... I guess I say called into question. That sounds a little, I guess, incendiary. It's not called into question. Your DM is worried about arcane metaphysic. Okay. You can intuitively sense magic around you. You are permanently under the effects of the detect magic spell, which does not require your concentration. Further, when you are aware of magic's presence on an object or surface, you can freely interact with it without causing any spell or magic effect to trigger. Okay, so this second one is a... oh yeah. The second paragraph right here. I've sent this to, I think, Benjamin Ross, Trekeros, and Heavy. I don't remember if Heavy got back to me on this one or not. This is a ribbon right here. This is going to come into play maybe once or twice in a campaign, ever. But you look at this on your paper, and this feels like, ooh, oh, sick. Oh, that's really cool. There's some adventures where, like, if you know that a glyph is on a surface, cool. The entire purpose of arcane metaphysic is to make you a dungeoneer. Like, we were talking about my dynamics the other day, right? Or in that video, right? The dungeoneer. I wanted to figure out a way to evoke a dynamic for the Runekeeper that wasn't going to be the brain, number one. Reason being, number one, for the brain. You can make a brain with this, okay? You can make a brain with this. But I wanted to make it to where, like, if you wanted to roll up a party that had a Runekeeper and a wizard, the wizard could still kind of keep that territory of, I'm the party researcher, right? I get to do that thing. You might be my buddy in doing that, but, like, you gotta find your own shtick, dude. And this is now able to go in and do the Dungeoneer thing in a sort of an arcane way, right? I can go in and I can diffuse the big, scary, like, magic stuff, right? Does it... Okay, let me make sure. The problem they have is needing to keep track of it all the time. Why are you concerned that you gotta keep track of it all the time? Affects symbol and glyph warding, and that's pretty much it. I mean, if there's magic items that are around you, you can sense that, right? And that's kind of cool. Like, alright, cool, you know what magic items are around you. That guy's wearing a necklace that has an effect around it. Maybe make it to where it feels a little bit more passive, right? Like, it's in your periphery. But, like, as you're kind of looking around, you're kind of scooping out, like... Alright, is there anything in here that... You know, whatever. You see here. Honestly, I'm not sure I am, as a DM. Even regular detect magic can be a bit of a pain if the party is very is in a very magical area. I hate realizing I forgot to mention something magical. I hate that too. That is a sucker punch feeling as a DM where you're like, oh crap. Okay. Yes guys, by the way, this is a thing, right? Does it bypass gameplay? There's a few things that do that in this game. I think that foretelling magic is pretty bad about doing that too. Does it affect... hang on. Alright. It is on the players to remind you about, but you also don't want it to interrupt your narrative as a DM too much. You don't want it to be the thing that a player's going to go like, well, wait, I have this one feature and that's always on right now, so that means can I do this? This could be the kind of thing that I will say some people will look at and think, yeah, I probably shouldn't allow this on my table because this just looks stupid, right? Or this looks like this is going to get out of control. However, this was just a thing that Rune Priests could do in previous editions. Yeah, you can purposely touch a sphere of annihilation. As far as I know right now, so some people are talking about tracking, okay? The thing that I like is the Runekeeper asks of you to track one thing right now, and that's your runes. It wants to make sure that you are tracking your runes and how many times you can invoke them. There's a feature you get right here with casual invocation where you get other points to invoke the runes, but that's it, right? Otherwise, it doesn't get you a lot of stuff that you can't do, or you can only do a number of times per short rest, or you can only do once per long rest, etc., right? Omnipresence is a 13th level feature that allows you to fast travel, like once per long rest. That is, I think, about the only other instance of tracking that you get in here. I would rather figure out a way to keep this infinite than introduce another measure of tracking, because I like the fact that it's very, very clean right now. Does it affect interaction with cursed items? Yes. Insofar as those are magic items, sure. But if you attune to it, Oh man, that could be rough. If you attune to the item, that could cut you off from core class features. If you attune to a curse item, that could cut you off from... Well... Oh, yeah, that's not fun. But, I mean, how often do curse items really come into play? Like, maybe at later levels, sure, but I don't... More often than not, cursed items are at early levels kind of always beneficial. You kind of willingly take on that curse because they're usually helpful. Shielded Missile Attraction being like my number one pick. Like, oh, you want to talk about a hard tank kind of, I'm going to draw your attacks thing. Ooh, if you want to go, like, what do I think is like one of the best tanks? This is actually, I love this so much, I made it into a rune. I split apart its effect into a rune. This is technically a cursed item, but its curse is actually super beneficial if you're a tank. Like, I think that you can get this in, I think there's a way for you to pick this up in Lost Mines of Phandelver. Someone correct me if I'm wrong on that. But this shows you, like, sometimes curses can be pretty dope. Attuning you to it, well, number one, you have resistance to the damage from ranged weapon attacks. Like, that's so good. However, the shield is cursed. Attuning to it curses you until you're targeted by the remove curse spell or similar magic. Removing the shield fails to end the curse on you. Whenever a ranged weapon attack is made against a target within 10 feet of you, the curse causes you to become the target instead. This is one of my favorite magic items ever. Ever. This is such a fun tool right here. Do curses come up a lot? I mean, maybe in certain modules? Maybe? Losing magic as invisible to detection. And sorry about my mowing my nose so much today. I'm still getting over a little bit like the remainder of all this crap. Oh man, okay. Get cozy. Oh, I mean, we're gonna be here a while. Don't worry about that. This is gonna be a long stream. It might be a 12-hour stream. I don't know. Because I want to get a lot of shit done today. Oh yeah, the gloves of missile snaring. Great effect. Great magic item. Let me look at the way, because I mean, robotic Raven Mage has got a point. All right. Yeah, for me, it's not so bad. Like, none of the symptoms I have right now are like super terrible. I've got good energy today for the first time in goddamn nearly a week. But it's mostly just snotty. So Divine Sense is you have to use an action to open yourself up to it. I think what might be cooler, as an action, you open yourself up to its awareness. You are under the effects of detect magic while you maintain concentration, and it's infinite use. However, as an action, you are under the, you can place yourself under the effects of detect magic. I don't know why I copied as an action. Like, oh yeah, I need to take some of this text as an action. Okay. You can intuitively ooh, Pendra. Let me let me talk to you about that. One sec. You can use your action to intuitively open your third eye. That sounds too psychic. As an action on your turn, you can copy any text from a PDF. Text must be less than 25 words. You can use your action to... The idea is... Your mind is like attuning to the innate like vibrations of magic around you in the universe. If we want to get all like poetic with it, right? You can open your mind to the chi around you. To open your attunement to the truths of the arcane. Right? No, it sounds so flowery and fun. With the resonance of creation. Oh, that sounds good, right? I like that. With the resonance of creation. Yes. To, I don't know about to align yourself. I think to open your mind to the resonant... yeah, because the resonance of creation sounds very like Kobe satellite reading. You know what I mean? You to sense magic energy around you. Okay. This is some people would be like, why would you use this in combat whenever you got all your runes and stuff? Okay, well, you might, but that's not the point. The point is, you are using an action instead of it being innate, right? You use this outside of combat, you concentrate on it. Is the concentration anything specific? No, not really, but like, it's doing something that like you have to maintain to let the DM know I am doing this thing, right? We can still keep it infinite, but we need a narrative tie for like this not feeling like it's going to be annoying, you know. This is good. I forget who brought this up. Was it Tin Can? Tin Can, okay. Yeah, this is the kind of thing that like, whenever I was talking about why do I do playtest feedback, this is the kind of thing that I like getting for like, that I consider to be feedback, right? A DM saw this and saw that they're worried about this being basically obnoxious, you know? And it's good to fix that. I think it's fair to fix that. You want to make sure that the quality of what it's evoking isn't creating an unintended thing. Because even the thing that this was somewhat based off of, or at least why I got the comparison for it, you know that this is a nerfed version of this feature? Like, those of you guys that have been playing D&D for a while, know that Paladin in, like, original, Paladin in, I say original, older editions, was able to do this basically infinitely, and it just got to be Paladin is going around being the unholy shit metal detector, like, you know? Yeah, so that's Robotic Raven Mage. That's what I call DM buy-in. I do try to make sure that my stuff has generally pretty good DM buy-in. Part of that is making sure that my layout looks clean, making sure that the formatting is like, the words are coded for like, yep, I can read this as if I'm reading a D&D book. It all makes sense. And some people say being reserved about your power. I don't think that that's necessarily a thing that many DMs are super worried about. I think you want to do something that the DM can look at and think, I could really build into my world because of this thing. So yeah, I'm going to be more happy to take it on if I think that it sounds like a cool thing to introduce to my world. The big thing, my favorite product that came with that kind of like DM buy-in was actually Ross's Accursed, because Ross sold me on what the idea of like cursed magic was to a world by it being magical vis-a-vis anti-magic, and I was like, explain. So it's like the dark matter of magic. What? And yeah, oh, so cool. Okay, but that actually, DM buy-in. There was another one. Pendra asked, "Hey, I'm currently working on a brew. Do you think it's worth it to grab a free trial of InDesign, or should I stick with the home brewery? If you don't know how to use InDesign, don't grab." Huh. It depends on what you want to do with it, okay? It depends on what you want to do with it and how big the product is, right? Like, are you trying to make it for yourself and your buddies so to use at your table? In which case, it's like just, you can use a Word document and that's probably fine, right? All you need to know is that you and your buddies know how to use it. Great. If you're trying to do published stuff, like, if you're trying to do Reddit is happy to accept. You could, if it's home brewery, whatever, it could be Mrs. Eve's book made like in the standard stuff. Yeah. I actually think, didn't they catch some flack for like, your stuff must be well laid out and formatted for submission, and oh god. But I will say, if you are planning on doing, like, I'm going to sell this as a product, you should get ready to start learning InDesign. If you are making the leap into, I want to be a professional designer, you don't have the money to pay a layout person, then you should definitely be learning InDesign. That is a necessary step into breaking out into being, you know, a professional. Some people think it's a little bit like maybe ostentatious to say that, like, wait, did stream just reset? Hang on. Because my live stream counter just stopped. You had to reload? Sorry, guys. You heard me all the way? Interesting. Hang on. Okay, that had to be like YouTube side. you know, I feel like, oh man, I'm gonna blow my nose and it's just gonna be like, oh, my brain is gonna come out one of these times. Okay, so yes, if you're looking at getting into, cool, thank you guys so much for letting me know about that. I just checked it on my phone and everything seems to be okay. So, okay, yes, if you want to get into selling your stuff, like actually making money off of it, then you probably need to pick up InDesign. If you are planning on publishing, and honestly, if you're getting into, making money off of, like, you want to actually start making money off of stuff like D&D stuff, then what you likely need to do is start also getting familiar with licenses. What is the OGL? What is the SRD? What is the fan content policy? And what is the CCA with the DMs Guild? You need to be familiar with those different licenses. I don't want to super get into those here because it's a little lengthy, but it's probably worth it to explain at some point. Affinity Publisher is an alternative, and the good thing to Affinity Publisher is once you buy it, you have it. But like, I use InDesign because it's just, I mean, this is, to me, it's the GOAT. Like, you know, hang on, let me say this. You can open your mind to the resonant. You can open your mind to the resonance of creation, allowing you to sense magical energy around you. You do so as an action. Because it's not going to be casting a spell, right? Like, I don't want it to be... You do so as an action, and you cast... The duration is just however long you hold your concentration on it. But this is a thing that you are now telling your DM, I am doing this. Like, this is you having the track, yes, I am doing this. And I don't know that I mind that this is at will. It's at 3rd level. I don't know, Phil, are you in chat right now? Eyes in the Rune, yeah, Eyes in the Runekeeper is always at will. Yeah, you can always disarm magic traps without triggering them. Yep. However, how are you going to disarm it? Like, maybe you make an Arcana check to figure out how to, like, do a thing, right? Maybe if your DM's willing to give you that, then sure. But I think the best thing that you can do with this is, like, you can mess with a thing that you know is magical, and other party members can't, right? That's actually a kind of a safety net that isn't all that crazy. There's a lot of the Eldritch Invocations. Like, some people might say that some of this stuff sounds a little bit wacky. Guys, Warlock is already doing a lot of work like this. And here's the thing. They get choice. They get flexibility. This is just a base class feature that you know signing up for it. Yep, this is the thing I'm getting. I don't really get the modularity of it, right? Hey, Phil! You are like my go-to guy whenever I'm like trying to evaluate like a comparable spell level thing on this. If I'm thinking at will first level spell, right? Do you think Warlock's doing this minus the extra ribbon? Right. So, like, you're under the effects of Detect Magic, right? You think that as an at-will first-level spell that is part of the base class, which, like, it isn't giving you the flexibility, right? This is pretty okay, I think. You have to use your action, open your senses up to it. You are telling the DM, yes, I'm going to do this thing, right? I think this is pretty okay at third level. I wouldn't do this at first. I'd be scared to do this at second. I think I could do this at third and get away with that pretty easy. Can they disarm magic with tools? Yeah, Warlock Eldritch Invocations, I think a lot of people miss out on to unravel magic with an arcane check instead of tools. Yeah, I kind of like if that is the unique thing for Arcane Trickster, right? I also would like to figure out a different word than arcane metaphysic, or sorry, just arcane. Like arcane metaphysic, arcane just feels so overplayed. This is a cool word. Yes, you need to be concentrating on it. It should say, wait, under the effects of. Doesn't that insinuate that you have to be concentrating on it? Unlimited first level at 9th? Is that, don't they get false life at will pretty damn early? I mean, and I know false life is false life, but it's still. Yeah, no, they get false life at will at first level. Or sorry, whenever they can pick up their invocations. Esoteric. Esoteric. The only reason I want to avoid esoteric is because that kind of pushes. It rubs with esoteric eye on Ben's Magus. Metataph. Meta-epitaph. I kind of like that. Unlimited cantrip at third is good if it requires concentration to maintain. Yeah, it would require concentration to maintain. Mystic metaphysic? Mystical metaphysic? Ooh. Ooh. Because, like... I'm still on metaphysic because I like... I'm an Aristotle nerd. But, like, I'm okay with getting rid of the... Yeah, because, like, metaphysic is, like, you understand the base properties of a thing. Or like, it's the fundamental, basics of like a, hermetic metaphysics. What does hermetic mean as an adjective? Complete and airtight. Ancient occult traditions, astrology, theosophy. Ooh, what? Ooh. That's a great... That is a cool suggestion. I'm not gonna lie. Who was that? Huntsman MC? Bravo. I like hermetic, but hermetic because hermetic kind of encapsulates a lot of what the thematics of this thing is, like of the Runekeeper are. Is God what? If I'm limiting the scope of the spell, probably need to detail the spell. It's not actually the spell if you take stuff from it. Just to find the parameter specifically, you think I need to specifically state that it still requires your concentration? You can open your mind to the resonance of creation, allowing you to sense magical energy around you. You do so as an action which places you under the effects of the detect magic spell while you maintain concentration? Like, as long as you maintain concentration on it. Meh. I don't know, something like that. Maybe. Hermetepitaph. I like, there's like hermetic detection. Haptic is like, or wait, kinetic. No, kinetic is like I am imparting force on a thing, right? What if it also have your movement speed? I don't know what it's really going to add to the game if you do that. Huntsman, that deserves, you know what? That suggestion, sick. Where was that? Feedback. I'm just going to throw you in here. That was a cool ass suggestion. I think resonance might work. Like, it's not like hermetic meditation or anything like that, which like, okay, because I just swear I saw a flash. Are there other blips? Because this might be a YouTube server side thing. If not, I mean, I can make sure... Oh wait, I still got Photoshop open for some reason? Oh, because I was doing the battle boob. Okay, hang on. You know, I'm altering it. Oh, robotic... Wait, I did add you, I thought. Did I not? I'll correct it right away. And Biomancer, I put, yeah, there you are. It's weird because it seems to be a thing that's happening in Streamlabs. Because I see everything flash over here for a second, and then I see people talking about the blips. So that's the second time that's happened. Profound hermeticism. I want to figure out like. Open your mind, okay? Whenever you are opening your mind, what is that action? How do we artistically... Wait, what's the poetry there? I'm opening my mind. What is me opening my third eye? I am becoming one with the universe. I am on a lot of DMT, and I am hermetic pulse, the pulsation of magic. empathy, enlightened. Enlightenment always feels like it needs to come later. Perspective, maybe. God, it feels like, what am I? Tranquility. I almost feel like periphery. This is gonna sound like the most pretentious ass feature in the world. Hermetic awakening. I guess I just always really love the word awakening. It sounds so cool. Like, it just feels very evocative. I mean, awakening is hermetic reception, discernment. Awakening also, okay, I want to hold off on Awakening actually because should Dan and I ever decide to pick the Scion back up, that was the subclass names that we had decided to go with for the Scion. I do like Awakening, as I love that word because it has so much potential for like the explanation of growth, right? I think Reception works pretty well. Right? Isn't quickening, like, quickening is almost like witchcraft though, right? Oh. To stimulate or become stimulated. To make or become faster, to accelerate, or to stimulate, excite, stir up, arouse, rouse, waken, animate, activate, galvanize. But hermetic quickening, that just doesn't work quite as well. It doesn't. Consciousness, quake. Hermetic, but I think like hermeneutic is the hermeneutic. Specific, or wait, especially the Bible? The method or theory of interpretation. So like hermetic wisdom feels a little it feels a little simple, like wisdom also like has a wisdom also being just kind of tied into an ability score. It feels like if we use a word that, like, if we name something a feature, if we name a feature something that already has another association with something in the game, hermeneutic or hermetic focus, I guess, like, that works, right? Hermetic is not the same as hermit. Hermit is specifically in dealing with like the intrinsic properties of things. Yeah, we tried Hermetic Awakening, but there's I like the idea of that. Hermetic Focus is pretty simple, but like it just kind of clicks. Like, I like this. Hermetic Focus. Bam. We know what that does, right? Hermetic Syncopation. I think this is pretty clean right here. Focus. Spellcasting Focus. Damn, is this okay? Ooh, Hermetic Acuity is kind of cool. I like the focus. Hang on. What's gonna work, right? Like, this, you know what this looks like? I mean, this is, you know, that's not bad. God, I like Hermetic Focus, because, like, no, Hermetic means, like, in dealing with the intrinsic properties of things. So it's pretty great for, like, evoking that idea of the resonance of creation. Reception has the same E sound as Hermetic. So, like, Hermetic Acuity or Hermetic Focus all sound, they feel pretty good coming off the tongue, right? Why did I do that? I don't know why I do that whenever I, like, it's like a tongue twister or, like, I mess up my words. I look into the camera and I'm just like, I don't know why I do that. Oh. Hermetic Foci. I think Hermetic Acuity works pretty well. I like this a lot. I think this looks good, right? The rune's eye. I don't want to... So, there's another thing. If we reuse the word... if we reuse the word rune so many times in this, then it starts to just feel like we're just seeing constant runic lore. If this said, like, Eye of the Rune Keepers, and then we have another instance of rune, you know, so I had to rename that polyglot. This was originally runic dialect, so I had to rename that Keeper's dialect. Rune stance, that's fine, you know, it would have been obnoxious had the other two been named rune something, but yeah. Hermetic Acuity, I like this right here. This feels pretty cool. You know, if we keep using the word rune, it becomes a little obnoxious to read, right? Weave sense. I kind of like that. I do like Hermetic Acuity. This is pretty good. That's pretty good. And it doesn't feel quite as, like, pretentious, right? Like, as... Yeah, take a shot every time he says rune. Sniff those auras. Oh, yes. Ross helped me fix these. Ross called something out that I need to talk about, actually, because I wanted to make sure that they were feeling pretty compatible with what Ross's Yojimbo could do, because Spencer why do I do that? It's so weird. It's subconscious. I don't know why I do that. Oh man. Ross has a class called the Yojimbo that also does a stance switch mechanic, and I wanted to make sure that the Runekeeper played nice with the Yojimbo, because I mean, it's just the people that you collaborate with. Like, if you're going to use their homebrew at your tables, and you kind of expect other people to, like, use the people you approve, you know, whatever, you want to make sure that, like, I like to make sure that my stuff's at least compatible with the stuff that other people do, right? Because it feels nice to have that cooperation, you know? So I've even tried to hit up other people about, like, hey, I want to make sure that this thing is going to be compatible with, like, runes that you've written. What have you done? Me and that arena guy have been talking about, like, runes that he's made and how they might work here, you know, etc., etc. And it's why, like, Heavy's even allowed me to reproduce some of the rune stones from Armorer's Handbook over here. Oh, but I need to talk about this rune stance. Hang on. It feels like setting to stop saying stuff all stupid. I caught myself in the middle of doing it. Why? It's so weird. Okay. Now, rune stance. The problem with this originally was that you were going to be able to passively do these things. This was a very nice, it's going to feel like an aura-like effect. Except, what distinguishes it from Paladin? Yeah, well, right. The fiction for this came from a lot of different video games that involve runes. If you look at, the big one I play is Smite. Smite has a couple different characters that have rune-like mechanics in them, or rune thematics in them, that for some reason they're all like stance switchers. And I thought that this was kind of cool, so I dug into it a little bit more, and I found out that this has been like kind of often a thematic of rune characters in video games, and as it turns out, in D&D in the past. There are... Wait, did these go up? I was just looking at my lights because they seemed a little low. I was curious if... Is that going to be just like so obnoxiously like in my eye? It's my one good eye. I can't ruin that eye. Okay. Ooh, wait. What did that do for my lighting? What's better? Hang on. Let's see here. Wait, what is happening? Oh god, no. Okay, I don't need that backlit. Up here, doesn't look bad. I bring it down here. What does that change? Oh, wait. I'm gonna make a decision. Hang on. I promise. Yeah, that needs to be right here. I'm trying to make it to where it doesn't look the, put the light beneath me. It's clipped to the back of my desk, or else I would totally do that right now. Wait, could I? Oh, you guys get to see how dark it can get. Oh, if I turn both the lights off, and then... By the way, if you guys have never seen the bright-ass lights that streamers need in order to make themselves look visible, you should definitely look up those sets, because, yeah. Ooh. Ooh, okay. 6,500 subscribers on YouTube, and this is the kind of shit I'm doing. Okay. Alright. Spooky. Oh wait, that wasn't full blast. Wait, I gotta see it with full blast. Ooh. Wait. Can it... Will that work? Does that look spooky? Maybe? Yeah? Guys, I teach children. Oh, man. Oh, I got him. Don't worry about that. Yeah, I thought about doing like Shadowfell kind of runes, but I don't want to like expand out my palette of crap I've already got to get on, right? I need an evil alter ego for the channel. It's funny you say that, because, like, while I was going through, so, you say some weird shit whenever you're under anesthesia. One time whenever I was recovering from a surgery, so, you know, the wristband that they put on you in the hospital, it was listing me by, like, the first 3 letters of my last name, and then the first 3 letters of my first name, right? So, that said Powtar. And it just became a running gag that Powtar was, like, my evil alter ego. So, Shadowrune DLC. So Powtar was always, like, if I was about to do some evil shit, it was a Powtar thing, right? So, anytime I was groggy, for some reason, that became the joke of, like, Powtar's around. Yeah. So, Powtar would be the evil alter ego. One that doesn't throw dildos in his backyard. So Rune Cipher. Okay. Wait, shit. We were in the middle of a thing. Did I get through that? I think that Hermetic Acuity now makes sense. Rune Stance. Okay, let me explain real quick what Ross fixed. Okay? So what Ross figured out, because the real strong thing with this, okay, I wanted to make a unique way for you to evoke the feeling of, like, yeah, I might change my online handle to Powtar. All Gishes need to be able to do something kind of unique. Like, if you're a Gish, what's unique about the way that you Gish? What's unique about the way that Paladin Gishes? They have their cool aura. Okay, well, how does their aura imply what you need to be doing as a paladin? They're all support auras. So, like, you get to do the thing, and all, you know, I'm gonna be awesome, paladin, yay, be around me, I'm so cool, get in my aura. Guess what? You're not scared anymore. You're in my aura. Hey, welcome, buddy. Go hit that thing. The Runekeeper's whole spiel in the past has been about destruction or protection, and switching between these two stances, because no matter what the language, all languages understand these two words, destruction and protection, which I think that they've used protection as a, like, a different form of creation, you know, like an alternative take on creation. Somewhat synonymous, I guess, but not really, like a cousin, right? So, switching between these two, what it does now is the Runekeepers have also had a thematic of doing flat things. I'm going to give a flat bonus of some kind, right? So I thought what could be kind of cool is making it to where, as a bonus action on your turn, you can switch between one of these two stances. If you do, that stance's effects apply until you switch to another stance or are knocked unconscious. Reason I wanted this to apply right here. Switch to another stance. That is intentionally written to where if anybody wants to take this over and say, like, okay, well, you allow the Yojimbo and the Runekeeper at your table, I want to give the DM the option here of saying you should not be able to switch into a Yojimbo stance and a Runekeeper stance at the same time. I think that the narrative there would have been a little, like, not super sure about that, right? And I want to be sure with, like, it all makes sense with Ross's stuff. They use power words. I'll talk about that here in a little bit. I also should probably drink some honey and some coffee. Oh, and by the way, a big thank you to a choir teacher who, whenever I told her about my throat can start to get a little bit raw after I live stream, or after I've been singing for a while in choir and yelling over kids. Any of y'all ever hear this stuff called Fisherman's Friend? These are like the cheapest ass throat lozenges you'll find anywhere, but like these tiny little things, oh man, You'll feel like you got mint on your brain. These are so good. Like, are they necessarily the greatest flavor in the world? No, but that's not their point. The point is to make it to where your throat is like you can't feel shit. Saves your throat. And like, legitimately, okay, there we go. Yep. Already, I can feel it like coating my throat out. Like, it can feel a little bit raw, but like, hey Phil, thanks for hanging out, man. I appreciate you. Have fun at brunch. It saves your throat. It gives you like a little, it feels like a little magical layer of like, yeah, if it doesn't taste great, it's probably working. It's very, very true in the case of Fisherman's Friend. It doesn't taste terrible or anything like that. But you can feel like every bit of your, yeah, the real throat goat. You can feel every bit of it like healing up anything that feels tender in your throat. It's great. I love these throat lozenges. Especially whenever you have to yell and sing and get kids to sing. Yeah, man, Fisherman's Friend. And they're only like $2 a package. They're so good. Okay. I wanted to make this compatible with other stance switching classes like Ross's. Ross is the first class I know, the first class I know of with the Yojimbo to incorporate a stance switch. So this is, the wording from this is borrowed from Ross's Yojimbo with his permission, which by the way, if you are looking at getting into homebrew and you're considering like, hey, this other guy wrote a thing that I think I could really use that would help this thing out. Let me see, could I just borrow the mechanic of that? Always ask, but usually people are going to be pretty cool with you just borrowing their stuff. As long as you credit them and everything, which I need to double check. I credited Ross on the old Runekeeper, then I credit him in the current one. Right? And how did I put his credit? Did I just put it on the publishing page? Okay. Stance switching needs to... I swear, it feels like documenting... Oh, are they too strong for you? I mean, I can get that. Because you definitely feel like your eyes are minty. They're very, very strong. But sometimes, like, especially once you taught choir, you understand why, like, oh, that's... Okay, yep, that's necessary. I need that kind of power, right? Should I put that here, or should I put it actually in the... I think I need to put, like... I don't know that this all needs to go down in the copyright stuff, but it feels like having all this up here in the credits... Because, like, there's designs, additional designs. Hang on, actually. Was borrowed. I guess I should just say came from, or was originally designed by Ross Liger and used here. His permission. Okay. I think that's fine. Actually, I should probably take this. Put his credit here. There we go. And then this is a, because the rune itself wasn't designed by, yeah, this is fine to have it out here. Okay. I know, super exciting stuff, me working on the credits and everything. I thought there was some of the Deadbolt OST on this playlist. I kept seeing the logo, but I haven't actually played the game. Or seeing the cover of it. Serpent Kingdoms. I think I took out any references to this book. Yeah, because that was all Saurian stuff, and that's not going to be a thing for right now. I'm just trying to see what I can clean up. Okay, cool. Oh man, yeah, and I can get rid of the typographers because I'm not using that stuff anymore. Woof. Yeah, I mean, Ross just has a great, Ross does a lot of really innovative work for coming up with the fiction behind things that we want to use for so many cool mechanics in the game. Like, rune stance. I was just trying to think of something as simple as, yeah, you want to do the switch between, like, I have this one thing that does a passive thing, and then I switch and do the other. But you'd be surprised how, like, the text of that, you think, oh, yeah, but, you know, how would I work that out, right? What's going to be the cool flavor for that? And then I think it was Spencer who was like, you know, Ross already did that with the Yojimbo. Like, I was mid-stream, and Spencer was like, yeah, Ross is Yojimbo. And I was like, oh, what? He already did a stance switcher? So, yeah, Ross is a great boundary pusher, you know. Oh, Draconic Wolf, thank you so much for the $2. Thanks again for the stream. Hey, absolutely. Thank you for the donation. Helps your productivity. Glad I could help out. You know, the stance switch. And it's a cool thing to build off of too. But like Ross came up with a super clean wording for that in his Yojimbo that just super made sense, right? Actually, wait, what happened to the alert box? Oh, sorry for anybody that yeah, if you were making donations while the alert box was hidden. There you go. Whoops. Oh, cool. You've been working on the map for Foundry? Killer. Yeah, I know a lot of people are putting these on like in the background just to sort of have something to listen to while they're working on stuff. So, hey, keep at it. You're doing great. I don't know what you're doing, but I bet you're doing great at it. I take the encouragement. Take it. There you go. Yay. You're doing great. Make coffee, have fun, chill. I'm sure whatever it is going to be awesome. And then once it's done, you're going to be very happy and proud of yourself. Oh, what did Ross find out about this? So, what Ross discovered, because he sent me some more feedback. If you guys would be interested in me going through the feedback that Ross sent, I can talk about it here on stream. But, I mean, it was mostly just, like, Ross thinks that this is coming along really well. So, what did Ross figure out? Was that the way that I originally had this, and I think this got fixed on stream, I think before Ross even came in. Hey, Michael, how's it going? So, what I wound up doing was I knew that what I wanted to do was make a really cool, strong base thing of, I also had a cough, or a throat lozenge in my mouth, but yes, Revivify, sure. So, putting up shelves in the nursery, not fun, but it needs to get done. Hey, I'm sure once it's done, you're going to be very, very happy. So, always yes to Ross feedback. Okay, I'll pull up his feedback, and I'll kind of talk about that. So, in the version of the PDF that I had, that I was trying to repair basically build out the new document from, Robert Lagervis, hey, thanks for subscribing. Welcome to the Insanity. That I was rebuilding. What I didn't know was that it had some old wording on there from before I had made these only apply once per turn. So it was just saying that, like, whenever an enemy takes damage while it's within 10 feet of you, it takes extra damage equal to half the number of runes you have inscribed, right? If you've just got one, right, that's only applying one instance of damage, that's actually already scary good each time the enemy takes damage. It's just getting another instance of that damage, because it doesn't matter how it takes the damage, whatever. So there's a lot of ways in which you're possibly doing like 10 damage per turn on top of everything you're already doing. However, we figured out that even if you limit it back to just this once per on the first time of its turn, or the first time an enemy within 10 feet of you takes damage on a turn, it takes extra damage equal to half the number of runes you have inscribed. This is actually a lot more tame and pretty manageable here. We're looking at now, reliably, we've basically halved the potential damage output of this thing. Since it's only once per turn, and someone can't do something like dual wield to where it's like bop bop, you know what I mean? Like it's only going to be like on its action, maybe on its bonus action, not both, right? So this limits that really, really well. Protection does the same thing, right? It needed to be the first time you or your allies within 10 feet of you take damage on a turn. Otherwise, this would have been the default, like, yeah, this always has to be on, right? They were both extremely strong, and I thought that originally maybe the fact that both were good, but you can't have both at the same time, might have been a decent balancing factor. But Ross is right in that, like, it absolutely had to be the first time on a turn. It couldn't be any time it takes damage. I thought it could have been cool, but that also would have been another obnoxious, like, reminding the DM, hey, I'm in my destruction stance. It takes the damage again. Here's another instance on the damage. This feels like a cool, evocative, kind of different feel on, like, what is Hunter's Mark gonna mean to them, right? It's also hinting at, like, hey, you know what this communicates to a lot of people? You should gish. Like, you should gish. You need to be within 10 feet of a creature. You should gish. Like, yeah, the way that you're going to get the most out of Destruction Stance is by going with a melee weapon. Could you build out a ranged Runekeeper? Sure. Yeah. But, like, I think you're going to get a lot more love out of this class if you just go with that, like, kind of up in your face character. You know what I mean? Protection stance. Protection stance on top of already getting a lot of the armor that this thing is going to get. I think that you're going to be actually kind of comfortable in the front line. Think about it like this, okay? The way I look at protection stance, sure, you are a D8 class. Think about this. You are a D8 class, okay? 4.5, right? Sure. However, you are reducing damage you take per turn equal to half the number of runes you have inscribed. Ooh, so that's effectively... like I've actually got a D10 hit die. I love that. I love that, right? Boom. Now what happens whenever you get 4 runes? Wait, what? Ooh, wait. You're telling me it feels like I've got a D12 hit die? Wait. What happens whenever I get up to 6 runes? It's like I got a D14 hit die? Wait, what happens whenever I get up to 10 runes? Like I have a D16 hit die? What? Oh, this is so awesome. I love this. You're going to be very comfortable frontlining with this. I think that this right here, protection stance, is like... I still think Barbarian with Rage... getting all those... Hey, Spencer, thank you so much for the $5. You hit the been awake for 24 hours mark. Yes, man. Hey, you are always welcome to come and hang here. And hey, get some sleep. Get some sleep. I love having you, but you know, only hang out. Only hang out here if it's not hurting your health. All right, dude. Okay. I love the interactivity about what's going on with the stances and the runes with the different subclasses. I am trying to figure out how many they should get, right? And what's going to be thematically cool for that. The reason I kind of leaned on 4 was because of Primordial. And Primordial being like, what else could their stances be other than Earth, Air, Wind, and Fire? Right? But like... oh man. Elemental themed characters are so bizarrely hard to write for and make them feel really unique and innovative. Actually, wait, Heavy, are you up right now or are you on weird turkey time and you're not like... yeah, I think you're dead right now. So, I'd love to call Heavy in, and because he was working on an elemental themed kind of a thing. Man, only hang out if it's not affecting your health, alright? Otherwise, hey, the last couple days have taught me about the importance of sleep, man. Okay, so, protection stance. What this means is effectively your hit dice. As long as you are in protection stance, your hit die is like, alright. Here, it's like I got a D10 instead. Pretty cool. Alright. Remember what I was saying about being pretty comfortable in frontline? You're gonna feel pretty good. Pretty damn good, alright? Feel right up here at 5th level? Like I got a D12 hit die? Hey Barbarian, how's it going, man? Let's hang out, right? Now, why does this not outclass Barbarian? Because Barbarian actually, like, if we're talking about what does resistance mean to the Barbarian, it's almost like they are effectively, like, doubling their hit points in a way. If you look at, like, the CR generator for 5e, right? At least if we're calculating what a creature's defensive CR is, that's what we kind of value that as, right? Okay, beef jerky. Now, I think that would mean that, like, do they have a D24 hit die? Maybe? Or, wait, 13. 13 times 2 is 26. D26 hit die? I don't know, maybe. D27 hit die. No. I don't think it's that extreme. I think it's very good. I don't think that even once it gets to flat damage -5, I still don't know that it's as good as Barbarian in Rage State. I mean, I'm willing to be wrong and fix that to where, like, it's a flat 1, 2, 3. But I kind of like the fact that it's, like, tied into your runes here, you know? I like the narrative of that. It's defined right here, I think. A robotic Raven Mage. It is more flexible. Now, this is definitely not as good as Bear Mage, wow. Bear Mage, new subclass. It's not as good as Bear Totem. But, I mean, god damn, it's really good. It's definitely, it doesn't get as good as Bear Totem until probably 17th level. Okay. Well, you might be right. I mean, I can see your point. Well, I don't want to get too, like, man, well, this one, right? I like the idea of they are all going to be 10 feet anyway, so why not just refer to it up in here somewhere, right? Flat? The hill dwarf with the tough flat? Well, I'm like... Oh, there we go. You know, hill dwarf, tough feet, draconic source, or no, giant soul sorcerer, or I love taking plots when I level up. Okay. 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 Hang on. I love flatting with a loving partner. Consensual flatting. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. In a 10-foot area? No, 10-foot radius. Hang on. Okay. man, that mix of like cough or like throat lozenge, and then coffee, and then beef jerky, is just like it's leaving a. How do I describe how weirdly specific the flavor in my mouth is right now? Like, you know. Oh boy, let me see if anybody else gets this. You know, whenever you were a kid, and your parents took you to like a relative's house for the holidays, and like you eat something at their house, like they're out of state, right? And you eat something at their house that like might be kind of like traditional in their state, but it's real funky to you and you've never had it, but they seem to just love the shit out of it, and you're like, what is in my mouth? Why does it taste like the smell of your house right now? Like, oh, it's so weird. Like, okay, my aunt and uncle in Texas loved, is it pimento cheese? And is it pimento cheese that looks like a weird, like cheese meteor with like weird chunky tumors in it? And it can come in like a big lump, right? Yeah. Okay. This is not bad cheese. Now that I'm older, okay? This is not bad cheese, now that I'm older. Back then, for some reason, there was a funk to this about pimento cheese from Texas that tasted weird. And it's supposed to be a little bit creamy, right? It's supposed to be creamy. Not the stuff that they had. You had to cut this stuff up. Like, the pimento cheese in Texas, like, was in, like, a weird brick mass. Yeah, meh. But anyways, that was the weird taste I just had in my mouth right now. Just weird foreign family holiday food. And cheese looks like a cancer cell. What do I think of the draconic gifts from Fizz bands? Robotic Raven Mage. Yes, yeah. Okay. I'll get to that. Yes. Because it's another effect that applies to you, in that. But yeah, I can get to that. I honestly was looking at Fizz bands for the character options, but I didn't really check out draconic gifts. Because I think there are. You get Find Familiar, you get a Pseudo Dragon. Really? Really? Okay, hang on. Let me talk about why I just giggled like that. So, Pseudo Dragon. I still worry about what this thing can do with a sting. Like, this is probably okay. It's DC 11 Constitution saving throw. Most of the time where this is going to be, like, effective, the thing is going to succeed on this save. Otherwise, like, not many things are immune to being knocked unconscious, so I might worry about that, but, like, if you find a way to up this saving throw, then, you know, it's one of those things, like, practically, I think it's fine in play, but, like, I think that it's one of those things that, like, is kind of further proof that the game is kind of fairly held together by, like, Scotch tape. I don't think it's really super elegant design to give someone a Pseudo Dragon and allow it to try multiple times to keep knocking things out like that. But it's whatever. I'm kind of whatever on that. Rhymes Binding Ice is really good. Yeah, I won't look through all of them because I want to get back on the Runekeeper like stuff for sure. But that art's cool. Is it toxic? Wait, what is she doing? I'm like trying to gather what all's going on in this artwork. As powerful as it is toxic. Okay. Oh, you're talking about the spell. Okay, the spell, yes. If I remember that one, I think that was one of the standouts that I was like, oh, okay, there's a lot of cool, like, isn't that the one where you freeze in a cone? Mermaid or Vegemite. I can only imagine, like, okay, I've never had Vegemite before. Wait, can I even order that? Is that a thing I can get here in Oklahoma? Amazon. If I can get Vegemite, then next live stream... Oh, no kidding. The fact that they call it yeast extract makes me really suspicious of it. Like, real suspicious of it. She's bathing in dragon blood? Gross. To unlock dragon powers. Interesting. Okay. Can I get... Why is Vegemite so goddamn expensive? And it's called yeast extract, right? Like, what does that mean? Is it just like a bread? It sounds like it would just taste like bread. Contains onion and celery. I can get it by January 28th. That's about when I would think about doing next stream. Oh my god. Alright, I'm just gonna pick that up. Alright, I'm just gonna try it. Yep. I wanted to try the, It doesn't taste like bread at all? Alright, coffee. Ready? 3, 2, 1. It has a strong umami flavor. I mean, I'm all here for that. Alright, I have Vegemite coming on Friday. I'm gonna give it a shot. I'll see you later, Michael. Thanks for popping by. It's leftover from brewing alcohol, from what you can recall. Okay, because, like, yeah, I used to homebrew beer, like, back in, like, 2010. And, I mean, I like the smell of, like, mead, you know? Like, I like the smell of, like, the wort and everything. You know, hops, man, I could give or take. I'm really not an IPA guy, but like that smell of like the barley and everything that I've been brewing, I mean, if it just tastes like that, I can see myself getting into it, you know? So can you, with the Draconic Gifts, I'm gonna look at this and then I'm gonna go back over into Runekeeper. Is it a permanent thing? taking root in the character. Okay, so you kill a dragon. You kill a dragon, you get a boon, right? Obvious visual manifestation when a character is transformed into a dragon. Oh. You can get transformed into a dragonborn by doing this? That sounds like you're taking some agency away from the character. Well, whatever, I guess. Okay. Draconic marks. Okay, so then they are... Yeah, very rare, can unbalance the game. Okay, so... Very rare and legendary. Yeah, well, I would imagine so. Okay. Not liking IPA in Vermont is heresy. Excuse me, like, if I'm drinking a beer and I can't tell the difference between that and, like, sleeping medicine, like, come on now. No, like, that IPAs taste like herbal, like, they taste like a witch remedy. Like, it does. It tastes like you're drinking witch potion. I cannot stand IPAs. My body does everything it can to reject them. Like, from sneezing to, like, literally, like, I will get sick if I drink more than, like, 1 or 2 IPAs. My mouth gets raw because, like, hops are, whenever, like, my mouth is exposed to, like, raw hops. So, like, that, oh my god. I'm good. I'm good. Nope. I love beer. Cannot stand IPAs. So this is a permanent thing that you get. Cool. Might unbalance the game if you... Yeah, sure. Okay. Real quick. You become a Dragonborn. Alright. I would let the player know that's going to be a thing that would happen. You replace the racial traits. Sure. Detailed in this book. Matches the family of the dragon from the gift. Alright. So, this is an origin story for how Dragonborn can come into the world in a way that doesn't mean a dragon fucked a human. Or a human fucked a dragon, I guess. Okay, so you become a Dragonborn. And cool. This is a thing that, like, you need to willingly take on. You need to tell the player, like, hey, this is going to change your race. Is that cool with you? Yeah, sure, cool. Let's do it, right? Bam. But if they know that they're going to take this gift, and, like, yeah. Or you can keep any skill proficiencies you gained from your previous race. Okay. So... Okay. Toasted bread, butter, Vegemite is the go-to way to eat it. I'll give it a shot. I'll eat it on stream. I will. I'll give it a shot. Your DM let you guys choose any of the uncommon options. Oh, you got Draconic Gifts? Okay. Became a kobold instead. So this one is fairly harmless. Like, as an uncommon one, sure, you change your race into a Dragonborn. Okay. Draconic Familiar, uncommon, you get a free first level spell, a very good first level spell, and a flexible way that you can use the first level spell. But attacking with a pseudo dragon is good for inflicting one thing, and that one thing is sleep. But that one thing is, like, pretty much really only good until you go and you get investment of the Chainmaster over in the Warlock, which, like, it then becomes pretty damn scary. If you go Fighter, well, nah, I mean, I guess Fighter's the best way you can get a lot of use out of that. But I mean, you're talking about a really specific build path. I don't think it's super problematic in play or like maybe in practice, or in theory or in practice. It's a little worrisome, but eh. Let me look at the other uncommon ones. Okay, Tongue of the Dragon. You get to learn Draconic. Boom, you go Thaumaturgy. Yay. You have advantage, just general advantage on persuasion checks. Wow. So a new language, always, or you can put yourself under the effects of a pretty nice spell. Hey, Trek. Ça va. Advantage on persuasion checks. Also very nice. Just generalized advantage. I mean, I guess after you go on this quest, and then, you know, yeah. How many dice do I have? I haven't really counted them all, but if you look back... oh wait, I just realized you guys can't see my arrow on my computer. Okay. If you look back over here, this rack right here has got a whole bunch of test tubes that have dice in them. So I got about like 15 of these tubes over there. A bunch of these different rando dice. Foam dice. Weird dice, dice counters. There's these. So there's a D100. There's like a rando foam dice. And then prison dice. This is a dice, or this is a D6 that's been made out of toilet paper. Right? Pretty cool. I mean, I thought that these are pretty interesting. I made this using a guide on, I have a friend of mine who is he's a corrections officer here in Oklahoma. And he told me about the way that he's seen inmates make, shit rolls. He told me the way that inmates play D&D in prison, and he was showing me some of the way that they make dice there, right? So this one is actually toothpaste and toilet paper. It's toilet paper, and you basically make like paper mache to get the shape with toilet paper and water, right? Pretty light on the water, and then you just kind of coat that with toothpaste, and the toothpaste makes this hard shell. Like, I mean, it's pretty damn hard. Like, it sounds and feels like a die, you know, and it rolls pretty well. I mean, sure, the shape is kind of screwy, but like, if you just shake it in your hand even and just go, you're gonna get a result, right? I guess, like, oh god, you guys are getting the grand tour, right? Like, kind of interesting. Anyways, so there's other cool dice that they use. Oh god, you guys are all over the place. Is that gonna work? Are we back in order? Uh-oh. Oh my god, hang on. Oh god. Okay. Yeah, rolled 6. Nikolai Zanoga. they're the, oh. Then they escape. Huh. Well, I don't really know a whole lot about the lore, but I just assume whenever they're like, they're half human, half dragon, I'm like, oh. Must have been a very happy bard. How solid is it? I mean, I wouldn't want to get thumped with it. I mean, I can always make another one. I thought about making one for like a video. I'm trying to find anything around here that would be hard enough for me to hit it. I don't feel like it would break by me like... Oh, wow. Go, okay. Hang on. You guys have got to see this. I didn't place it here. I literally just threw it back at the wall. It landed inside this candle. Like, that was awesome. Okay, I just like randomly threw it. Okay, it's solid. It's pretty, yeah. But the thing I've heard is that these get banned. Have I tried making one that isn't a D6? I tried making a D4, and this looks pretty terrible. It's, yeah, calculated. It's tough. And what a trick shot. Like, it's tough, but the shape isn't like, the shape isn't great for rolling, right? I mean, like, I guess it will give you a random result, and that's what you really want. Maybe if, like, you, like, maybe if you took some sandpaper and were able to, like, smooth it out, I guess it'd be fine. But for my first attempt at making these with just, like I said, toothpaste and water and toilet paper, they turned out okay. I think it might be better if I could figure out, like, some kind of a mold for it. But I just thought it was interesting that you could do this in the first place. There's also... there's a pretty cool... There's a few dice that you should see. If for nothing else, the really cool... yeah, there's the toilet paper dice right there. Those look super nice compared to mine. Yeah, they make them out of, like, D20s out of paper. Okay, instead of minis, they'll break pencils up, and that'll be their stand-ins for their characters. Like, I thought that was really cool. The way that they make these like, the ingenuity is so cool. Yeah, they'll take, this is an entire polyhedral dice set right here. Right, so there's your D4, there's your D6, there's your D8, your D10, your D12, and then your D20. Like, you just, if you don't have anything and you're like, okay, roll a D20, like, you can, it's pretty great, right? Like, 20, 19, 18, 17, like, it's actually structured out. This looks really great. And this is brilliant. The spinners were interesting. Yes, these. Okay. D20, D10, D8, D4. So this gives you a window to let you know, like, what the result of the dice is going to be. And then the cup on the inside tells you, like, the actual result, right? So you take a, like, I think they say that you take a screw or, like, a pen or something like that, and put it in the bottom to where it's just slightly kind of above it, right? To where the cups aren't getting a lot of friction, and then you just spin it. This right here, playing cards, do they not show? I guess it's just a deck of playing cards. This was the inspiration, honestly, right here, for the Gambler Runekeeper. Gambler Merchant. If you look at the Gambler subclass. Sorry, my throat. I might have to take a small break and make some tea to get some like throat coat in. But the Gambler, Vice, get out of here. Let me do this. Okay. Whenever I made the Gambler, it was completely inspired by this. Oh, come on. I don't know why Acrobat's doing this today. Why? Why is it fine here, and then I zoom up, and then it goes crazy? Okay. The Gambler was inspired by the idea that they had been using decks of cards to play D&D in prisons, right? So I like the idea so much that I wanted to expand it out and to be its entire class, to where you could count cards to strategically like play out your subclass and its features, right? So that's what the whole like cardistry feature is all about. You can use a D20, or you can use a deck of cards instead of a D20. If you pull a red, it's like usually going to be the result of the card plus 10. Aces are 11, jacks, queens, and kings are 20, and 10s are 20, you know. But if you draw a black card, wow, I really need that throat coat. Ace is going to be a 1, jack, queen, king is going to be a 1, you know. Those of you that have seen The Merchant know what this is all about. So, that all came from how they play with playing cards in prison, you know. So it's a high variance dice instead of just being a normal D20. So I thought this was really cool, and I made it out into be like the Gambler Merchant's own thing. So I'm gonna go get some tea, some throat coat. I'm sure you all can hear. I sound pretty rough. I feel fine, but my throat is pretty raw. Anyways, so I'll be right back. Give me about 10, 15-ish minutes. I will be right back with y'all. Yeah, there we go. So, a few other kind of cool things in here. You can go check out this article. Vice has got this on like how they're actually doing D&D in like in prisons. One of the probably the most interesting thing about this is like the way that they've been able to come up with ways to play this game, despite not being able to use its most like fundamental tool of dice. Like really, really cool. I think that this is a super interesting article. One I thought about doing a video on in the past, but just never really got around to doing it. I actually need to call my buddy that is a prison guard and see if he'd be interested in talking about it. Link, I think if you just Google prison dice, D&D in prison. It's, let me copy the link. There you go. Yeah, it's a pretty cool article. I highly recommend checking that one out. Target must succeed on a con save. That's got a weird question. Mites, fleas, or other parasites. Asking about yeah. Con save against the costume. Spell save DC. Oh god, I'm sure you can hear the dogs. We have some neighbors that are moving in who have a large poodle that our dogs have. Our dogs like having friendly chats with, apparently, outside. There we go. Okay. Alright, so around you until you switch to another stance or are knocked unconscious. Okay. Okay. I think that's pretty good. My next layer of like, because I already know if I get feedback from people that say this feels like this is still going to be way too strong, my next level of bringing this down and toning this down is going to be to make it equal to half your proficiency bonus round down, which, yeah, I don't really want to have to get to that point. A flat 5 damage that occurs every instance in combat, I'm thinking that's going to be that you have upped your team's essential damage output per round to about like 20, 20 per round, which is really damn good. How would this work for Jotun, which has no area effects within their stances? It probably, because they only apply to you. So it just means whenever you're in the stance, you also get the other effect. Right? So if you go weapon, you can attack twice instead of once whenever you take the attack action on your turn. you can go into either the protection or destruction stance, and then you can also get weapon on top of that, which means you can attack twice instead of once whenever you take the attack action on your turn. You gain a bonus, +1 bonus to AC while wearing armor, or, yeah. The area of your stance. Yeah, I guess that works. So, like, if this was going to apply to everybody, like, everyone can attack twice instead of once whenever you take, yeah, I'm fine with this only applying to you. I mean, it is an additional part of the rune stance, right? I like that it builds off of it, and I like that it gives you more options, and they still don't feel quite overwhelming. Like, I love the fact that I could give you extra attack here, as well as a +1 bonus to AC while wearing armor or wielding a shield, as well as you and your allies that can see you within the area of your stance have advantage on saving throws against being frightened, but you can't have them all at the same time. Like, I really like that. I'm curious what some people are going to say about the general power of that while it's out there in the wild. But you having to forego getting extra attack on your turn in order to get, like, Valor or in order to get armor, and the fact that it's all tied into your bonus action, I think this feels pretty good. Yeah, there are additional effects, yeah, this stacks on top of the stance that you get. So what's scary, like, what was scary originally is that whenever you attack twice, it could have applied that 2 times, right? Which, that extra damage started to look real good. I've got to make sure that Jotun's not doing anything to break this. Jotun's getting extra damage on top of everything else already. Like, I'm kind of curious what people think. And I mean, you know, like, would some people rather play the Rune Knight as it currently sits in Tasha's, or like the Jotun Rune Keeper? Because I think the Jotun Rune Keeper gives you a lot more options that you're going to be able to use with it. But you can still essentially create a very similar character. Like, the one thing that sells it to me, that makes, and again, like, I really try not to talk about, like, my own work as in, like, yeah, I want to, but no, for real, I should want to play the stuff that I wrote, you know? But, like, this alone is, like, this feels super fun to me. I love this idea. I can wield a big-ass martial weapon with one hand? Are you kidding me? Yes, give me that Cloud Strife Buster Sword. I'm going out, you know? Like, I love this idea. Looking at this giant right here, I love to think that that's a great axe. You know, just massive great axe in his hand. I feel sick. So, like, I love the idea of that. The Jotun Resilience, I'm kind of wondering if that's going to be necessary. Ooh. Do I gotta get rid of that? Because protection's already really good. Oh man, protection is already so good. I would be very, very worried about the... Alright, let me go get the dogs in real quick. But yeah, I love that idea, right? You just like have two massive swords, like ah! That felt so cool. And I think that there's a chance we can get rid of this. Yeah, because, like I was talking to you guys earlier, right? There's a possibility that we can get rid of this because the protection stance is already very good. It might. Hey, John, glad to have you again, man. By Frost, get towards Hammer to smash that like button. The D8. I feel like this is supposed to emulate you getting big weapons, right? Like, this is supposed to feel like, oh yeah, like I'm hitting you with a great club that's 3 feet bigger, you know? But like, I don't know that that's a great, oh no. Okay, no ice? Oh my god. Can I ask Dan Dillon? If I hit him up on, okay, if I hit him or Ray Winninger up on Facebook, would they tell me, if I were just to ask them like, hey, there's a thing I'm designing right now, but I want to make sure it'll work. I want to make sure it's kind of future-proofed. Could you tell me, without violating any kind of NDA, how close the Thri-kreen is going to be to the UA, the Thri-kreen's extra arms? No, I'm actually kind of worried about what Thri-kreen could do with this. If you go Thri-kreen and then take it over here. Okay. Yeah, now I'm actually really curious. One of my buddies has been asking me D&D questions also, like over on Facebook. I'm just gonna try this. Man, I feel like Dan Dillon might be a little bit more tight-lipped with it than like if I hit up Ray Winninger. Hey, I was just curious, and I don't you to violate any or anything, but Thri-kreen. But I'm trying to future-proof. About Thri-kreen. Could you tell me? Would you be able to tell me, without violating NDA, if they'll be pretty close to the UA? I'll see. I'll randomly see if Dan Dillon will tell me, yeah, it's gonna be published like that. Yeah, Thrycreen would. I think Thrycreen would fuck this up a little bit. Thrycreen being able to get like, what is it, 3 or 4 arms and be able to like do this. Thrycreen are gonna screw up a lot of stuff if I allow this. In the UA, you couldn't wield more than 2 weapons. From what I recall, you could still wield a shield. And, like, I think it would be fine to allow you to, like... Yeah, I mean, this is still... And Dan hasn't been on for 17 hours, so I don't know. I am super curious now. I mean, and I don't really have to get that info, but it would just be nice. I know that, like, I mean, is that really an issue with this? Because this is okay. It would kind of be an issue of both, because the problem is the mechanic that they gave for Thrycreen. I'm fine with it being I'm fine with it being innovative and all that stuff. I feel like mine's a bit more reasonable, but like that would be one race causing a big damn issue with this. I believe they can shield in their minor hand, right? To wield light weapons, so you could essentially have a character wielding 2 light weapons and 2 light-handed two-handed weapons. Right. I wonder how bad that would screw this up. I mean, if you're already dual wielding, right? Oh, it does? Okay. It's been forever since I've looked at that UA. I just remember knowing that, like, everybody was saying this is gonna throw a big wrench into, like, any kind of, like, maneuver-esque kinds of features that we're thinking about, like, introducing into the game. I would say, part of me thinks that that's also kind of on what we see in the final development for the Thrycreen, right? Like, we haven't seen it yet. I'm not gonna freak about it until we see it. And in that case, whenever it does come out in the future, maybe then we'll take a look at it again, and maybe then it'll be cause for reevaluation, right? But I think right now, it's probably fine to just, like, leave it as is. This is something I've play tested at my tables, and, like, this feels super fine if it's a specific part of your character that you built into, right? And I think for this being core as, like, a second level thing for your subclass, it's pretty fine. Originally, this was, like, the big specialty thing for Verbeeg in Legends of Frozenfar. So the playtest feedback that I got out of this, not only at my tables but from other people, was like, oh dude, yeah, no, this is like the giant feel right here. This is sick. I'm like, all right, cool. Yes, we got that flavor in. But almost universally it was taken to, like, you know, yes, I'm going to use great sword and shield, and it was great. It was awesome. You got the frontliner that you wanted to get out of it, and it's sick. Okay. Might need to look at domination. I might need to look at... Okay. So. It's time to... It's time to take a cold, hard look at what Primordial is supposed to be. If you have expectations for what a Runekeeper, or what a primordial Gish was supposed to be, what would that be? Like, or a primordial Runekeeper, right? I think that, like, maybe the interesting thing might be that, whereas most of the other Runekeepers have been Gishes, and pretty clearly Gishes, primordial shtick might be, I'm gonna take the palette that you've given me, and now I'm gonna make it the blaster, right? Well, like, is it gonna be interesting to have that? A controller? Elemental weapons? I mean, it's gonna be pretty easy to get a hold of those. And the runes kind of cover a lot of that territory. Huh. Like, destroying shit with gratuitous amounts of nature. This might be the fun place to put that. Oh, you know what? Like, this might be the place where I get rid of a thing. Okay, some people like this. I like this. I like this a lot. I thought this was funny. However, this doesn't make a whole lot of sense on this other Runekeeper, or this druid. This feels odd on this druid. We've taken this druid is about, I'm gonna make a bunch of these different standing stones. They're gonna give you a bunch of these auras, and then suddenly I turn into a stone. What? Like, yeah, this is gonna be the druid that, like, you're gonna make a bunch of conduits, and it's gonna be really cool for you to. Oh. Actually, wait. Hang on. Yes, this does need to get pulled, because I think that it's going to be cool for a it's going to be cool for another thing, for Earth. And you count it as one of your standing stones. It makes a lot of sense, and, like, you are literally petrifying yourself as a Runekeeper. However, as that druid, like, it felt kind of odd. The cool thing for this is actually going to be, if we wanted to evoke the blaster thing, this thing should likely get like, for every 2 primordial runes you know a cantrip of your choice. Or, wait, a damaging cantrip of your choice. Or, that's the easy thing for the rune stance. And you can switch between the rune stance to get a different cantrip. That's super easy. And that actually, none of the runes are going to give you a cantrip anymore. I don't know if I told you guys that. I nerfed all the magic runes fairly hard. And I'll talk about why. Whenever you're designing a different magic system like this. Oh, and this is a big shout out. Actually, thank you to Ukulele for telling me this. Apparently, they designed the dragon marks in the Everon book to intentionally be overpowered, and I was Wow, are we really gonna have to ban this many bots today? Let's get these out of here. Hang on a sec. Okay. Okay. Please don't click any of the links or try to type any of that stuff in your chat or your okay. So, yes, it could, the problem was if it gave you a cantrip on top of giving you a first, like, a spell slot to cast a first, second, third, fourth, or fifth level spell, and you could invoke, like, 10 of these, the calculations on it were just, like, you could get too many cantrips, you could get too many of these spells, multiple times per day, right? But, if you limit it to where it's, like, you don't get the cantrip, it's pretty okay. It's actually really tame. Because you're not getting the short rest spell slot regeneration that you were getting from Warlock, right? But what you are getting is more 5th level spell slots to use than the Warlock, but you're not getting 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th level slots. So, like, it actually trades off kind of okay. But if you were putting that stuff over here, I don't want to do resistance to fire damage or anything like that in here, right? You know, I like Produce Flame so much more. You know these different cantrips. You know the Shape Water cantrip. What if you could cast them as a bonus action? Gust, Mold, Earth, Produce Flame, Shape Water. Oh, wait, didn't they... You know what might be kind of cool? Is if they mimicked what the Genocide can do. I mean, it would be pretty damn strong. And that could be a redundancy. I don't want to build into that and kind of get into that. It does kind of suck that we can't, now we can't do Blade Ward as a bonus action. Like, Blade Ward as a bonus action for Earth Genocide is such a cool mechanic. But what it means, though, is that because they put that on a race, we can no longer put that as, like, a class feature anywhere, because that's going to create a redundancy with what is essentially, like, the defining feature for a specific race. And that's like, ooh, that hurts. I mean, like, it's cool. It's cool for Earth Genocide. I'm not going to complain about that, but yeah. Bonus action utility cantrips can be pretty cool. I don't mind this so much. I know, hey, I'm from Oklahoma. I know a lot of people complain about the way I say genocide, or Ganassi. Anyways, I don't know, me and my buddies always called them genocide, so, yeah. Some people were like, are you saying genocide? And I'm like, no, what? Mold Earth, I'm always really curious about what that one can do in play. Like, Mold Earth has so much potential. Like, yeah. I wouldn't mind. I've pretty much given up my campaign against, like, the floating ASIs, because, like, man, I just, yeah, it's not a fight I'm gonna win. Like, I'm just not. I wrote a whole new, if you want to see the way that I tried to fix it, like, I mean, I actually got mentioned in the DM's Guild newsletter, as like their product of the, their free product of the month or something, or of the week. Pay what you want product of the week. Where is it? Yada-da. 333. Let me find. Yeah, what was super cool was like it got mentioned in that newsletter, and suddenly people were like actually paying for a pay what you want product, and it went from like, I mean, it had some free downloads, but like it went from people paying pennies for it to like, oh, someone dropped $20 on it. Like what? Like that was cool. Come on, load it up. Yeah, Mold Earth. I've been in campaigns that I've played where Mold Earth completely subverted main plot points because we were just like, oh, we want to dig around the building. Wait, what? Yeah, Mold Earth. Oh, well, here's the final boss. You know, like, yeah. Okay, here you go. So this is the thing that I wrote called Narrative-Driven Character Creation. All right. This book, what is it? 9 pages. Yeah, pretty simple plugin, right? I wasn't really happy with the way that things were handled in Tasha's. This was my pushback to the lineage system, and I was like, you know what? I think that it's fine to remove ASIs from your race, but I don't think that making them a floating ASI is necessarily an interesting thing to do in much of any capacity. So I made this. And if you're interested, you can go pick this up absolutely free over on the DM's Guild. What this does is it bases it off of your background and your class rather than your race. So it also does some rebalancing of like, hey, rather than Tasha's be able to give, or the rules in Tasha's be able to give you like 80 different tool proficiencies if you're a dwarf, because you can swap out a weapon for a tool, why don't we do this item? So it's almost like a point buy system with that. It also fixes the fact that you lose out on the power of half-elf and human because they lose the flexible ASI as a power in their race. So this changes that right there. Mountain Dwarf also restructures a few things because they lose out on a +2 to their, to 2 things. Wow, my throat. Okay. In here, there's also how your background is going to increase your different ability scores. You guys can check all that out. And then your class gives you a choice of one ability score to increase by 1 from either one of the main 3 required by your class, right? So this is the way, at least, that like I felt like it was kind of cool to do character creation, right? This is one that we've been doing at my table for like a year now. So anyways, yeah, that's narrative-driven character creation. Go check it out if you'd like. I'll drop the link down in the comment section below. I say comment section. Where's the window for chat? Thoughts on some of the races getting nerfed in Monsters of the Multiverse? Yuan-Ti and Aarakocra definitely needed the nerf. The Kobold nerf was absolutely unnecessary. I hear some people that say that the Kobold nerf was like super needed. No, it's not officially, from what I understand. I don't think that Pack Tactics was all that strong. I don't think it was as strong as like some. If they're gonna keep magic resistance in the game, and even in the form that they put it in, Pack Tactics doesn't really deserve to get ripped off the Kobold. I don't think that was very fair. Yeah, even if they give you a sorcerer cantrip as consolidation, like, yeah. Some people view it as a buff. I view it as so part of the reason why they changed Kobold was because Kobold has this narrative in Volo's Guide to Monsters as being just woke up from falling asleep. Hey, if you left the stream on the entire time, you a bro. So part of the reason why they did that for oh crap, no, wait. Sorry, I just realized, why did that go to my liked songs? Why did that suddenly go to my liked songs? That's not good. This is supposed to be my live stream friendly playlist. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure that I don't get DMCA'd and then super chats and everything suddenly go to a record company instead of, yeah. Okay. So, the nerfs were made in like, I think the nerfs were made in the right areas except for, they explicitly said because it had sunlight sensitivity, no downside. Well, no sunlight sensitivity, sure. And that's fine. That's fine. But the rework also got rid of pack tactics, which is just absolutely unnecessary. I don't think they should have gotten rid of pack tactics because people were really inspired to play a Kobold based off of that. If they have another reason for why that didn't happen or why that happened, then like I'm happy to hear it out, I guess. But yeah. What else? What were other changes I don't really like? Or nerfs. Eric Cochran needed to happen. We all knew that. Yes. What else? Oh, Yuan T. I'm 100% fine with all the Yuan T nerfs. I don't think that they had to lose poison immunity, but I can see why they did it. I still think that they probably took the nerf bat to the wrong feature on them. Magic resistance got the nerf, but I still don't know that that nerf was going to be hard enough. I would like to hear why they did what they did, but like magic resistance not being functionally the same across the board to monsters and player characters feels weird. But I will say that the mechanic itself is probably too good. I've heard that. I don't think that sunlight sensitivity, like, I think that most tables, like, y'all tell me if I'm wrong and I'm just, whatever. Most tables, at least that I've talked with, just straight up ignored any of the negative traits that your race was giving you. Not many people were actually playing out sunlight sensitivity to any race. In fact, from what I understand, a lot of people were just ignoring the Kinku's mimicry trait because they felt like it was just annoying. The half from half orc and you put null instead of orc. That's possible. I mean, yeah, I hadn't really paid much attention to I hadn't really paid much attention to all the gift stuff. The race just hasn't really appealed to me, so I've kind of ignored it. I will say that Shatterkai and Bugbear are looking probably too good. Shatterkai and Bugbear are, like, and I hate this. I hate this because, like, Bugbear is one of my favorite races. I think that Bugbear is going to have to get nerfed. I think that it is going to have to get reworked. They buffed the shit out of that surprise attack thing way too hard. Sure, it's only in that first round of combat, and people are going to be like, yeah, what? It's not too bad. No, Bugbear in that first turn of combat is going to melt any fucking thing in front of it. Like, it's insane. Shatterkai getting basically, once you get to like, what is that, 9th level? Once you get to that +4 to your proficiency bonus, effectively just has Misty Step every round of combat, like if you're only doing one combat encounter per long rest, right? Like, is that how every table runs it? No, but it's how a lot of tables run it. It helps that Icewind Dale, Witchlight, Descent into Avernus, and Candlekeep all have no sunlight. Wow. Huh. Yeah? Yeah. Interesting. But, I mean, like, Pack Tactics, if you're playing at a table that has the variant flanking rules, then, like, Pack Tactics is not all that great. Like, it helps out, but it's not super great. However, if you're playing on a table that doesn't have the variant flanking rules, Pack Tactics looks scary strong. I will say the one thing that I like about, like, if they're going to remove Pack Tactics from the Kobold, here we go. Why is this doing this? Find first. Why is it doing that? Okay, ignore that. Where's this happening? Oh, done. Just ignore those. Okay. The only reason, like, I thought what would have been real cool, right? I had this idea a few years ago for a rogue subclass that was going to be, I called it like the Feral. And the Feral's whole thing was like kind of the Arcane Trickster mirror for Druid. So like you were I don't know, I don't really know how else to put it. You're a nature Arcane Trickster, you know? Like, basically just, it's another flavor for it, right? Is it doing anything that the Arcane Trickster's doing, or the Arcane Trickster isn't really covering? Like, I guess it's a different flavor, right? The playstyle could be different. I did a version of it in like a super early book that I wrote. There we go. Now, the spellcasting is all going to be the same, but what I found out was like what made it really good all of a sudden. So you know how Swashbuckler gets their unique way that they get like sneak attack? You know what feels really cool if you do a character trait like this? Or a character option like this? Feral for the rogue. You know how sick this is on a rogue? Bam, you get Pack Tactics at 3rd level. Dude, you know how much flavor that gets across? With like, ooh, that is really good. The only rub that really happens with this, I think that this is pretty good. I don't think that Pack Tactics is as strong as people make it out to be. And I think that WotC probably overvalues it. It's very good. I don't think that it's game-breaking at all. It makes you think tactically. Good. Incentivize people to think tactically. Yeah, I put it on D&D Beyond a few years ago. But it's worth it for me to go through and do a different, like a new update on it with modern Terran sensibilities here, because I made that a while ago, especially, and that was before I had learned a lot about design. Go. Boom. So this is like, I think that this is pretty scary good. And I think that this is about, like, if I'm comparing this to like another rogue subclass, I'm gonna look at Swashbuckler. Because Swashbuckler gets a unique way that sneak attack is going to queue off for them, right? They're going to get fancy footwork, and then they're going to get their rakish audacity, right? Fancy footwork. Like, I guess this means that you don't have to use your bonus action to disengage, so like, you're fine with dual wielding now. And I guess it's okay at communicating that idea. Yeah, fight with 2 weapons while safely darting away from a component. I guess that's right there where it's like, hey, you need to dual wield with this, right? We're giving you features to do that, so we're going to put it in the flavor text, right? The last thing it does is making you think tactically? Really? Because you're running up at you're trying to make sure that you've got an ally that's near you to, you know, you're thinking about positioning, which I think is fine. You know, I think the contrast to pack tactics is having this, oh, Treant Monk. Hey, Treant Monk got back to me. He needs to schedule ahead of time for it. Oh, okay, that's fine. Yeah, Monk, it would be good to have you on, man. Really? Monster creation rules consider it a... What? Really? Pack Tactics is really good. I'm not going to deny that. I think that Pack Tactics is probably about as good as everything is giving you right here. Okay? But Rakish Audacity is giving you a bit more than just that, right? Sneak Attack. This is like... What this is going to do is you can run up, hit the thing. As long as none of your buddies are around it, you're going to get your sneak attack damage in, right? Now, Pack Tactics is you got to make sure one of your buddies is around it, and then your sneak attack is going to go up. So it's like an exact opposite of this, right? It does apply to ranged attack rolls. It does apply to ranged attack rolls, which I don't think it should. I don't think it should, right? Like, I think that you should have to be next to the ally as well, you know? Because most of the time, it's like, it's only animals that have only melee attacks that can get that. Is that the problem? Is that the problem? 1v1 me pro the class. Yeah, oh no. This is... Swashbuckler's really good at that, like... Hey, come on, man! Like, you know, you want to get that like, Desmond and Tulio kind of. Wait, Tulio and oh my God, no, I'm screwing up their names. Road to El Dorado. What are the characters' names? Road to El Dorado. Hang on. Oh my God, is someone gonna get it before me? Hang on. Tulio, Miguel and Tulio. What am I thinking of? Desmond? Where the hell did that come from? Oath of Treachery UA. Ooh. I mean, that is a cool flavor. That is a pretty cool flavor. Biomancer, kind of. If you are, as somebody else pointed out, I think it was Desmond's Realm, right? This likely should only apply to melee attack rolls. In my mind. The fact that it works ranged is very good for the rogue. Very, very good for the rogue. But I think it's pretty okay. This is, now I think if you're playing on variant flanking rule tables, this basically does nothing. Like, it's not really good at variant flanking rules tables. Yeah, it's, if we're talking about what's going to work better for the fantasy of it, I think that leaving it as is fine. I think that's fine. My thought is, or originally was, oh dang it, Druid cantrips. I had tried to figure out if this was too wild right here. I didn't know that I could design this. That I could do this. Let me see. I guess something in the wilds, right? Wild vengeance or something. Anyways, I'll worry about that later. What might not be fine is someone that takes pack tactics into someone who dips 3 levels in the rogue. I don't worry about pack tactics that much, honestly. And then again, I have variant flanking rules at my table, so take that for what you will. And I think that it needs to be a weapon attack. I think it needs to be a weapon attack, at the very least. You have advantage on weapon attack rolls against creatures, against the creature if at least one of your allies is within 5 feet of that creature, and the ally isn't incapacitated. You know what I mean? By the way, that ally... Well, no, they'd have to forgo their action to otherwise grant you that advantage. But there are other ways for that to happen. I don't think that this is all that insane. Like, I think it should apply to weapon rolls only. And someone just dropped off a package at my front door. 1 sec, I'll be right back. I don't know what it was. Amanda ordered something. Okay. Chief Matt, you new around here? 6+ hours. You apparently haven't been around for one of my 11-hour streams, huh? So yeah, I don't think that this is all that insane. Has it only been 4 hours? I think it's been, no, I've been streaming since 7. Make it a wild child, yeah. So the feral, like, I just don't have a problem with, I just don't really have an issue with Cobalt getting pack tactics, because I just don't really think it's that strong. And like, whenever people say like, I'm really worried about, you know, someone being able to do this all that much, Druid exists, like, Druid exists, they get it in some of their wild shape forms, they can only use this a certain number of times, yada yada yada, yeah, per short rest. Like, man. Yeah, 9 a.m. Yeah, no, I mean, I got up basically and started getting ready for this, so I've been at it for a while. I think like 32-ish viewers. Like, we're below where we were earlier. But yeah, been at it for a while. So if you like the stream, like what I'm doing around here, hey, why not consider supporting me over on Patreon, leaving a tip, super chat, something like that, you know? Hey, I appreciate y'all. Coffee, it costs money, so keep it going. I appreciate you guys. Whatever you can do, if you can afford it. Don't donate if you can't afford it. Yeah, I appreciate you. Or check out some of my work over on the DMs Guild. If you're not aware, let me show you guys. There was a product that I worked on that just dropped over on the DMs Guild, currently sitting in the number 2 of the most popular DMs Guild titles. Check out Home Field Advantage. There we go. This one was put together by me, Trekeros, Django Games, Xavier Bates, Devlin DM, Joe Gaylord, Sean Vatera, Boyan Valev, Kirsty Kidd, and I hope I didn't forget anybody else. But great, awesome custom cover by Vito Lima. Go check this one out if you are interested in kind of giving a more boss feel to some of your monsters by expanding the palette of layer actions in D&D 5e. Go check it out. So yeah, it's gotten great reviews so far. But yeah, you can also go pick up my Merchant and Dancer over on the Guild, as well as some of the other products I've been involved with. Tasha's Crucible of everything else. You know what's up. So yeah. You're fine with pack tactics and you think it's actually stronger than Silvery Barbs. I think the reason why Wolf Totem kind of falls off of people's radars is because this exists. And like, this is very good. This is very good. But like, goddamn, it is real hard to compete with this right here. Like, most people go over and say like, this is like, what, ooh, man. Does anything really compete with this? Like, I'm trying to find anything that, like, any of the other totems that possibly compares to Bear. Like, Bear, Resistance to all damage except psychic. And people can come up with certain... I don't want a specific situation that someone's going to say, like, well, what about you're fighting a mind flayer? Blah, blah, yeah, okay, well, no. In most combat, you all know what I'm talking about, right? This is one of the only ways that you can get resistance to force damage. That's insane. This is so good. Wolf is what you take when you know you have a life cleric in the party. Maybe. Eagle is great. Eagle's actually really good. Like, yeah, where low rage counts are less of an issue. This is very good. This is okay. This is... Hang on. No, actually, this is terrible. Don't take this, because this exists. If you're not allowed to take bear, take eagle. Like, okay, let me say this. Eagle would be very, very, very good. Except... I guess it's good safety, but you can take the dash action as a bonus action on your turn. Just outclasses this by every measure. What are you doing with a bonus action on your turn as a barbarian? Like, what are you doing with your bonus action after you rage? Not a whole lot, unless you're dual wielding. And, like, are you really doing that as a barbarian? Not really. Just, in most builds, no, not really. So, like, I don't think that this is all that great. This gives you an additional thing for you to do as a bonus action on your turn. So, like, I can dash whenever I'm raging as a bonus action. Sick. This is great for, like, I want to, like, re-engage, you know? I need to find a new target after I've hit something already. Awesome. I need some safety after I've hit a target and I'm in over my head. I can, while I'm raging, they have disadvantage on opportunity attack rolls against me. Awesome. Get me out of here. Great. Tiger. Who cares? Who cares about this? Three feet to your jump distance? Who cares about any of this? This is all weak. That's all weak sauce. Maybe, like, you can say, like, oh, well, herring gone. Okay, sure. Bonus action, you can jump another 10 feet. Get that out of here. While you're raging, your friends... This is cool. This is great. But, like... This is very good. But, goddamn, nothing compares to bear. That is just that good. I love the idea. I love that, like, some of these other ones really want to compete. Is bear overrated? I just don't think so. I just don't think so. It might be a little bit redundant because you're saying that, like, well, but you're already resistant to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing, and maybe another one if your race gave you another, like, type, like, Ah, yes, the jump meta. We're all optimizing, but we're all optimizing for it. I love bears that much, sure. Yeah. Okay. Oh. You want to know something though? Let me give you a hot take here. You want a hot take? Okay. Okay. Let me say this. You should be able to swap the totem. I think you should be able to swap the totem. I don't know that it needs to be a long rest. I don't know that it needs to be a short rest. I don't know that it needs to be whenever you rage. I don't know which of those three. Most likely, it should probably be on a long rest. But I tend to think that more often than not, it could probably be on a short rest. And it would be fine. I've gotten more into this actually after playing Inscription, because like the path of the totem or the totem carver character is pretty cool. Like, I don't know that it should be as a bonus action, because you being able to swap between these as a bonus action is like the kind of flexibility that's probably too good. But you need to be able to change your totem. Like, that's just the way that modern 5e is going, right? Lukewarm tank, okay, sure. But like, you suggest something like that, and you got a lot of people that say that, like, so you want to buff up like the best barbarian in the game. I mean, Totem Barbarian's very good. I don't know about, like, you know, you should be able to, Hot Take would be able to say that you can take multiple totems at the same time. Maybe, like, I don't think you should, but like, I think the Elk is pretty bad by comparison. What I think that they need to do, like, I don't know why Totem got so neglected. It'd be really cool to see this expanded on for like more monsters, right? Or more beasts. I don't know. I mean, like, Totem would be a cool one to take a whack at and just see like what I could do to give it a bit more of like a nice little, yeah. People might actually use a different yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think that if you give them the option to prep a little bit more, they might actually be looking at more than just like, well, of course I'm going to take Bear. Or if they don't take Bear at 3rd level, then they're like, wow, holy crap, what did I just miss out on? And then they're forever looking at like whatever else they put on their character sheet as some kind of like horrible blemish, you know? Yeah, I mean, I agree with that, Silas. Like, that's, yeah, that's about what I say. Yeah, but Beast Barbarian, their options aren't really as good. Or how do I put it? Their options are all for aggression, you know, like, mostly. Yeah, like, you get these are all like, you get the extra damage, right? You get the extra damage, you get the extra damage, you get the extra damage, and then you get like a special reaction. And then you can make a separate, you know, whatever. They mostly seem to incentivize an aggressive playstyle, right? Like, this feels very Striker. And then Totem is... This goes so, I want to be the big damage sponge, you know? Like, right here. Right? I mean, this is damage sponge. Everything else is like kind of other, yeah. Zealot's the most overpowered. Zealot just has an odd design issue for me, and that's just like this, yeah, this 3rd level feature doesn't do anything for you for like at least 2 levels. Like, it's here. Is it painful? No, not really, but like, this is a nothing feature for you specifically for 2 levels. The thematic behind Beast, this is my favorite capstone. I love this right here. This is so cool because what this is a Final Fantasy style limit break. And this is the kind of design I love seeing in a capstone, where I know immediately, like, oh, I see where this came from. This is Red 13's limit break from Final Fantasy VII. Cool. Path of the Beast, I see where it, okay. My geek brain has some, like, famous, like, cinematic to draw for that, right? And I love that idea. But, like, yeah, I mean, are the other features kind of bad? Infectious Fury is like, you infect something with like weird psychic rabies? What? Why? Wait, what? What? What is this weird psychic feature that happened all of a sudden? I don't mind Bestial Soul, that's whatever, but like, this is so weird. Why is that in here? Get that out of here. Go. I just hate, I hate a lot of the designs in Tasha's, honestly. Okay. Anyways, that's like most redundant thing I think I could ever say. And okay. Does it need a comma? I think it might need a comma. Boom. Copy. Paste. Boom. Copy. Paste. Boom. I don't know that it needs to be produce flame. Oh, Fiend Warlock has a super cool, like that hurl through hell. So cool. But, yeah, Fiend was one that I completely passed over, honestly, until, like, I got further into, like, my design career. And then I was like, oh, okay, this isn't as terrible as what I thought, but, like, the features are just so, like, it didn't really do it for me. We're back on it. Control flames might work. Oh wait, why did I go to magic items? Yeah. More than Mel Brooks references Hitler. Oh man. Maybe, like, does it necessarily have to be a utility cantrip as a bonus action? I don't think so. Like, you swap between them. Make a harmless flame to control. I wish we had like a damaging water cantrip in here. One that just felt like, yeah, let me just make the water whip thing a cantrip, right? Where's that water whip? Because that was like, yeah. Make it do, you know, on a failed save, a creature takes 1d10 bludgeoning damage. Yeah, 1d10 bludgeoning damage. Range of 30 feet, like... Yeah, like, you know, you could make this an attack roll. Make it the, Flame Strike. Oh, man, do I think the water damage should be a thing in 5e? No? Because, like... Would I be willing to make a water-based damage cantrip for this? Would I? Hey, Ross. Fathomless Warlock's Tentacle is, it needed to be bludgeoning damage, and it needed to, allow you to, grapple stuff with it. It needed to give you that sense of control that it was like, yes, I can do the cool stuff with it that I want to, right? Like, it needed to give you a little bit more utility in there. Ross! Hey, man. Did you or Benjamin Right, a watery cantrip. Just repurpose. You guys hadn't done anything. I was gonna ask around. I mean, I don't even mind it being just like a whip, right? You repurpose the whip, but like it's like and it does the water, right? Like all the Avatar. I know I probably shouldn't play Avatar on here apparently because of but ow. Jesus. Okay. I just had that stuck into my foot. Oh god, I don't know that you guys can see it. Oh, is it? Can you see? Yeah, the spiky ball stuck into my freaking foot. Ouch. Okay. This bludgeoning is like, wham, the water hits you, and then yeah. Now, this is all totally pulled from. This is all totally pulled from, Katara doing this in Avatar, right? You can either knock it prone or pull it if it's 25 feet closer to you. At the expense of 2 key points? Like, okay, here's what they should have done with this, alright? Like, if it was 2 key points to do this as an action, you should have been able to do this. Okay, I don't want to. Oh my god. I have done a lot to try and avoid getting onto a 4 elements monk rework. I'm just going to change one thing about this. No, hang on. Alright, I'm going to fix this real quick. Alright. Hold up. It's a bit too much. I know that, like, I've avoided really even screwing with 4 elements because it's getting into a whole mess of things that it's getting into a whole mess of things that I'm just not really interested in getting super into the class itself. Ross has got his Elementalist, and like Alex Tanner wrote the lacer that like works to get the Avatar feel across. So if I've got somebody that comes to me and they're like, I basically want to play the Avatar, then like I'll throw the lacer probably their way, right? Or like the Elementalist if they want to go with like a more, sort of that thematic way. Anyways, but I just want to look at Water Whip real quick and use this as an example of like how this subclass screws up. Okay, number 1, Way of the 4 Elements gets, yes, there we go. Way of the 4 Elements. This whole entire subclass gets way more playable whenever you use Key Fueled Attack from Tasha's. That optional feature was designed to make this subclass work, but it's still pretty damn expensive. Let me show you what I'd recommend. Water Whip. I don't know why they thought that, like, the thing that's gonna feel cool about this is you being able to do this. Just do this. Okay. Now, I don't think it needs to shove and pull unless you start spending key points. Now, here's where we pull. So Desma, I actually think that Crusher and Slasher need to be toned down. I just think that they're very boring feats. I don't allow them at my tables because they're they're so good that you have to pick them up. So I think that it's better to just get rid of them. You have to pick up one of the three on absolutely every martial list, and I don't think that that's the way that you need to make martial lists more relevant. I think there's other ways to do it fairly easily. What was I pulling from? I was going to go to Sun Soul to get some of the wording here. Okay. So I wanted to go snag this real quick. Key points merely enhance the features themselves. Yeah, I think if it's going to give you a special attack, it needs to just give you the special attack. I just wanted to snag some of this stuff. There we go. Does it need to be one attack on your turn, or can you continuously use the Water Whip? I think that if you're using this with Flurry of Blows, that's probably like, that's kind of a weird, like, whoa, you know, you're getting a lot of safety. Sun Soul's not great, but we still can't, like, we still want to be sure that we're not completely overshadowing that one. It's, right, martial arts damage die, or what do they write for? What do they write for Astral Self? What's the wording now? You use it to make unarmed strikes? Is that the same? 2 rolls of your martial arts die. Damage, the damage is equal to a roll of your martial arts die? Rework it all? No! Oh, somebody was asking to see Ross's notes on the Rune Keeper. I'll get to that. I want to prove why this is... If this is easily fixable... what this needed to do was give you a new attack option. This Water Whip, right? That was the fantasy that's expected here. Okay. You get a new attack option that you can use with the attack action. It's kind of redundant. How about this? You gain a... Sure, I guess that the grammar on that's okay. Its damage is bludgeoning. And it deals bludgeoning damage equal to a roll of your martial arts die. To a roll of your martial arts die. Okay. I'm also trying to see if I can't condense a little bit of that. If you're near a large source of water, or if you can just spawn them from, like, water while you're in it. Like, that's kind of cool. God, I'm starting to get hungry. It's been a while. We've been on here for a while. Someone said pizza earlier. Someone said pizza earlier. Do I mean Mercy Monk? What? Oh, I have to define its range before I define its damage. That's standard. Okay. What's it say up here? It has a range of 30 feet. Okay. So it is a melee spell attack that you can make to a range of 30 feet. That's pretty sick, though. You get a melee spell attack with a range of 30 feet. With a reach of 30 feet? Yeah, I guess that's right, because it's a melee. You said pizza, Spencer? Because you're the one sponsoring these streams. I'm getting pizza. Order now. Open for delivery today between 4 o'clock and 9 o'clock. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna order it for... I can't get it until 5 o'clock. But I'm hungry now. Oh, and then Amanda's not gonna be home until 6. She can't bring pizza home. Okay. Okay. What's... Okay, can we... No, I don't want Papa John's. Man, you know, I know that a lot of people are just super Papa John's fans. I have not really had, like, a quality pizza from there. Like, I don't think in the last, I don't know, 5-6 years. I think everybody wants Papa John's because of their garlic sauce. Look at Thornwhip. Yeah, well, I'm more worried about trying to get the mechanics of a special kind of cantrip-like feature inside of another feature. So that's why I looked at Sun Soul for the Radiant Sunblast. Oh, Andos. Andos? Okay, Andolini's. We got this place here in Tulsa that makes some pretty boss pizza. Just gonna say. The Marco. The local Greek pizzeria near. Ooh. Yeah, I want to. Oh, come on. Andos. What do you got? And. Yeah. Yep. That'll all work. Cool. Just, give me... Okay, 16-inch. Because we'll eat on that for a while. Boom. Sweet. I can do that. Cool. Okay. Go through. Nice. When you gonna get here? 3:27? Alright, we can wait 30 minutes. That'll work. Okay. So. Yeah, it might need a size restriction. I would say that for sure. Michael. Yeah, I do like the control that this offers. But I do think the fact that you can pull it up to 25 feet closer to you, like, Jesus. I mean, that's a failed dexterity save, right? Maybe. You can, anytime you can make the thing with the attack action, that means you can use it with extra attack. Yeah, anytime that you can make attacks with it, then yeah. I guess it should say, that should be capitalized. Or make a strength saving throw. That would actually be a buff, I think? Maybe? But if you... The fact that this says 25 feet closer to you, Jesus Christ, that's such a huge... I don't think that, like... This is so big. Make that a separate thing. I think that much control should probably be, like... You can either knock it prone or pull it up to 25 feet closer to you. One of these things is not like the other. Like, the amount of control that gives you is huge. You can, like, okay, I'm thinking of this as like, you do a condition, a pretty good condition, okay, to inflict, which basically halves its speed, or you pull it 25 feet closer. Whoa! You get flying and pull it. Yeah. Well, I think that it could just be dexterity saving throw. Okay. Okay, so we got all this stuff knocked out. Range of 30 feet. Bam, 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 bam. I'm trying to see what all I can condense with this. I think if it states somewhere up above, oh, and it do. Okay, so you can start clipping out some of the stuff by referencing to something earlier that happens. Because he continuously saying you're proficient with it, as I'm learning with this Runekeeper, is getting pretty obnoxious. But you can clean it up a little bit. Deals bludgeoning damage equal to a roll of your martial arts die. We can probably get rid of that. Boom. Why did that deals bludgeoning damage? Look at that. Look at that. Ooh. Ooh. and you add hang on one sec. Part of the reason why I'm also talking about like referencing the martial arts die is because in this my version of the monk also starts out with a d6 rather than a d4 because that's just going to be the way that monk is designed going forward. So I'm trying to make sure that stuff is going to be kind of future proof for this overhaul. Damage die. Is equal to your martial arts die. Is the same as. Sure? Yeah, sure. I that works. Okay, and then you can just continue to say, like, it deals additional damage. You increase the damage dealt by the attack by 1 extra die, and then it references the martial arts die. Bam. Cool. A lot of monk design is also very, very cluttered. Very, very cluttered. 15 feet was a lot more reasonable. The 25 feet is pretty banging. Like, they intentionally bloated out what could have been a really cool, just basic thing to give you. Right? Like, diagnosing the issue of water whiff right here. You want this to be an alternate kind of attack that you can use constantly to get that feel, like, right? So it deals bludgeoning damage. Alright, number one, that's already not a super great thing to get. You'll eventually get it to where you can make it, like, since it's a melee spell attack, like, it's already going to be a little bit magical, so, like, it's going to overcome one of Monk's big issues at early levels. That you can see within 30 feet of you, alright? Its range is 30 feet. We can do that. Now, what I can do is, on a hit, I can spend Ki as a cool mirror to Stunning Strike here. Right? So, like, I couldn't do... Because Stunning Strike requires an unarmed strike or monk weapon attack, right? So because this isn't Stunning Strike, we can instead allow you to spend Ki to start pulling or pushing things away. On a hit, should you just want to, like, keep continuously increasing the damage? I don't think so. Because, like, the control that you're going to get is already going to be really good, and you can add your dex modifier to the damage. So, like, you get that, right? You imagine it being slashing damage? Maybe. But, like, bludgeoning's just kind of been, like, the standard for water for a little while, right? You can spend a key point to... force a creature to make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, the creature takes in an extra... Yeah, we can do all that. Hang on one sec. The creature takes an extra... the attack deals an extra die of damage. So You could just expend extra key points. For each key point spent. For each key point spent, yes, yes. Sure. It's good in that it's got the smite kind of secure, right? Bam, you hit it, bam. But it still forces a save. Wait, to... Okay. So, this is just kind of what I was thinking. It's condensed. With bullet points. Let me look at Stormkeepers again. And sorry if you hit me up in chat while I was thinking about this one. I'm sorry. I was zoned in on that. So, you can cause it to assist you in one of the following ways. Okay, hang on. I'm trying to think, because, like, you get a specific new attack that you get, right? You get a specific new attack that you can do with it. So, the attack, you have to specify the attack, what it is, all that stuff. So that paragraph is fine. It might... What's the beats on this one? Bam, bam, bam. You get that can be the first paragraph. When you hit a creature with a water whip, you can... Okay, so when you hit a creature with a water whip, that might need to be once on each of your turns. Although it does give you the kind of control that a lot of people are really expecting out of a 4 Elements Monk. It's funny that's... I guess that's kind of true. Like, I was thinking about what are people really expecting out of, like, Primordial, right? With Primordial, what I think that they're expecting is, like... what I thought originally was, you want to be the crazy, devastating blaster, right? Well, it turns out if you really look at, like, Avatar and what, like, vendors can do, they're actually more about control than anything else. Like, if you look at what they're really doing in combat, they are really, like, shutting enemies down, rather than, like, I'm gonna hit you with a goddamn rock, because, like, I mean, yeah, people do that, but shit, it's generally, like, people reserve that kind of aggression for Fire Nation. Like, Fire Nation, yeah, we're gonna burn you, we're gonna blow you up, but, like, Earth is, like, I'm probably just gonna, like, try to out-armor you, you know? Or restrain you. the elemental feature was given a small buff when you have a large source of the element already present. It could be cool. Toph would disagree. Toph's whole shtick was about shutting people down. I mean, sure, did she hit people with stones and stuff? Yeah, but like, I mean, Toph took a hit like better than anyone else. Like, Toph could fuck some people up, but like, man, it seemed like Toph's big thing was more about shutdown, right? Throw rock. Yeah, I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but it seemed more like it was about control, right? When you hit with a water whip. Okay, I don't think it's that insane because, like, you do the additional damage. Okay, I don't think it's that insane compared to Smite because Smite's already doing 1d6, or 2d6 guaranteed, or 2d8, 2d10? It's not super important, but I'm just curious. This is now only going to start out at 1d4, which is blah. I guess in my revamp it's going to start out on 2d or 1d6, but it's really not all that fantastic. It is ranged, but yeah. Divine Smite 8s d8s, so yeah, this is fine. Yeah, sink him into the ground or knock him out of the ring. You gotta go. Hey, it was fun having you, Blue Thumbnail. Yeah, it was mostly about control because it was a children/young adult show, and an indiscriminate murder on screen is a no-go. Sure, but I do think that was a... No, wait, they murdered, and some people died in Avatar. Like, it was pretty apparent, right? Some people did straight up die in Avatar. Like, wasn't there... Oh, man. Toph had tremor sense. Like, that was the thing. Heavy was so Heavy Arms has been working on he's been doing like an elemental sorcerer kind of a thing, like a supplement I think for his Patreon, and one of the things he sent me was the earth like sorcerer he's working on, and it was playing into like it needs tremor sense, and that's what I told him, like, dude, I know a lot of people are terrified of this mechanic, but for real, I want to see somebody get tremor sense. The people I would definitely throw it on, or like, where I would toss it out. Ranger needs it. I think Ranger deserves it. And then 4 Elements Monk. They would be so sick on 4 Elements Monk. With each strike. I mean, see it happen. See it programmed. Exploding Boom Man 100% dies. Does he really? I was trying to remember. Combustion Man. Did he die? Wait, what? Sokka killed him? I mean, spoilers, I guess, but... Ross and Ben haven't written... wow. I'm thinking the water whip from 4 Elements just needs to become a cantrip. It needs some changes. I think the control is pretty cool. Okay, now... He took a point blank... Wait, what? Hang on. And YouTube's been, well, I say YouTube. No, Nickelodeon's been a little odd about Nickelodeon's been a little bit odd about what they're going to question was there about what they claim. So I'm trying not to get too. I'm trying to risk it. I'm not trying to risk it too much. I didn't know that. Huh. I guess I just don't remember it that well. I need to rewatch it. I remember whenever he first came on screen, and that sound that like was like, oh shit, like, oh my god, wow, caused an explosion that would kill himself, and happened in Avatar and the Last. So Sokka got it? Wow. I didn't know that they actually, like, murked him on screen. He was into the Shadow Realm. Am I fixing the elemental cantrips? I'm just kind of seeing, like, it's more of a proof of concept. I think that, kind of toning down, like, showing where the Water Whip messed up. Where they kind of messed up a little bit on the 4 Elements monk designs. And looking at some Avatar stuff. So, okay, here's what I'm thinking you should do with Water Whip. I guess Thorn Whip is already in the game. When you take the attack action on your turn, you can spend a bonus action, so you can okay, when you take the attack action on your turn and use any of these, you want to make it as cool as possible because you want to be able to interlace them, right? You want to be able to just keep swapping them out and doing all this stuff. When you take the attack action on your turn and you use any of these special attacks as a part of it, you can spend 1 key point to make the special attack of these special attacks twice. It's a bonus action. Okay, so blah blah blah. Sure, I guess that'll work. Okay. I think all the clarification that they had to do on these is like, whoa. Can be used for any of the attacks you make as a part of the attack action. It's pretty clear, like, all the clarification that they have to do just to make it to where, like, you know what's cool? You can, bam, shoot some sun out of your hands. Like, okay. So, you can knock it prone. I'm cool with that. Or, this needed to be reduced to 15 feet closer to you. Maybe even 10 feet closer to you. I'd be safer. I think the safer bet is to go 10 feet. And you can keep stacking it, right? Except, well, that's Lance of Lethargy kind of investment. This is you blowing a key point. And I guess you can do, like, I hit it. The point is you're using the key point to deal the extra damage With the extra damage being guaranteed now, we have to reduce the knock it prone. We pull it to 15. Okay. Either knock it prone or pull it up to 10 feet closer to you. I think that's okay. Dexterity saving throw, like you're gonna trip it up, or strength saving throw is in your like physically imparting force on it. I kind of want to just leave it there as is. We can get rid of this. Now, okay, this is basically what I would do to fix it up a little bit. To make Water Whip to what I think it wants to be, right? You take the Water Whip, and this is the cool, fun stuff you can do with it, right? It's possible. It's possible. I don't want to get super into the specifics of the environment or anything like that. Maybe it could of. I mean, are you gonna knock a thing prone in the water? I guess if you have a body of water nearby, it might be worth it. But if it's already got a swimming speed, then it might not be too great to do that. But pulling it's fine. I guess if you say. Sure. I guess that's kind of cool. It has to require key points because you're adding additional damage on top of it. The Cancer of Endless Water would just let you use that for free. Yeah, exactly. There's plenty of ways that you can mess with that. And if I remember right, can't you get the Cancer of Endless Water from going Artificer? Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of environmental effects like that. It should say, I guess, natural body of water. Or if it is raining. And then you can say like, well, yeah, and then I'm going to cast you're going to cast Control Weather to cause it to rain, and then you can Water Whip for free. You cast an 8th level spell in order to do this for, you know. So a lot of the combat techniques, or I guess a lot of the things that you could, yeah, no, Ice, we had the same idea. Oh wait, did you come up with that before me? I don't know. Anyways, so I like this. I like this a lot. Is this cool enough that you could make it a cantrip though? Is it adding enough that you could, well, pull it 10 feet closer to you? That would be Thorn Whip. It gets in on Thorn Whip's territory. It gets in on Thorn Whip's territory in a way that I don't like. Because Thorn Whip is still not, I mean, Thorn Whip is range 30 feet. How do you make it different from Thorn Whip in a way that doesn't just make it better? Oh, yeah, it's objectively better than Thorn Whip in, like, so many ways. I would rather be dealing bludgeoning damage than piercing damage, actually, in this game. There are still creatures that have vulnerability to bludgeoning damage. I can't think of one off the top of my head that has vulnerability to piercing damage. Pulls without a saving throw. Oh, I guess you're right. Oh, that's a good point. Yep, you're right. Hey. Yep, I think I'm actually okay with that then. Okay. Cool. I'm okay with that. The other thing I was just going to pull real quick, and then I'm going to get back on the Runekeeper. Decipher the elements, casting elemental spells, spells and key points. Okay. So, I'm just going to pull this over here. Boop, boop. Do a little bit of formatting. Also, I'm kind of hoping that some of you guys that are interested in learning InDesign, if you've been watching me, you'll kind of see how I apply different paragraph styles, kind of how I get used to doing text input in here. That. So this needs to be an inline set header. Nope. Let's take spells. That says casting elemental spells. This needs to say elemental attacks. Sure. I think that's cool. That saves some room later on. How do they format it in the player's handbook? The water spout cantrip? I don't remember. Was there a water spout cantrip? I'm just gonna look up water everything. Oh, from Tasha's Crucible. So I don't remember that. So I didn't design the cantrips that went into it. I worked on 3 or 4 different things in this book. And they're honestly not really represented in the way that yeah. Water spout. What did they do here? It's a cantrip, requires a specific material component of a container of a gallon of water, range of 10 feet, and knock prone. Sorcerer is not going to be a big fan of this one because, like, I mean, a range of 10 feet is super nothing. Like, you do not really want to be getting in, like, that close a range as a sorcerer to most anybody. Shocking Grasp is their best defensive tool that they can get. In terms of, like, your cantrips, Shocking Grasp is great for you to be able to, like, disengage without, like, yeah, aggressively disengage in a way. It's a little bit risky, you know, but hey, sometimes you would rather try to deal that damage and get away, you know. Plus, you can, like, distance spell. No, that's not. I guess you can quicken spell Shocking Grasp, and then if that doesn't work, you can disengage with your action, and that's the safer way to do all that. Water Spout, I just don't think that. Let me zoom up on that. There we go. I don't think that I'm really ever going to wind up using this as a sorcerer. I wouldn't prioritize picking this cantrip up over just about anything else. Except for something maybe that dealt poison damage. Druid just has so many other options. Like, yeah, it's not super for me. And, like, you know, there were a bunch of different people that worked on this book. So, like, design philosophies are sort of all over the place on this thing. But yeah, the way that people, the way that things were edited in that book, I just was not a big fan of. I guess Zap feels huge joy. Okay, so Water Whip. I was curious if there was a way that you can make that into a cantrip. I think that there's a possibility for this to just be a cantrip, right? D6 to a reach of 30 feet. Yeah, I think it's pretty easy for you to do that. Is Water Whip here? Boom, and then you do this. And then... There we go. Give me... Oh, I feel like since I've been streaming for so long, I've heard, like, all these songs a few times. Yes, that's all good. Elemental Disciplines, there we go. Okay, so you say the Elemental Disciplines are presented in alphabetical order. Alright, you must be... Jesus Christ. No, that's not somebody torturing a cat outside. That is my neighbor and his motorcycle that you all have heard famously on this YouTube channel in the past. And it sounds like it just made a noise it usually does not make, which I find super funny. There was also, like, Elemental Attunement that should have just been part of, like, the base. Like, that should have just been the base thing for the Way of the Four Elements. You shouldn't have had to pick that up. That was just, yeah. Okay. So anyways, Water Whip. God, that was a whole thing. Yes, I am planning to stream all day because I need to get a lot of work done on the Runekeeper. I think I could take Water Whip, add it in here later to where you can get another damaging effect. I think I might just need to figure out, like, man, what's a good video game soundtrack? Because usually video games are pretty safe to stream. What was the one I was just thinking of the other day? Man, I thought, I was like, yeah, Cave Stories would be fun. But, like, I tried listening to that soundtrack the other day, and I was like, oh, there's a bit too much chaos kind of happening for like, a live stream. Let's do... Not Nintendo games? Yeah, I think Nintendo games might be a little bit overplayed. Is Overclocked on here yet? Overclocked Remix. Cool. Ooh, this could be good. Okay. Maybe. Oh. The VVVVVVV soundtrack. Isn't that one like pretty intense? A Disney soundtrack. Yeah. All right, let's see here. Ooh. Ooh. That is a pretty banging rearrangement of that. Oh my god, did my pizza just show up? But got picked up 13 minutes ago. Okay. Wait, I've been streaming since 7, right? So it is... What time is it? 3:36? Okay. 7:30. That means it's been going for... I'm just trying to make sure on my time here. Okay. I like this idea for Primordial Rune Stance. Ooh, Tyler's right. Tyler's right. Yeah, the Hades soundtrack. That sounds more right now. Yes. This one's on the live stream playlist, though. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, all of Darren Korb stuff is pretty good. Okay, so the reason why I'm actually not a big fan of this at 6th level, okay? I like the idea, right? Gust, mold earth, produce flame, shape water. Problem being, these are at 6th level. It is really weird that any feature would grant you a cantrip at 6th level. It is really weird. That might be okay at like 2nd. I think the Departing Flight soundtrack? Happy's Humble Burger Farm? What? Okay. So it's real unusual that It's real unusual that a feature is going to give you a cantrip at 6th level. What is conventional is like maybe extra attack, maybe a resistance or something like that. It is not very usual that you're going to get that kind of a thing, right? Cantrip wise, maybe like okay, bonus action. I don't want it to be like here. You get resistance, you get resistance, you get resistance, you get resistance. What other flavors can you go with here? What other flavors? What's happening here? Man, maybe you can use a cantrip in a new way, possibly. I want to get away from the thought of like spells here. I think that it might be. No, I want to get away from these. I think I do. I think that these need to be granted to you at 2nd level. Wait. Wait. I got it. I got it. Okay, scaling here is perfect. This means that you will start out getting a cantrip right here. And I want to give you 2. It would have been cool for every 2 runes you have inscribed, but I don't think that's really feasible. Because I'd like you to start out getting 2 right here, because that's just kind of the standard. You pop in, a thing that's going to give you, bam, like 2 cantrips that you know. Gives you the damage as well as something else to do, right? Because if your main bread and butter is one specific damage type, and you get into a combat encounter and you're out of damage options, that generally feels pretty shit. Let me... What piece you just get here? Yes! BRB. Your pizza. Where the hell are you gonna go? Ow! Another freaking spike ball. Oh my god. gosh, I need to clean up this desk so bad. Okay. Right? Can you go here? Are you gonna stay there? Probably not. Ow. Okay. Where else can I put you? Maybe. Oh god, you're gonna fall out. Ugh. Why are there so many of these damn spike balls? Yo, pass you into that slice. Oh. Wait, why'd they put that on half? What? I mean... Hey. Hey. Hey, yo, dudes. Right? Right? I guess I should thank you, Spencer. You're the one that bought this damn thing. Okay. Come here. Okay. I'm gonna go put this up real quick. Drop million. Okay. Yup. It was pretty damn good. I sure can't wait to watch this stream. Hey, you chill. Alright. Roll. I'll go pizza. Okay. So. I like the idea of, like, they get elemental cantrips and that's fine, but it's got to come earlier. It's just super unconventional, and, like, I don't think it would feel all that good, right? For you'd have to wait that late. I played Transistor. Great game. Like a water breath style from Demon Slayer. Yes, it is pizza time. It could get the elemental cantrips. I think this was an okay way to go with it. It's okay, but it feels... I guess if this is what you're going to do as a Runekeeper, it's what you're going to do. And like... I guess here... it makes sense. Hey, I haven't eaten all day. All right. So if this is what your mom's bedroom sounds like, well, I don't know, man. I don't know. My brain's too fried from thinking about this to come up with anything. So, let me think. Like, oh, I also need to clean up this text up here. Like gust, mold, earth. Wow. Firebolt. Produce flame. Ray of Frost. What is his main role? As of right now, if I was going to classify what this thing does, it feels very Gish in every role, except this is the one subclass I've been having a bit of a struggle with, where like, I feel like the Runekeeper is going to be real comfortable in the front line. Like, real comfortable in the front line. I almost feel like this might honestly be more of the Arcane Paladin than like Cleric. You know what I mean? But like, I'm pretty hesitant to give it a D10. Oh, Red Dead soundtrack is so good. So good. Yeah, Fallout's is great. I'm not always in the mood for like kind of crooner jazz. BioShock also fantastic. But yeah, I'm just, I feel like Fallout kind of burned me out on that style of yeah, but I think a lot of Fallout's music is also copywritten, so like, I think you can get in trouble for streaming Fallout because of that. I think, isn't it pretty well known that like, you should, there's only certain radio stations that you should turn your, Pip-Boy to, because you can get in trouble, like copyright claims for streaming Fallout. What about you make an attack and then bonus action you can cast mold? Well, at 6th level, probably not, because that's got to be your 6th level is going to be your stance synergy, right? Right? Woo. And I'll see what you're building on there, Spencer, here in a second. No, not burnt out on Fallout. Burnt out on the soundtrack to Fallout. Like, I love jazz, but crooner jazz? Man, not for me. Something about vocal jazz just really doesn't do it for me. I don't know what it is. I love jazz. Not a big fan of vocal jazz. Although, I can respect the hell out of Sarah Vaughan. Billie Holiday, not bad. But, like, Frank Sinatra, I find Frank Sinatra insufferable. I love Ella Fitzgerald, but like, Yeah, I don't know. There's just something about that like Rat Pack style of jazz that is just not for me. Really not for me. Okay. I'm trying to remember some of these cantrips. Gust, Mold, Earth, Firebolt, Acid Splash. Yeah, you like jazz. Okay. So what are the... We need elemental cantrips. And ones that feel elemental, right? Not just like... Not just ones that like... You know, yeah, it deals fire damage, throw it on here, right? It would be really cool. It would be really, really nice for a Runekeeper to be able to get Booming Blade. Would be special nice. I guess Sorcerer, Warlock, Wizard, Artificer, whatever. Yeah, I guess that's right. PHP, PHP, I think that's in the PHP. Resident Xanthar's Guide. I can't remember what Lightning Lord's in. Produce Flame, Ray of Frost, Shocking Grasp. There we go. I don't know what this is going to be. Okay, so this needs to be bam. Okay. Abstract of like and I guess this is going to be important for like those of you trying to figure out information like how do I figure out where scaling is going to be for XX, you know, whatever thing. How can I figure out where this thing needs to get cantrips distributed? Well, what I think is going to be fair is ideally I would like for this to have 2 cantrips that you get here, and then you get an additional cantrip equal to half the... whenever you get 3, it would be at the point where you would normally have 6 runes that you can inscribe. Whenever you get 4, 8, and then 5, 10. So... 17th, 15th, 13th, 11th, 9th? Jeez, do you really have to wait that long? Now, I guess it would be, because like 2, so second level, you get your first cantrip. You have to wait until 5th, wait, yeah, wow. So it would be so first, let's just say this. Every 4 levels, right? Okay, so how do we condense that down? We would like a smoother gradient on it, right? So, I think it would be cool for you to get your next cantrip. Because Sorcerer gets like 5 right off the bat, don't they? Is it 4 or 5? Or am I crazy and not thinking about that right? I felt like Sorcerer got like a shitload real quick, right? No, they get 4 and then they get 5 pretty quick. Okay. It's nice if you can get another cantrip at about 5th level. And then like you get another one at 10th and then that's all that they get. But that's a lot. That's a lot of cantrips. So how about 5th, 10th, 17th? Oh, was it Skag? Skag / Toshes? Thank you. 17th I'm fine with. I guess 10th I'm fine with. Sure, 5th. No, you know what? Where does Eldritch Knight get it? They only ever get 3, and they get their 3rd cantrip at 10th level. I guess 10th is kind of standard. Well, you're going to be able to re-invoke the runes. I guess you get the... yeah. So you get the cantrips here. I guess 10th and 17th levels in this class. Damn, it feels like such a weird gap. 15 divided by 2. In my foot. Ow. I have a splinter. Ow, no wonder my foot hurt. You guys just want to like pick a splinter out of my toe. Ow, man. It's like I stepped on one of those spike balls and it just decided to like break off into my foot. Let me wash my hands real quick. Look up, buddy. Look up. Huh? Okay. Oh. Oh. I know. Gross. Very gross. I'm surprised all of you all stuck with me through that. Thanks for going on that adventure with me together. Okay. You're already getting a bunch. I don't want to impede too much on what other spellcasters are getting. I think pacing it to where you don't get another one until 10th and 17th level is pretty fine. This is an odd case where you get some extra damage in here. Green Flame Blade doesn't really feel elemental to me. That feels like a bizarre magical effect. It might deal fire damage, but like this does not feel fire. It's like it says green fire, so I'm like, that doesn't feel. It doesn't innately feel elemental. You know what I mean? Like this feels like something that is specifically a magical effect. Um, 19th and 17th corresponds to the blink levels in the progression chart. Well, 10th would be a subclass feature here. I don't mind. Well, it's more conventional that subclasses are going to get an extra cantrip at 10th level, from what I remember. Magic Stone, despite it being pretty Terabad. Let's look. Poison Spray is acid damage, but the flavor of it's very... Yeah. I love Produce Flame. I really like Produce Flame a lot more than I like Firebolt, to be honest. This just feels like the fun, you know, I'm gonna manifest the flame in my hand. This feels like a better manifestation of like the control you have over fire, right? Ray of Frost, Sacred Flame, Sapping String, Shape Water. Did I put that on here? No. The vroom vroom from like 10 minutes ago. Oh. Wow, how far behind in the video are you? Some more elemental cantrips might be worth asking Benjamin if I can use Arcing Arrow and Rhyme Strike. Ooh. Well, again, Magus has its territory. Where Magus is, if I were to borrow a bit too much from the Magus, like, in terms of any kind of mechanical rubs that we're gonna have, I'd be impeding on the territory that he's trying to flesh out for that thing. Which is why I honestly think damaging cantrips on this might be, like, kind of stepping on the Magus's toes. More classes should get... Yeah, it's a cool cantrip. I really like Produce Flame. Even though, like, it doesn't do as much damage as Firebolt, its range is more limited, whatever. It's still a... I think the cinematic of Produce Flame is just so much cooler. Just like... And then... It's your cool, like, mobile campfire, and you can throw it at things. Neat. Oh man. Okay. So we have this idea for elemental cantrips and what they could be. You can pick these up. My problem I'm having, if I look at like all my second level features, this reinforces that you want to be a Gish right here. I'm going to get up into the front line and hit stuff hard. Your hit points are going to be bigger. I think in feedback, I'm going to see a few things. I think I'll probably wind up winding stream down from here, because I've been streaming for so goddamn long. Yeah, coming up on 9 hours now, if not past it. So I'll probably wind stream down, but I'll talk about a few things here that I want to look at for the future of this thing. I am considering clipping this because of just how good the defensive stance is for the protection stances in the base Rune Knight, or the base, wow, Runekeeper. Let's say this. sir. Okay. Oh, yeah. No, Spencer, I will. Yes. Thank you for reminding me. I meant to take a look at that. I think the coolest thing, actually, might be to do this. Get rid of these cantrips here instead. Rather than doing a lot of the rather than the elemental attunement, the one thing I was saying earlier, right? This feels like a real good spot right here to do something I was mentioning earlier. "30 feet's fine on that." Yeah, let's do something weird. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, that's kind of weird. Yeah, Trek's right. I think it would. This is something that would probably. This is probably not the problem, but it's something I am seeing being a potential problem. So it's probably better for me to say, like Trek is saying, get it to playtest. If people in playtest are like, wow, yeah, it's too big, then yeah, then I'll just say, okay. The reason why they got that and none of the other subclasses got something quite like that was because all the other ones get something kind of cool, like you can attune to magic items that are restricted to a certain type, whatever, and that's not really conventional. And there's not any magic items that are restricted to being attuned to by giants because that wasn't a thing for player characters. So like this felt like a cool substitute for that, right? A great substitute for that. He would hardly consider Sinatra jazz. I would agree with you there. Hang on. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. I like the tremor sense right here. I guess this has to go back onto the Druidic one. It's fine. That's fine. That's fine. It's fine. I'm fine. I thought I had a cool thing for that. I guess I don't. Go back. Here you go. There's your home. Stay there. Okay, Hey, what's up, Second Tech? I'm actually pretty close to winding down stream. I've been going for a while today. Skills grabber. Cannot be suffocated? That might work. Just like you get the unending breath. Which, like, if it becomes redundant because you get that from, like, a racial trait, then, like, just stay in one of the other two forms and it's fine. It might feel like you're missing out a little bit, but, like, eh. When I wrote Chiromancing the Stone, I thought it was cute. I wanted to make a Romancing the Stone feature, like, I thought that was, like, a funny little pun. But then when I found out, like, chiromancy is a thing, I was like, oh, that's pretty damn funny. Yeah, you can hold your breath indefinitely. And since your stance ends... you gain Tremor Sense out to a range of 30 feet. You can walk on molten lava. This needs to be something else. This needs to be something else. Oh, you put that in the R in life? Being able to breathe indefinitely? I like the feeling that these are evoking here. You can walk on water. I like this better than a swim speed. Wait. Is freebie dash in water too good? It's for some reason oddly horrifying, but I kind of love it. Fire could ignore difficult terrain by burning it. I guess maybe it's a harasser. I haven't really figured it out yet. Like this is the subclass that's kind of hanging me up, right? This and the Elven one are like, you know, people are saying why not just make it go, like I guess with Elvish, right? Like it could, whenever you take it. For underwater campaigns, maybe? I mean, how specific is that, though? Like, naval campaigns? I mean, it happens, sure. Like, yes, it's probably strong for that. Probably a lot of DMs that are like, I DM exclusively pirate campaigns. This can't be on my table. I'm trying to think of some of the like ridiculous like the comments that you get sometimes as a homebrewer are like, oh my god. Just thinking about, no, I can't have this at my table. I DM exclusively pirate camp. Oh man, that's too funny. I think it's specific, right? Yeah, Ghost of Saltmarsh should be really good, but like, I mean, you kind of want that. Like, if you are in the water really often in Ghost of Saltmarsh, that most often means you need to get the fuck out of the water like real quick. Fire. What are some other really good ones? No, that's so specific and dumb. You can walk on molten lava and your vision cannot be obscured by smoke? Is that common? Like, is that cool at all? You can walk on molten lava and your vision cannot be obscured by ash or smoke. I guess, like... You ruined the balance of my water world campaign! You use 1 foot of movement for every 2 feet you move while walking or swimming in water. I guess? Yeah. That's so funny. I love that. I don't know who this character is that I've now got in my mind that runs exclusively pirate campaigns. Ice is a difficult terrain and can't knock you prone. Is pretty good. It's good. Yeah, but like dark vision is also, I think we have this might just be me as a designer thinking like meh, blah, whatever. I feel like just giving dark vision on like things like so many races get it that I feel like it just eats up power budget and it's not really adding much for me, right? These kinds of moments whenever I'm feeling like pretty immune to fog. What? Huh? Immune to fog spell. Man, if fire made that to where like your vision cannot be obscured by smoke and you feel like that wants to work for fog spell, I'm fine with that. I think fog kind of insinuates mist. Wait. Boom. Oh. That's extremely situational, but like very, very good for this. It's not flying speed, but it's like about half as much. Yes, vampire techniques, let's go! Like, that feels kind of good. It feels kind of good. I mean, are you gonna start setting stuff on fire to obscure yourself? That's kind of funny. You can walk on molten lava. Touch molten steel. Wait, I guess I should say you can safely. You don't take damage from walking. Here we go. Because I guess anybody could walk on lava. It's just a matter of whether or not that lava lets you walk on it. You don't take damage from walking on molten lava or touching molten steel or what's that damn what's the Rimmeraz have? What's that Rimmeraz I passively burn everything thing? Heated body. Or the like, this would be very, very good to get as a rune stance, but probably too much. Like, god damn, that would be really good as a rune stance. But justifying leading up to that, I think this makes sense as a like a fire rune. Okay, is your vision cannot be obscured by heat, or I think that the first part of that, you don't take damage from walking on molten lava, touching molten steel. I guess this could just say, walking on lava, touching hot steel. Sure. Touching hot metal. There we go. Our GM's gonna be like, well, technically it's actually silver, so yeah. Desma's right, yeah. There we go. I know, it is silly that you have to specify that, but yeah. What's the fire elemental keyword name? I think it's heated body, right? Or like fire form. Okay. I feel like this is unnecessarily eating some power budget. Oh yeah, I'm about to close off here pretty soon. Awesome Soul. Hey, thanks so much for coming out. I don't think that this is necessary, but it was pretty damn funny. And that makes me think that I should probably keep it. But I want to say that, like, let me just do this. Boom. Four form. The Death Throes ability? I don't remember Death Throes. What's that do? Oh, this fucking thing. It explodes, right? Yeah. More creatures need that. More creatures need to blow up when you kill them. That's fun. Yes. You know... Oh. Ooh. Ooh. You know what's messed up? You know what's so messed up, but so funny? It would be if I were to copy this and make this a weapon rune that whenever you kill a creature with the weapon, it explodes. We need to take more notes from the Predator. Yes, we do. Would be a fire rune? I think that sounds so demon. Like, is that fire? It feels so it feels so abyssal. That feels like, I mean, Devil? What does Devil want to do? They want to control you, you know? What does... Wait, what happened here? Druidic. What? Why is this all the way over here? What happened? Uh-oh. Oh, have we been in here too long? Is this about to shit the bed? Oh, hang on. I need to probably reset that. It feels goblin. It does feel goblin. But I need to come up with some more goblin runes. Also, Spencer sent me a rune I need to take a look at. But yes, let me see here. Because I need to wrap here pretty quick. Ah, that's what happened. I was trying to figure out what happened to my formatting. Okay. It's so funny to think about that. Like, ooh. Maybe when you fail a death saving throw, you, like, let loose fire. That feels so bad. That feels so specific and so bad. I think it needs to be whenever you kill a creature with it. Yeah, some of you guys sent... Okay. Exploding is a thing. Exploding is a thing. Okay. New stance just dropped. That is a very intricate and very colorful cat house. Look at that. That is a brilliant shade of purple. And that cat is definitely in a power stance. Look at this. This thing is like, this thing looks like a cotton candy dream. Beautiful. Good cat. Okay. Death throws. We need that as a rune. Alright, Spencer sent this. So is it just unending breath with the thing? Oh, you said quite a lot. I'm curious about your thoughts on the Phoenix rune. Okay. Amazing. Creature holding the object has advantage on death saving throws. That's good and unexpected for Primordial, right? I like that. Has disadvantage on death saving throws. What? Then return to life with all its hit points. Additionally, each creature within 10 feet of it. Okay, so you had something similar to that. I like this right here. It's funny that the thing is like, it has disadvantage on the death saving throws. Has advantage on it. Suffers 2 levels of exhaustion. Okay. So, which one do I like more? I like the advantage on the death saving throws. I like these two. I like these two. I like the idea that you got going here. I think ideally the thing that you would probably want to do, like the fantasy of, if I know it's going to be the Phoenix rune, right? And we know that this is going to be the way that like Primordial is going to do their main life thing, right? It needs to be, you know, you had a good idea with the breath thing. Remember the not breath, sorry, the Vriatha or whatever it was, the photosynthesis one, right? There's a real easy one to pick whenever like healing waters, whenever a creature spends time in water, or like going with the whenever a creature drinks a gallon of water or something like that. God, a whole gallon is insane. Whenever a creature spends a minute drinking water while the rune is inscribed, they regain some odd hit points or something like that. I don't know, something like that. There's some cool narratives you have in here. What's been really fun with the Runekeeper and designing these runes is trying to kind of give some proofs for how you can do healing in alternate ways that won't really break down the base rules for healing and everything. Getting into this kind of experimental territory with it, I think that this is a really cool thing to do, right? Is it resurrection magic? Technically, yes, but with an asterisk, right? It is prepared resurrection magic, which I think is kind of cool, you know? Like, I'm down for this. Yes. I like this idea. Let's talk about that more. I like that a lot. My throat is also not doing super great, but we're gonna make it through this. Okay. Infernal for life. Souls, which they thrive on collecting. Very cool. Dies. The soul is absorbed into the object, giving it a charge. I like this. I will say real quick, Heavy wrote a soul bind rune, like a rune stone, that might be worth it to like kind of look and see how we could kind of mesh the two. I like the idea. Represented by souls in which you can collect them. Cool. I like how kind of like fucked it is. It's pretty cool. It can hold a maximum of 5 charges. Drain life. Okay. Oh man. Acquire proficiency in a skill, but language of your choice. Okay. Ooh. You spend 1 charge to get that soul shield? That's very good. Like, very, very strong. Soul shield might be good enough to be its own invoked effect right here. Like, yeah. You took the idea from the soul coins in the sense of Avernus. I think that this right here is probably good enough for, like I said, that's probably good enough for an invoked effect right there. For a separate thing entirely. But still, we got good stuff happening right now. You ask the soul a question and receive. Okay. It could also be worth it to parse out each of these into their own different inscribed effects and figure out what they could be on something else, right? You have that as the invoked effect as on a rune you just sent me? Or, oh, on a rune you sent me. Oh, Draconic Wolf. Okay, gotcha. Where'd you send it? Where'd you send it? Yeah, I don't see it anywhere. I just looked on Discord. Okay, so then you can promote yourself to a higher being. It's making you a fiend. Gotcha. You're considered a devil. Resistance to cold damage. You have a flying speed equal to your walking speed. 1 minute times an... Oh, so you can sap the charges away from the... That's cool. Okay. Now it is referring to charges. Which, does that mean that you can fuel it with runic charges? A private message? Are you sure? I don't have a private message. Oh, you. Oh, the second. Okay, second, third. There we go. Gotcha. Okay, there I see it. Okay. Har. This rune's magic channels the unspoken agreement between all rogues. Survival is key. The creature holding the object inscribed with Har can take the dodge action as a bonus action. I do like this. I do like this because I think we've talked about this in the past. I need to go back and look at what I was thinking, but yeah. Oh yeah, Joe, I'm still hanging out. I got a lot of work to do. Although I'm about to head out. I'm very, very exhausted. Bonus action, you're able to dodge even if your speed drops to 0. Wait, is that a rule somewhere? Can you not take the dodge action if your speed is... Oh, wow. Interesting. Okay. That is a small effect? That is a pretty minuscule effect. I'm trying to figure out what I think about that. I don't think it's all that great. Like, it's interesting, but I don't really think it's all that useful. It also, I'd like to figure out a way to make it work off of, some way for it to, like, get, you know, an increase with additional runes or something like that. I'll show you what I mean. If you look at the newest document, you should see, like, okay, if you look at one of the Druidic Runes, I've started to... I think this is the one that you gave me. I've started to figure out what the scaffolding is going to be for healing given through life runes. It should do a thing that enhances healing, or like whenever they expend hit dice or something like that, right? Whenever they get healed from any source or whatever. So that's what I'm kind of looking at in here. Like, what can we do to make it to where the life runes improve as you get additional runes, if they are going to improve, or, you know, whatever. But something kind of solid, like how all the weapon runes get this, like, +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls for every 3 Druidic Runes, you know, etc., etc. Something like that, you know. Anyways, okay, wow, read normally in any environment, okay. I'm wondering if there's something that can be done there. You changed the invoke for heart, okay. Yeah, you know, I mean, I talked to Amanda about trying to get another group together, so, no, for sure, we need to play. If you're still in Tulsa, like, yes, gotta play. Saving throws against harmful gases and vapors, which is very good. That is actually surprisingly frequent. Puff? Puff? Ooh. So I don't think you need to, I don't know if you need to specify all the stuff about while suffocating in this way. I think a lot of that territory might already be covered by the rules for suffocating, I think. But I could be wrong, and I need to go double check that. During this time, the creature can speak only falteringly. This speech is insufficient. Oh, I like that. There's your silence right there. I like that a lot. The life for the Auron runes also feels like it evokes the feeling of destruction by, like, oh, silencing you. That's cool. I like that a lot. This feels super useful. I like this a whole lot right here. Yep. That's cool. I think that's your winner right there. This could just be the, like, air silence rune and have that as the invoked effect, and I think that that's very super cool. Like, oh man, it feels pretty dark, but, like, yes, I like this a lot. Life, I think we could figure something else out in this to make it to where life is still the more, like, positive vibe of it, you know, like, play more into the healing, but, like, this is cool. Very cool. You had a thing where the 4 elemental runes have an additional word that starts with P. That's funny. I like this a lot. 1 minute per con. I believe that's correct. So that's a quicker suffocation, but you could say that, like, the creature begins suffocating in this way as if 5 minutes had already passed by. And then I think it goes into rounds or something, or whatever it is. You could reduce it down to as if X minutes had gone by, and reduce it down to where it's just to rounds, right? And then in that case, that starts to get like, oh, ticking bomb, right? However, it needs to be able to repeat the saving throw at the end of the invocation. Okay, there you go. Yeah, I was like, it needs that ending right there. There's an idea here. There's definitely a very, very cool idea here. I like that a lot. The suffocation getting tied into silence is such a dark, cool kind of a thematic there. Live it sounds like, okay, you're still working on that one. Any liquids consumed by the creature that holds the object are purified and rendered free of poison and disease. Cool. Ignore any levels of exhaustion you have as for the duration, or until you lose your concentration. Like, so it's like you basically just drink Gatorade. It's coffee is what it is. You just made coffee right here. Okay. Purified and rendered free of poison and disease. Life water. I'd say try. I like what you did so much with the Druidic rune with the sunlight. That like, I think it would be very cool to figure out a way to do something similar in the water. You know what I mean? Like, how can we enhance natural healing from like resting or downtime in water, right? I think that might be the ticket right there. That could be pretty sick. I don't mind this. I don't really mind this. If it suspended the exhaustion. Because it's just like, boom, it suspends the exhaustion for a minute. Or until you lose your concentration. That's interesting. I wonder why that's there. Is it just because you don't want them casting concentration spells for some reason? Yeah, like healing springs. It's interesting. I'm excited to see what it could be. Suspended essence. While under the effects of a condition, the creature wearing or carrying the object inscribed with Oleofuru or Uliofuru can use their bonus action to become temporarily immune to said condition. Though the condition affecting them is only suppressed, not negated. I think it should say suspended? Is suppressed normal? Immune to this condition for... I think, and I'm not sure if that's negated or like removed. Ooh, okay. I like this more. I think I might like it more as an invoked condition. When you're in water, you can roll sometime hit. Yeah. Some hit die. I think if you were like in a body of natural water, you could shorten it to where like you can roll the hit dice every single minute. Yeah, it's one to look at and possibly develop on and see what happens. I like that. So going up to Jared Carter's idea, I actually think that that's a good way to roll with that. Mogi, I guess. Oh man. Okay. Because we're trying to figure out ways to mess with healing on this, right? Almost as a proof for like how you can write healing that isn't tied to a spell, which has been the fun thing to do with this. Aquin, let's go here. Water. Let's just say life real quick. Okay. So I would say They can spend one. Regain, etc., etc. Okay, yeah. I'll get to that. But I like that idea, right? Of like, they're in water, or they drink water. It doesn't need to say purified, but like in a natural body of water. Yeah, so the DM has some control on that. Okay, I like that. Okay, and then Vayne. This is the big winner right here. I like this a lot. The attuned creature, it can't be aged magically. This is so cool. I like that a lot. Possibly as time goes by. Maybe like, what's the cool thing for like how healing might be tied into life for Elf, right? I don't know. I'll get. Yeah, and this is such a tricky one. The Elf ones have been the hardest ones to write, because the thematic just seems to be we're so perfect, and like that seems to be the real hard thing to go with. I do like the idea of immortality and extended life being the thematic. You're still coming up with some really killer work in here. Like I said, some of these ideas just like it needs to get a little bit more refined. And I think that like I prefer to figure out ways in which these inscribed effects, we're not terrified of them going infinite. You know what I mean? Reincarnation and memories, yeah. If we're not scared of them going infinite, then I think it's probably okay, you know? I prefer to aim for that, where we don't have charges or anything tied up into here. It's all, like, just a thing that they can just do, you know? Healing through meditation, possibly. Possibly. Like, you can sit there, concentrate as if concentrating on a spell. If at the end of a minute you do so, you can roll a hit die and regain, whatever. It has to be for a full minute, because that's you can't sit there and do that during combat, whatever. You're still expending hit die. It's just making it easier for you to expend hit die, right? It's possible. It's possible that could be a way to go. However, I'm sure as you all can hear, my throat is killing me. So, I've been on here since 7 o'clock in the morning. That means it's probably close to a 10-hour stream. I wish I knew, but my computer did a weird thing, glitched out, so my timer over here is a little bit glitchy in showing that I've only been on here for 5 hours, not what I really know, which is most likely 10 hours. So hey, those of you that have been with me hanging out today, thank you so much for all that. Thank you so much for everybody that donated in super chats, everything like that. You all are absolute heroes. All of you all sponsoring me over on Patreon, thank you all so much. For those of you, I think I did glance at your rune, the Hoon rune? I thought you sent this to me a while back. Yeah, it's the flock of birds, right? Yeah, okay, so I like the half cover. I did see that. I do want to... It looks good. I like this idea. I do worry about this being a passive effect that can affect a rune, is what I'm thinking about. If this can be inscribed on a rune that you can... Yeah, I have a version of it from 0118 that you sent me. Yeah, I have I have one that you sent me on 0118. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, the one that I see here, help, is a bonus action. The range for this action is always 30 feet. Yet that can work. Blue thumbnail. I'm just about to sign off. When invoked, yeah, that passive effect may not work. This may not work whenever it's tied into a standing stone, which, like, I'm kind of curious about the standing stones if they need to be built around that. But it's one that I saw on the 18th. But yeah. I like the other effect. I think that it's better. Right? You all hear my neighbor? Because, like, if this is tied to a rune or a rune stone or standing stone, and it applies to all the allies within a certain radius of it, then, like, how does this work? You know what I mean? They can all take the help action as a bonus action, maybe? And it's out to a range of 30 feet? That's quite a lot. This douchebag, I swear. Empowers the flock. Yeah, I try to figure out how it would work with the standing stone feature. That's the one. That's the way that I think I need to be thinking about the Druidic Runes. Is how they're gonna interact with that. Like, that's yeah, and it's recent, right? It's a recent change. So that's what I'm having to consider now, going back and looking at some of the Druidic Runes. I'm having to think about that retroactively now. In case you guys missed it, for those of you that haven't been here since the beginning, I made an announcement. There we go. I made an announcement that after the Runekeeper is wrapped up, which I'm hoping is going to be sometime soon in February, starting February 25th, I'm playing Elden Ring here on live stream, as much as possible. Like I said, I am getting away from. I'm gonna take a big break from D&D stuff, because designing the Runekeeper, as you all have seen, me spending 10 plus hours on live stream working on this thing has been a lot, and I'm sure you all can understand that. So, I want to get away from doing nothing but D&D stuff. Yes, I will update it over on Patreon and Discord. But Elden Ring, starting, like I said, February 25th. Yeah, I'm going to do a little bit more than just D&D on this channel, guys. So, anyways, I'm going to go play Elden Ring whenever that's out. Hopefully bring some new faces over here to the channel. Introduce some more people to D&D that otherwise may not be into it. So, yeah, it could be cool. So, anyways, if you guys haven't heard of this, you should definitely check out some trailers on it if you haven't already. And hey, if you all have never heard of this game, or like, what is Elden Ring? What? Trust me, this thing is going to be sick. It's a FromSoft game, which, if you're not familiar with them, they make like Dark Souls, they make Sekiro, all that stuff, Bloodborne. And if you think this game looks really cool, but you're scared as shit to play a Dark Souls game, guess what? I got you. Don't worry about it. I'm not scared to play it. It's going to be a fun time. They're hard games, but guess what? I can deal with that frustration. It's fun. I love the accomplishment, alright? We're going to do it. We're going to beat Elden Ring together. We're going to have a good time. So, anyways, I'm going to be streaming that for several hours on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Basically from the time that we started until who knows when. So, anyways, Elden Ring, late February. So I'm very, very hopeful that, very hopeful to have the Runekeeper done before February 25th. Worst case scenario, I am going to figure out if I might be able to the Blood Wolf class. I haven't figured. Wait, what are the different classes in there? Because I might. Oh, Dan Dillon got back to me. He can't talk about unreleased material. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. That's fine. Yada yada yada. Let me see here. What are the different Elden Ring classes? Enchanted Knight, Prophet, the Bloody Wolf. Okay. Souls games and like big weapons. Okay. The sorcery using class that can range down enemies with spells. And turtle with the best shield. I don't want to go shield in this next one. Yeah, I'll probably get off of here and check out the different classes. Is Prophet going to be as terrible for like miracle builds as like they have been? Champion feels really vanilla. Okay, I guess Warrior might feel pretty vanilla. Yeah, oh, I don't know. I'll take a look at them and see. But anyways, yeah, I want to get away from doing a lot of D&D stuff. So if I get to the point of where the Runekeeper feels like a pretty complete class package, I might try to see what I can do to commission some people to help me out and just getting it to the finish line. You know, so I'll post it up over in the Discord here in probably like mid-February and kind of get people's opinions to see like, hey, do you guys think that this is at the point where like you'd be happy paying for it here? That douchebag gonna drive me crazy. Talking smack about miracles. You make a miracle build work, and I'm happy to see it happen. I do have that on the Xbox Game Pass. So yeah, I should check that out. Anyways, that's gonna be it on this stream. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. It's been a blast. Thank you all. I hope you all have a great night. A good rest of your Sunday night. I'm gonna go throw a rock at this asshole's head. Anyways, y'all have a great night. Thank you so much for being here. Hope y'all stay safe, stay healthy. I can't wait to see you all.